99 years and 362 days passed. That is, only 3 days were left for the period of 100 years to be over. Tithi was tired on one particular occasion. Since the period of her ordeal was soon to end, she had also become somewhat careless. She fell asleep without washing her hair. What was worse, she went to sleep without having braided her hair. This was an act of gross uncleanliness. Indra seized his chance. Since Tithi had committed an unclean act, her defenses had been lowered. Indra entered Tithi's womb in a trice. Indra has a wonderful weapon named Vajra. With the Vajra, Indra sliced the baby in Tithi's womb into 7 parts. These parts started to cry. Maruta said Indra, "Don't cry," but the parts continued to cry. Indra therefore chopped up each of the parts into 7 more sections, so that there were 49 parts in all. Since Tithi had failed to observe the prescribed rites, these 49 sections were no longer a threat to Indra. When they were born, they came to be known as the Maruts from the words Indra had used in addressing them. They were elevated to the status of gods and became Indra's friends and constant companions. The Manvantaras. Each Manvantara is an era and is ruled over by a Manu. One of Brahma's days is known as a Kalpa, and there are 14 Manvantaras in every Kalpa. At the end of every Kalpa, the universe is destroyed and has to be created afresh. In the present Kalpa, 6 Manvantaras have already passed and the 7th Manvantara is now current. There will be 7 more Manvantaras in the future before the universe and its inmates are destroyed. The gods, the 7 great sages and the individual who holds the title of Indra, change from one Manvantara to another. The 14 eras of the present Kalpa are as follows. The first Manu was Svayabhuva. The gods then were the Yamas. Svarokasha was the second Manu. The gods were the Tushitas and the names of the 7 great sages were Datoli, Chyavana, Stamha, Prana, Kashyapa, Aurva, and Brihaspati. The third Manu was Uttama. The gods were named the Bhavnas and Kaukurandi, Dalbhya, Shankha, Pravahana, Shiva, Siddha and Susmitha were the Saptarshis. Tamas was the fourth Manu. The 7 great sages were Kavi, Prithu, Agni, Akapi, Kapi, Jalpa, and Dhimana, and the gods were known as the Sathyas. The 5th Manvantara was ruled over by a Manu named Ravita. The gods were the Abhudarajas and the 7 great sages were Devavahu, Suvahu, Parjanya, Somapa, Munti, Hiranyaroma and Saptashva. Chakshusha was the 6th Manu. The gods were known as the Lekhas and the 7 great sages were Bhrigu, Suttama, Viraja, Sahishnu, Nada, Vivasvana, and Atinama. The 7th Manvantara is the one that is now current and the name of the Manu is Vaivasvata. The Saptarshis are Atrai, Vashishtha, Kashyapa, Gautama, Bharadvaha, Vishvamitra and Jamadagna. The gods are the Sathyas, the Vishvadevas, the Maruts, the Vasus, the 2 Ashvinis and the Adityas. The 8th Manu will be Savarni and the 7 great sages of this era will be Ashvathama, Sharadvana, Kosika, Galava, Shatananda, Kashyapa and Rama. The 9th Manu will be Rauchya. Bhutya will be the 10th Manu. The 11th Manu will be named Marusavarni. Rita will be the 12th Manu. Ritadama will be the 13th Manu. The 14th and final Manu will be named Vishvakasena. Prithu. A king named Anga was descended from Svayamhuva Manu. Anga married Sunita, the daughter of Mritayu, and they had a son named Vina. Mritayu was an evil person. From his childhood, Vina associated with this maternal grandfather of his and thus came to acquire evil ways. When Vina became king after Anga, he started to oppress the world. He stopped all yajanas and the prayers to the gods. He insisted that people should pray only to Vina. The sages did their level best to persuade Vina to return to the righteous path, but Vina would not listen. The sages then killed Vina. Vina had no sons and a kingdom does not flourish in the absence of a king. Therefore, when Vina was dead, the sages started to knead the dead body so that a son might be born. The first being that emerged as a result of this kneading was a dark and dwarfish sun. All the evil that was in Venus' body entered the body of the sun so that there was no more evil left in the dead body. When the kneading continued, a handsome son was born from Venus' right hand. He was born fully grown and held bows, arrows, and clubs in his hands when he emerged. His entire body was clad in shining armor. The word Prithu means great. Since the son was born after a great deal of effort, he was given the name Prithu. The sages made arrangements for Prithu's coronation. Prithu was a good king who ruled well. But Prithu's subjects still did not have the wherewithal to make a living. They asked their king to do something about this. Prithu decided that since the earth was not providing any food grains, he would kill the earth. The earth adopted the form of a cow and started to flee. Wherever the earth went, the king followed in hot pursuit. The earth finally realized that she could not escape by running away. She told Prithu, "Please do not kill me. Then your subjects will not even have a place to live in. Your object is to find a means of living for your subjects. How will that be accomplished if you kill me? Milk me instead of killing me. The food grains that the milking will yield will provide the sustenance for your subjects." Prithu accordingly milked the earth. It is because of this that the earth is known as Prithivi. Prithu also levelled out the earth with his bow so that his subjects could live in the plains thus created. The earth prospered during Prithu's rule. Poverty, disease, and sins were unknown. Everyone was righteous. The solar line. The sages requested Lomaharshana. Please tell us the history of the solar line. Lomaharshana complied. Adti and the sage Kashyapa had borne the sun god, Vivasvana or Surya, as a son. Surya had 3 wives, Samjana, Rajni, and Prabha. Rajana had a son named Riveda and Prabha had a son named Prabhata. Surya and Samjana had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son was Vaivasvata Manu. And the remaining 2 offspring were twins named Yama and Yamuna. The sun's radiance was however too much for Samjana to bear. After a while, she could not bear it any longer. She therefore created a woman out of her own body. The woman looked exactly like Samjana and was named Chaya. There was no way of telling the 2 apart. "Stay here and pretend to be me," said Samjana. "Look after my husband and my children. No one will know the truth unless you tell them. As for me, I am going away." Surya did not realize that Samjana had left. He took Chaya to be his wife, and Surya and Chaya had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The sons were Savarni Manu and Shuni and the daughters were Tupti and Vishti. Chaya was clearly fonder of her own children and neglected Samjana's. This did not bother Vaivasvata Manu too much. He was the eldest and more collected and balanced. But Yama resented this favoritism of Chaya's. In a fit of petulance, he raised his foot to kick Chaya. Chaya cursed Yama. "I curse you that your foot may be devoured by worms," she said. "May it be infected with pus and blood." This alarmed Yama and he rushed to his father. "My mother has cursed me," he told Surya. "I am only a child. Even if I did commit a sin, does a mother ever curse her children? I have serious misgivings that she is not our mother at all." When Surya taxed Chaya with this, she came out with the truth and Surya learnt that Samjana had left. Samjana's father was Vishvakarma, the architect of the gods. Surya went to his father-in-law to find out if he knew anything of Chaya's whereabouts. "Indeed, I do," replied Vishvakarma. "When Samjana left your house, she came to me in the form of a mare. But I refused to let her live in my house, since she had left her husband's house without seeking his permission. She is living at the moment in the desert. But Samjana did what she did because she could not bear to stand your energy and radiance. If you permit, I shall shave off some of the excess energy, so that people can look at you." Vishvakarma shaved off some of the sun's energy. With the excess energy were constructed many of the weapons of the gods such as Vishnu's chakra, Shiva's trident, and Indra's vajra. This made the sun's visage much more pleasant and bearable. The only parts of Surya's body that were not thus modified were the feet. No one can bear to look at Surya's feet, and it is forbidden to visualize the sun god's feet when one is praying to him. A person who does not follow this injunction is a sinner and is made to suffer from leprosy. Surya now went to look for Samjana and found her in the form of a mare. He too adopted the form of a horse and joined her. As horses, they had 2 sons. Since Ashva means horse, the sons were known as the Ashvinis. They became the physicians of the gods and were also known as Nasatya and Dasra. After the Ashvinis were born, Surya and Samjana gave up their forms of horses and returned to their usual forms. What do you think happened to Savarni Manu? He went away to perform tapasya on Mount Sumeru. He is destined to be one of the future Manas. Shani became a planet and Yamuna a river. As for Tupti, she too became a river. Yama had been cursed by Chaya that his feet would rot and be infected with worms. To mitigate the effects of the curse, Surya gave Yama a bird which ate up all the worms. Thereafter, Yama went to a Tirtha named Gokarna and started to pray to Shiva. For thousands of years he prayed and eventually managed to please Shiva. Shiva granted Yama the boon that he would be the god of death. He would mete out punishments to sinners in accordance with the sins that they had committed. He would also keep account of the store of merit that righteous people accumulated. Vaivasvata Manu ruled as Manu. He had 10 sons. The eldest was named Ila. The other sons were named Ikshvaku, Kishanabha, Arishta, Drishta, Narishyanata, Karusha, Shariati, Prishadra, and Nabhaga. The solar line owes its origin to Ikshvaku. In this line was born King Bhagarata, who brought the sacred river Ganga down from heaven. Further down the line was Dasharatha, and Dasharatha's son was Rama. You know about Rama from the Ramayana. Ila and the lunar line. Vaisvasvata Manu's eldest son was Ila. When Vaivasvata Manu became old, he retired to the forest. Ila was appointed the ruler in his place. Ila set out on a voyage of conquest and traveled throughout the world. There was a forest named Sharavana, frequented by Shiva and Parvati. Shiva had decreed that any man who entered the forest would become a woman. King Ila did not know about this rule and set foot in the forest inadvertently. He immediately got transformed into a woman. What is going to happen to me now, thought Ila. Where will I live? He even forgot all about his earlier life. The moon god, Chandra, had a son named Buddha. While Ila was wandering around, Buddha came upon her and fell in love with her. The two had a son named Pururava, and Pururava was the ancestor of the lunar line. Meanwhile, Ikshvaku and the other brothers had started to look for Ila. When they could find no trace of their brother, they asked the sage Vashishtha if he knew of Ila's whereabouts. Vashishtha used his mental powers to find out what had happened. He asked the princes to pray to Shiva and Parvati. That was the only way to make Ila a man once more. The prayers pleased Shiva and Parvati and they found out what the princes wants. But what you desire is quite impossible, they told Ikshvaku and his brother. Ila can never be made a man once again. At best, we will grant you the following boon. Ila will alternate between being a man for 1 month and a woman for 1 month. The princes had to be content with this. As a woman, Ila continued to be known as Ila. But as a man, he came to known as Sudyamna and had 3 sons named Utkala, Gaya, and Haritashva. Daksha and Sathi. I will now tell you about Daksha and Sathi. Lomaharshana told the sages. Daksha had a daughter named Sathi who was married to Shiva. Daksha did not like his son-in-law at all. When he organized a yajna, he did not invite Shiva to attend the ceremony. But Sathi went to the ceremony, although Shiva had not been invited. Why did you not invite Shiva? Sathi asked her father. Because your husband is undeserving of such honor, replied Daksha. He is not fit to be treated on par with the other gods. These words angered Sathi. I am ashamed that I am your daughter, she said. Cursed am I that I have had to hear such abuses of the great Shiva. I no longer wish to be your daughter. I will therefore give up this physical body that I owe to you, by immolating myself. As for you, I curse you that you will be born on earth as the son of the 10 Prachetas. You will then try to perform an Ashvamedha. But Shiva will destroy the ceremony. Daksha tried to pacify Sati. Please have mercy on me, he said. You are the mother of the entire universe. How will the universe survive if you die? It is only through your good grace that you condescended to be born as my daughter. Please do not forsake me. What I have said cannot be negated, replied Sati. But I will grant you this much. When you are born on earth, you will continue to be devoted to me. Where will I pray to you? Asked Daksha. At what tirthas? And what are the names by which I will address you in the course of my prayers? Sati then told Daksha 108 of her names. She also told him the names of 108 tirthas at which she was known by these respective names. These names and tirthas are as follows, with the names being given first and the tirthas second. Vishalakshi at Varanasi, Lingadharini at Nyamisha, Lalita Devi at Prayaga, Kamakshi at Gandhamadana, Kumuda at Manasa, Vishvakaya at Ambara, Gomathi at Gamanta, Kamakarani at Mandara, Madatkata at Kshetrarada, Jayanti at Hastinapura, Gauri at Kanyakubja, Ramba at Malayachla, Kurdamatai at Akamra, Vishva at Vishveshvara, Purahuda at Pushkara, Margadayani at Kedara, Nanda at Himalaya, Bhadrakarnika at Gokarna, Bhavani at Stanjvara, Vilvapatrikat at Vilva, Madhvi at Srishaila, Bhadra at Bhadreshvara, Jaya at Varahashla, Kamala at Kamalalaya, Rudrani at Rudrakoti, Kali at Kalanjara, Kapila at Mahalinga, Mukyateshvari at Marketa, Mahadevi at Shailagrama, Janapriya at Shivalinga, Kumari at Mayapuri, Lalita at Santana, Utpalakshi at Sahasraksha, Mahatpala at Kamalaksha, Mangala at Gangatira, Vimla at Purushottama, Amogakshi at Vipasha, Patala at Pandravardhana, Narayani at Suparshva, Bhadrasundari at Vakuta, Vipula at Vipula, Kalyani at Malalayachla, Kodavi at Kodatirtha, Sugandha at Madhavana, Trisandhaya at Godasharma, Rathipriya at Gangadvara, Shivananda at Shivakundanandani at Devakatata, Rukmini at Dvaravati, Radha at Vrindavana, Devki at Mathura, Parmeshvari at Patala, Siddha at Chitrakuta, Vindhyavasini at Vindhya, Ekavira at Sahayadri, Chandrika at Harichandra, Araga at Vadyanatha, Maheshvari at Mahakala, Abhya at Ushnatirtha, Amrita at Vindhyakandara, Mandavi at Mandavya, Svaha at Maheshvarapura, Prachanda at Chagalanda, Chandrika at Makaranda, Vararoha at Someshvara, Pushkaravati at Prabhaza, Devamata at Sarasvati, Mata at Sagara, Mahabhaga at Mahalaya, Pingaleshvari at Payashni, Simika at Kritashaucha, Yashaskari at Kartikaya, Lola at Yotapalvarta, Subhadra at Shonasangama, Lakshmana at Siddhapura, Angana at Bharatashramma, Vishvamukhi at Jalandhara, Tara at Kishkindhyakala, Pushti at Devadaravana, Meta at Kashmiramandala, Bhimadavi at Himachala, Pushti at Vishveshvara, Shuddhi at Kapalamakana, Siddha at Mayavarohana, Dhvani at Shankodara, Dhriti at Pandara, Kala at Chandrabhaga, Shivakarani at Ikshhodatira, Amrita at Veena, Urvashi at Vajravana, Ashadi at Uttarakur, Kashodaka at Kashavvipamanmuth at Hemakuta, Satyavadani at Mukuta, Vandani at Ashvatha, Ni at Kubiralaya, Gayatri at Vedavadana, Parvati at Shivasanidhana, Indrani at Devaloka, Sarasvati at Brahmamukha, Prabha at Suryabimba, Vaishnavi at Matrigana, Arundhati at Satismukha, Tilottama, Brahmakala, Shakti. Having recited these names, Sati immolated herself. She was later reborn as Parvati or Uma, the daughter of Menaka and Himalaya. She was remarried to Shiva. As for Daksha, he was born on earth as the son of the 10 Prachetas. Brahmadatta. There used to be a sage named Kosika. Kosika had 7 sons named Svasrapa, Krodhana, Himsra, Pishana, Kavi, Vagadushta, and Patrivarti. These sons all became disciples of the sage Garga. After Kosika died, there was a terrible drought on earth. Famine raged and people went hungry. Garga had asked his disciples to tend to his cattle, and the 7 brothers had taken the cattle to the forest so that they might browse on the grass that grew there. The brothers suffered so much from hunger that they decided to slay one of the cows and eat it. Killing a cow would be a sin, remarked the youngest. If we have to kill the cow, let us at least perform its funeral ceremony. Perhaps that will reduce the severity of the sin that we are committing. The other brothers agreed to this. The funeral rites of the cow were observed. It was then killed and eaten. The brothers returned to Garga and told him, "A cow has been killed and eaten by a tiger." Garga saw no reason to disbelieve them. But the sin remained a sin. And as a consequence of having committed a crime, the brothers were born as hunters in their next lives. But they were born as Jatismaras. That is, they remembered the incidents of their earlier lives. Since the brothers remembered what they had been in their earlier lives, they saw no reason to live as hunters. They therefore fasted until they died. They were next reborn as deer. But the deer continued to be Jatismaras and fasted to death. The brothers were reborn as birds. 4 of the brothers continued to be detached from material pursuits and spent their time in meditation. But the 3 remaining brothers were not so lucky. The king of Panchala had once come to the forest with his retinue. The king's name was Vibhitraja. One of the birds was struck by the king's pomp and glory and wished to be born as a king in his next life. King Vibhitraja and 2 ministers with him and all the soldiers seemed to be following the instructions of the ministers. Accordingly, 2 of the birds desired to be born as ministers in their next lives. The one who wished to be a king was born as Brahmadatta, King Vibhitraja's son. The 2 who desired to be born as ministers became Pundarika and Suvalakha, the sons of the 2 ministers whom they had seen. The remaining 3 brothers were not attached to material pursuits and were born as Brahmanas. Brahmadatta married Kalyani. You will never guess who Kayanti had been in her earlier life. She had been the cow whom the brothers had killed. What was most remarkable was the fact that Brahmadatta could understand the languages of all living beings. Brahmadatta and Kalyani were once taking a walk in their garden. Brahmadatta heard 2 ants conversing. Since he could understand the languages of all living beings, he could follow what the ants were saying. "Why are you angry with me?" asked the male ant. "Why are you refusing to speak to me?" "Go away and do not pester me," replied the female ant. "You say you love me very much. And yet, when you got some grains of sugar yesterday, you gave them to another ant and not to me. I refused to speak to you." "That was my mistake," said the male ant. "I thought that it was you to whom I was giving the grains of sugar. I will never make such a mistake in the future. Please pardon me and smile. I cannot bear to see you so angry." The ants made up. The conversation made Brahmadatta laugh. Kalyani naturally wanted to know why Brahmadatta was laughing, and the king reported the entire conversation to his wife. But Kalyani refused to believe her husband. "How can any man understand the language of ants?" she wanted to know. "You are lying. You must have been laughing at me." Brahmadatta tried to convince his wife, but Kalyani would not listen. The king did not know what to do. But while he was sleeping, he dreamt that Vishnu appeared before him and told him to wait till the next morning. Brahmadatta's mind would be set at rest then. 4 of the brothers had been born as Brahmanas. They had been born as the sons of a Brahmana named Sudaradra and were named Dhritimana, Tatvadarshi, Vidyachanda, and Tapatsuka. Since they were born as Jatismaras, they remembered their earlier lives and had no desire to tied down by material pursuits. They wanted to retire to the forest and meditate. But Siddharadra tried to restrain his sons. "How can you do that?" he asked. "How can you retire to the forest to meditate? Your duty is to look after me in my old age. If you do not look after, I shall starve to death." "Please do not commit that sin." "You will not starve to death," replied his sons. "Go to King Brahmadatta and ask him for wealth. He will give you gold and villages. Tell him to remember the sage Garga, the hunters, the deer, and the birds." The 4 sons went away to the forest. Sudarita came to meet the king. He met the king on the day following Brahmadatta's dream. Siddharadra's words reminded Brahmadatta of what he had been in his earlier lives. He was ashamed that he had forgotten those incidents and had become addicted to material pursuits. He decided to join his brothers in the forest. He gave Siddharadra as much wealth as the Brahmana wanted and handed over the kingdom to the prince, Vishvaksana. The brothers Pundarika and Suvalaka also accompanied Brahmadatta to the forest. It was thus that Kaushika's 7 sons eventually attained salvation. "There is one thing we do not understand," said the sages. "How came Brahmadatta to understand the languages of all living beings?" "That is easily explained," replied Lomaharshana. King Vibraja had prayed to Vishnu that he might obtain such a son, and the boon was granted. Chandra and Buddha. "You forgot to tell us how Buddha was born," remarked the sages. "Nor did you tell us anything about Chandra's birth," Lomaharshana filled in the blanks. The sage Atri was Brahma's son. Atri once performed very difficult tapasya. A tremendous amount of energy was released as a result of this meditation, and the moon god, Chandra or Soma, was born from this energy. Brahma appointed Chandra ruler over all stars, planets, and herbs. 27 of Daksha's daughters were married to Chandra. These were the nakshatras. Chandra performed a Rajaswayajana and the ceremony was an outstanding success. All this success. But all this success and glory went to Chandra's head. The preceptor of the gods was the sage Brihaspati, and Brihaspati's wife was Tara. Chandra's eyes fell upon Tara and he forcibly abducted her. On several occasions Brihaspati asked Chandra to return Tara, but the moon god would not listen. A terrible war then raged between the gods and demons over Tara. The gods fought on Brihaspati's side and the demons aided Chandra. Shiva also fought on the side of the gods. As the war raged, Shiva let fly a terrible divine weapon named Brahmashirsha at Chandra. Chandra countered this with another terrible divine weapon named Somastra. These 2 weapons of destruction threatened to burn up the entire universe. Brahma decided that it was time for him to intervene. "Stop this nonsense at once," he told Chandra. "What you have done is most improper. Return Tara at once." These words ashamed Chandra and he returned Tara. But Chandra and Tara had already had a handsome son named Buddha. Buddha became very skilled in the handling of elephants. In fact, the knowledge of tackling and handling elephants goes back to Buddha. You already know that Buddha married Ila and that they had a son named Purirava. Purirava and Urvashi. Purirava was a very strong king who ruled the earth well. He performed 100 Ashvamedhayajanas. The 3 goals of human life are Dharma, Artha, and Kama. These 3 goals wished to see which of them Purirava revered the most. They therefore adopted human forms and came to visit Purirava. Purirava treated them with utmost respect and gave them golden seats to sit on. He offered them all sorts of offerings. But in the process, Dharma received more of the offerings than Artha and Kama. This angered Artha and Kama. "You will be destroyed," Artha cursed Purirava. "You will go mad over Urvashi," Kama cursed Purirava, but Dharma blessed Purirava. "You will live for long and you will never deviate from the righteous path," he said. "Your descendants will rule forever." Having thus cursed and blessed Purirava, Dharma, Artha, and Kama disappeared. On one particular occasion, Purirava was driving his chariot through a forest. He suddenly found that a demon named Keshi was abducting an Apsara. This Apsara was none other than Urvashi. Pururava defeated the demon and rescued Urvashi. He restored her to Indra, the king of the gods. Indra was delighted at this act and Indra and Pururava became friends. The sage Bharata taught mankind how to sing and dance. To celebrate Urvashi's return, Indra asked Bharata to stage a performance. As artistes, Bharata chose 3 apsaras. They were Menaka, Urvashi, and Ramba. Menaka and Ramba danced as they should. But Urvashi was attracted by King Pururava and kept looking at him. The result was that Urvashi fell out of step. This angered Bharata and he cursed Urvashi that she would have to spend 55 years on earth. On earth, Urvashi married Pururava and they had 8 sons named Ayu, Dhridayu, Ashvayu, Dhanayu, Dhridamana, Vasu, Shachivatya, and Chutayu. Yayati. In the lunar line there was a king named Nahusha and Nahusha's son was Yayati. Yayati had 2 wives, Sharmishtha and Devyani. Sharmishtha was the daughter of Vrishaparva, the king of the Danavas. And Devyani's father was Shukrakarya, the preceptor of the demons. Devyani gave birth to Yadu and Turvasu and Sharmishtha gave birth to Druya, Anu and Puru. Yayati ruled the world extremely well for many years. He performed many yajanas. But eventually he grew old. The problem was that although Yayati grew old, he was not yet tired of sensual pleasures. He still desired to savor the joys that the world had to offer. Yayati told his 5 sons. Because of Shukrakarya's curse, an untimely old age has come upon me and I am not content with what I have savored of life. I request one of you to give me his youth and accept my old age in return. When I have sated myself with worldly pleasures, I will take back my old age and return the youth except for Puru. The other 4 sons flatly refused such an exchange. They had no desire to part with their valued youth. They were thereupon cursed by their father. As for Puru, he said, "Please accept my youth and be happy. It is my duty to serve and I will gladly take upon me your old age for 1,000 years." Yayati savored the pleasures of the world with Puru's youth. 1,000 years were not then enough to satisfy Yayati. He accepted his old age and returned Puru's youth. He blessed Puru for his obedience and announced to the world that Puru was his only true son. Puru inherited the kingdom after Yayati. His descendants were known as the Pauravas. It was in this line that King Bharata was born. It is after Bharata that the land we live in is known as Bharatavarsha. The sages interrupted Lomaharshana. "You are going too fast," they said. "What is this curse of Shukrakarya's that Yayati referred to? You have forgotten to tell us about that." "I will," replied Lomaharshana. "But first, let me tell you about Kika and Devyani." Kika and Devyani. The gods and the demons fought with each other all the time. Brihaspati was the preceptor of the gods and Shukrakarya was the preceptor of the demons. Shukrakarya knew a wonderful art known as Mritasanjivani. This was the knowledge of bringing back dead people to life. Since Shukrakarya knew this art, the gods were in a terrible fix. Any demons whom the gods killed were promptly brought back to life by Shukrakarya. But Brihaspati knew no such art. So any gods that the demons killed, stayed dead. The gods pondered about this problem and finally arrived at a solution. Brihaspati had a son named Kika. The gods told Kika, "Go and become Shukrakarya's disciple. Try to learn the art of Mritasanjivani from him. Shukrakarya has a beautiful daughter named Devyani. Try to curry her favor so that your task may become easier." Kika went to Shukrakarya. "Please accept me as your disciple," he said. "I am the great Brihaspati's son. I will serve you faithfully for 1,000 years since no mention was made of Mritasanjivani." Shukrakarya gladly agreed to Th's proposition. Kika lived with Shukrakarya and served his guru. He became friendly with Devyani and Devyani started to fall in love with Kika. 500 years passed. The demons got to know that Kika was Brihaspati's son. Since they hated Brihaspati, they hated Kika as well. Kika was in the habit of taking Shukrakarya's cattle to the forest to graze. When Kika was alone in the forest, the demons seized their chance. They slew Kika and fed his body to the tigers. In the evening, the cattle returned home alone. Kika was not with them. Seeing this, Devyani told her father, "The cattle have returned home without Kika. I am certain that someone has killed him. I am in love with Kika and cannot survive without him. Please do something, do not worry," Shukrakarya told Devyani. "I will bring Kika back to life with the art of Mrita Sanajivani." As soon as Shukrakarya recited the magical mantra, Kika appeared before them, hale and hearty. Days passed. Kika went to the forest once more, this time to pluck flowers. The demons killed him again. But this time they burnt the dead body and mixed the ashes in a goblet of wine. They then served the wine to Shukrakarya to drink. When Kika did not return, Devyani again told her father, "I am certain that someone has killed Kika. I cannot survive without him. Please do something." Through this powers, Shukrakarya discovered what had happened. He told his daughter, "We have a real problem on our hands. Kika is inside my stomach. I can revive Kika by summoning him through Mrita Sanjivani. But in the process, he will have to tear asunder my body and I shall die. Tell me, beloved daughter, which do you want? Either Kika or your fatir will live." "I refuse the choice," replied Devyani. "Both you and Kika must live. I cannot survive." Without either, Shukrakarya then decided that there was only one way out. He addressed Kika, who was inside his stomach, and taught him the words of the Mrta Sanjivani mantra. He then recited the words himself and out came Kika. Shukrakarya's body was torn apart and the sage died. But Kika had learnt the words of the mantra. He now recited them to bring Shukrakarya back to life. Kika thus learnt what he had set out to achieve. After spending 1,000 years with Shukrakarya, he prepared to return to heaven. "Where are you going?" asked Devyani. "Do you not know that I am in love with you? Please marry me." "I am afraid that I cannot do that," replied Kika. "You are my guru's daughter. Therefore, you are my superior just as my guru is my superior. I cannot marry you. Moreover, I have spent some time inside his body. And when I came out, it was as if a son had been born from him. You are therefore my sister. How can I possibly marry you?" Thus spurned, Devyani became very angry. "You are playing with words," she said. "I curse you that although you have learnt the art of Mrita Sanjivani, it will prove to be of no use to you." "You have needlessly cursed me," retorted Kika. "I too curse you that no Brahmana will ever marry you and that you will never get whatever it is that you wish for." Sharmishtha and Devyani. Sharmishtha was the daughter of Vrishaparva, the king of the Danavas. Sharmishtha and Devyani were great friends, until Indra played some mischief. The two friends had gone to bathe in a pond and had left their clothes on the bank. Indra adopted the form of a breeze and mixed up the clothes. When Sharmishtha donned her clothes after having had her bath, she put on Devyani's clothes by mistake. Devyani said, "How dare you wear my clothes? My father is your father's teacher and you are my inferior in every respect. You have no business to put on my clothes." "I am not your inferior," replied Sharmishtha. "It is you who are my inferior. My father is the king and your father thrives on my father's generosity." The two friends started to quarrel. Sharmishtha flung Devyani into a well and left her there, taking her to be dead. At that time, King Yayati came to the forest on a hunt. He was thirsty and looked for some water. When he found the well, he discovered Devyani inside it. He rescued Devyani. Yayati also fell in love with her, so that the two got married. Shukrakarya got to know about all this and was furious at the treatment that Sharmishtha had meted out to his daughter. He threatened to leave the demons. Vrishaparva did his best to persuade Shukrakarya not to leave them, but Shukrakarya insisted that he would stay only if Devyani was pacified. Vrishaparva promised to give Devyani whatever it was that she wished for. "Sharmishtha has insulted me," said Devyani. "She has called me her inferior. My mind will be set at rest only if Sharmishtha serves as a servant." Vrishaparva agreed to this condition and Charistha became Devyani's servant, together with 1,000 other demon women. After Yayati and Devyani got married, Shukrakarya told Yayati, Sharmisha is Devyani's servant and you are married to Devyani. Under no circumstances marry Sharmishtha, otherwise I am going to curse. In due course, Devyani gave birth to Yadu and Turvasu. Sharmishtha had secretly married Yayati and she too gave birth to Druya, Anu and Puru. How came you to have sons? Asked Devyani. Who is your husband? My husband is a Brahmana replied. Sharmishtha. I do not know his name, but when Devyani asked Druya, Anu and Puru about their father, the truth came out. They told her that they were King Yayati's sons. You have insulted me, Devyani told Yayati. Will remain your wife no longer. You have married my servant. Shukrakarya was also furious. Yayati had gone against his wishes and had married Sharmishtha. Shukrakarya cursed Yayati that old age would set upon the king, although he was still in the prime of youth. Please do not curse me, said Yayati. I am married to your daughter. I wish to live with her as her husband. Do you wish your son-in-law to be an old servant? My curse cannot be lifted, replied Shukrakarya. But I will try and mitigate the effects. I grant you the power that you can pass on this old age to whomsoever you wish. It was this old age that Puru accepted. Mridasan Jivani. But what about Mridasani Jivani? Asked the sages. You haven't told us how Shukrakarya came to acquire this wonderful knowledge. Lomaharshana told them the following story. The gods and the demons fought all the time, and the demons were sometimes worst in these encounters. Shukrakarya consoled the demons. Do not worry, he said. I will try and acquire powers that will make the demons invincible. I am going off to pray. While I am gone, do not fight with the gods. Give up arms and lead the lives of hermits. Wait till my return. Shukrakarya's father was the sage Bhrigu. The demons were instructed to wait in Bhrigu's hermitage for Shukrakarya's return. The preceptor of the demons began to pray to Shiva. When Shiva appeared, Shukrakarya told him that he wished to be taught a mantra that would make the demons invincible. I will grant your request, said Shiva. But you will have to observe the difficult Vrata. For 1,000 years you will have to meditate. And you will have to live only on smoke. Shukrakarya agreed to observe the Vrata. Meanwhile, the gods got to know what Shukrakarya was up to. They realized that, once Shukrakarya returned, they would be in no position to tackle the demons. The best thing to do was to attack the demons immediately, when they had given up arms and were living as hermits. The demons tried to tell the gods that this was not fair. They should not be attacked when they had forsaken arms. But the gods would not listen. They started to kill the demons. The demons fled to Shukrakarya's mother, Bhrigu's wife, for protection. Do not despair, she assured the demons. I will protect you. When the gods attacked, the lady used her powers to make Indra completely immobile. Indra could not move at all. He stood there like a statue. This strange sight unnerved the gods so much that they started to run away. Vishnu came to help Indra. He told Indra to enter his body, so that Vishnu might be able to save him. I will burn both of you up through my powers, said Shukrakarya's mother. What are you waiting for? Indra asked Vishnu. Can't you see that this woman will destroy us both? Kill her at once. Vishnu summoned up his Sudarshana chakra, and with this, he neatly severed the lady's head. The sage Bhrigu was not present at that time. When he returned and found out what had happened, he was greatly angered. Vishnu had committed the crime of killing a woman. Bhrigu therefore cursed Vishnu that he would have to be born several times on earth. These are Vishnu's avataras. As for his own wife, Bhrigu resurrected her through his powers. Indra had a daughter named Jayanti. Having failed in his attempt to kill the demons, Indra reasoned that he ought to try and disturb Shukrakarya's meditation. He therefore sent Jayanti to the place where Shukrakarya was praying. Her instructions were to try and distract the sage. Jayanti served Shukrakarya faithfully throughout the appointed period of 1,000 years. When the Vrata was over, Shiva appeared before Shukrakarya and taught him the art of Mridasanjivani. It was then that Shukrakarya noticed Jayanti. Who are you? He asked. And why have you been serving me thus? I am exceedingly pleased with what you have done. Tell me what I can do for you if you wish to grant me a boon, marry me and live as my husband for 10 years, replied Jayanti. Shukrakarya was lured away by Jayanti. Indra was bent upon ensuring the destruction of the demons, and he now hit upon a plan. He asked Brihaspati to adopt Shukrakarya's form and go to the demons. The demons were expecting their guru back after the 1,000 years were over and took Brihaspati to be Shukrakarya. They honored him and served him faithfully. When the 10 years with Jayanti were over, Shukrakarya returned and discovered Brihaspati among the demons. Who is this upstart? He demanded to know. Give him up and seek refuge with me. I am the real Shukrakarya. Not at all, replied Brihaspati. I am the real Shukrakarya. The demons were bemused. Brihaspati and Shukrakarya were as alike as two peas in a pod, there was no way of telling them apart. They finally reasoned that the person who had been living with them for the last 10 years must be their real guru. They therefore accepted Brihaspati and shooed Shukrakarya away. Shukrakarya cursed the demons that they were bound to be destroyed. As soon as Shukrakarya cursed the demons, Brihaspati adopted his own form. The demons realized that they had been tricked, but the harm had been done. The Puranas. Lomaharshana now gave the sages a list of the 18 Mahapuranas. In the beginning, there was only one Purana. The sage Vedavyasa divided this original Purana into 18 Mahapuranas. The Mahapuranas have 4 Lakshlokas altogether, and their names are as follows. The Brahma Purana, this was originally recited by Brahma to the sage Marishi and has 13,000 shlokas. This text should be donated on a full moon night in the month of Vaishakha. Such a donation brings undying punya. The Padma Purana, this has 55,000 shlokas and should be donated in the month of Jyeshtha. The Vishnu Purana, this was first recited by the sage Parashara and has 23,000 shlokas. It is auspicious to donate this text in the month of Ashada. The Vayu Purana, this has 24,000 shlokas and was first recited by the wind god Vayu. It should be donated in the month of Shravan. The Bhagavata Purana, this has 18,000 shlokas and should be donated in the month of Bhadra, on the night of the full moon. The Narada Purana, this was first recited by the sage Narada and has 25,000 shikas. It should be donated on the night of the new moon in the month of Ashvina. The Markandeya Purana, this has 9,000 shlokas. A person desirous of obtaining punya should donate this text in month of Margashirsa. The Agni Purana, this was first recited by the fire god Agni to the sage Vashishtha. It has 16,000 shlokas and should be donated in the month of Margashirsha. The Bhavishya Purana, Brahma himself was the first reciter of this Purana and it has 14,500 shlokas. It is primarily concerned with what is due to happen in the future. The text should be donated on the occasion of Purnima, in the month of Pausha. The Brahmavaivarta Purana, this was first recited by Savarni Manu to the sage Narada. It has 18,000 shlokas and should be donated on Purnima in the month of Magha. The Linga Purana, Brahma recited this first and it has 11,000 sholkas. Punya is acquired if this text is donated in the month of Falguna. The Varha Purana, the great Vishnu first recited this to the earth. It has 24,000 shlokas and is to be donated in the month of Chatra. The Skanda Purana, this was composed by the god Skanda or Kartikeya. It has 81,000 shlokas and one desirous of punya donates the text in the month of Chatra. The Vamana Purana, Brahma was the first person to recite this. It has 10,000 shlokas and the text should be donated in early autumn. The Kurum Purana, Vishnu recited this in his form of a turtle. It has 18,000 shlokas and should be donated at the time of the equinoxes. The Matsya Purana, Vishnu recited this in his form of a fish to Manu. It has 14,000 shlokas and should be donated at the time of the equinoxes. The Garuda Purana, Krishna was the first person to recite this and it has 18,000 shlokas. The Brahmanda Purana, Brahma recited this and it has 12,200 shlokas. But these Puranas, as stated, are merely for human consumption. Much longer versions are read by the gods. The total number of shlokas in the Puranas that the gods read is 100 crores. Tripura. There was a Danava named Maya. Just as Vishvakarma was the architect of the gods, Maya was the architect of the demons. When the demons were defeated by the gods, Maya started to perform very difficult tapasya so that the gods might be defeated. Maya's meditation inspired two other demons to also meditate. Their names were Vyadai Unmali and Tarka. The meditation was so difficult that the world marveled at the sight of what the demons were doing. Finally, Brahma was pleased at all this effort and appeared before the demons. "I am pleased with what you have done," said Brahma. "What boon do you want?" "We have been defeated by the gods," replied Maya. "We wish to build a fort that the gods will not be able to destroy. The fort will be named Tripura and we will live in it and become immortal." "Immortality is a boon that cannot be granted," said Brahma. "If you want, set fairly difficult conditions for your deaths." "Very well then," replied Maya. "We will be killed only if Shiva himself destroys Tripura with a single arrow. Let that be the appointed method of our deaths." This boon Brahma granted and Maya began the task of constructing the fort. In fact, he built 3 fortresses. One was made of iron, the second of silver and the third of gold. Normally, the fortresses were distinct. But once every 1,000 years, when the nakshatra Pushya was in the sky, the 3 cities came together in the sky and were called Tripura. Each of the fortresses was stocked with diverse weapons as protections against raids by the gods. Tarka lived in the fort made of iron, Vyadai Unmali in the one made of silver, and Maya himself lived in the one that was made of gold. The other demons got to know that 3 invincible forts had been built. They came and populated the 3 cities. But the demons were not evil at all. They observed all sorts of religious rites. In particular, they were devoted to Shiva and prayed to him all the time. They did not want Shiva to be angry with them. It was, after all, Shiva alone who could be the instrument for their destruction. But eventually, the demons became intoxicated with their own power and came upon evil ways. They warred upon other living beings and started to oppress the universe. Maya did try to persuade them to mend their ways, but the demons would not listen to Maya's good advice. All the living beings in the universe went to Brahma to complain. "Please save us from this oppression," they said. "It is because of your boon that the demons have become so powerful." "I cannot help you," replied Brahma. "The boon is such that Shiva alone can destroy Tripura. Let us all pray to Shiva." The gods, the sages, and the humans started to pray to Shiva. Pleased with these prayers, Shiva promised to destroy Tripura. A special chariot was built for Shiva to ride in. Brahma himself agreed to be the charioteer. The army of the gods got ready to help Shiva in his war against Tripura. A terrible war raged between the gods and the demons. Nandi is one of Shiva's companions. Nandi fought with Vyadai Unmali and slew the demon after a fierce battle. But Maya knew all sorts of magical tricks. He was particularly well versed in the use of herbs. Maya gave Vyadai Unmali a bath in the juice of magical herbs and Vyadai Unmali immediately revived. This act greatly boosted the demons' morale and they began to fight with renewed vigor. Any demons who were killed, were instantly revived by Maya. But when Shiva himself entered the fray, the demons were put to flight. Even the herbs that resurrected dead demons proved to be of no avail. Nandi killed Tarkasura after a fierce duel. The demons were disheartened, but Maya reassured them. "Don't forget the boon," he said. "There are only some special conditions under which Tripura can be destroyed. Otherwise it is indestructible. Pushya Nakshatra is in the sky now and soon the 3 cities will come together as one. The only person who can destroy it then is Shiva. And he must do it with a single arrow. All we have to do is ensure that Shiva cannot shoot the arrow and we are safe." But this was easier said than done. It was no mean task to repel Shiva and his cohorts. Nandi killed Vyadai Unmali a second time. As soon as the 3 cities came together, Shiva shot a flaming arrow which completely burnt up Tripura and all the demons who were within. The only one who was saved was Maya. He did not die because he was extremely devoted to Shiva. Ever since that day, Maya has lived under the water. The measurement of time. The smallest unit of time is a nimesha. This is the amount of time it takes to blink. 15 nimeshas make 1 kashtha and 30 kasthats are 1 kala. 30 kalas 1 muhurta and there are 30 muhurtas in 1 divaratra. 15 muhurtas constitute the day and 15 muhurtas make up the night. 1 month for humans is 1 day for the ancestors. Shuklapaksh is the lunar fortnight during which the moon waxes and Krishnapaksh is the lunar fortnight during which the moon wanes. Shuklapaksh corresponds to night for the ancestors and Krishnapaksh corresponds to day. Thus, 30 human months are merely 1 month for the ancestors. 360 human months are 1 year for the ancestors. 1 human year is 1 Dvaratara for the gods. The human year is divided into 2 ayanas, each consisting of 6 months. These are known as Uttarayana and Dakshinayana. Uttarayana is day for the gods and Dakshinayana is night. 30 human years are 1 month for the gods and 360 human years are 1 year for the gods. Time is divided into 4 yugas. These are known as Satya Yuga or Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga and Kali Yuga. The lengths of these yugas are defined in terms of years of the gods. Satya Yuga has 4,000 years of the gods, Treta Yuga 3,000, Dvapara Yuga 2,000 and Kali Yuga 1,000. A cycle of Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga and Kali Yuga is known as a Mahayuga. Thus, a Mahayuga would seem to consist of 10,000 years of the gods. But this is not quite correct. In between any 2 yugas are intervening periods, known as Sandhyamshas. For example, the Sandhyamsha for Satya Yuga is 400 years, for Treta Yuga 300 years, for Dvapara Yuga 200 years and for Kali Yuga 100 years. Once one adds the Sandhyamshas, a Mahayuga adds up to 12,000 years of the gods. A little over 71 yugas constitute 1 Manvantara. 14 such Manvantaras are 1 Kalpa. A Kalpa is merely 1 day for Brahma. At the end of Brahma's day, the universe is destroyed. It is then created afresh when a new day dawns for Brahma. The characteristics of the yugas. As one progressively moves down the scale from Satya Yuga to Kali Yuga, the power of righteous diminishes and evil starts to triumph. In Treta Yuga people were righteous. The system of Varnashrama Dharma goes back to Treta Yuga. This is typified in the principle of 4 Varnas and 4 Ashramas. The 4 Varnas are Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras. Each class has its proper place, each its assigned occupations as determined by the principles of division of labor. The 4 Ashramas are Brahmacharya, Garhasthya, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa. Everyone followed the tenets of Varnashrama Aharma in Treta Yuga. Individuals were equally handsome and equally wealthy. Poverty and disease were unknown. The weather was clement and, initially, there was no need to build houses. Cities and villages were not known. People lived freely in the mountains and on the shores of the oceans. But as people became evil, the weather turned inclement. Houses had to build so the people might be protected from the heat and the cold. Cities and villages were planned and constructed. Evil became even more prevalent in Dvapara Yuga. In some cases, individuals began to practice that which was against the dictates of Varnashrama Dharma. To bring men back to the righteous path, the knowledge of the sacred Vedas had to be disseminated amongst humans. To this end, the great Vedavyasa divided the Vedas into 4. Various other Shastras were also composed in Dvapara Yuga. These include Ayurveda, Jyotisha, and Arthashastra. Hatred, jealousy, warfare, and other evils first originated in Dvapara Yuga. Individuals did not stick to their own classes while marrying, and crossbreeds started to be born. But some remnants of righteousness could still be found, so that average life expectancies amounted to 2,000 years. Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 eras. Theft, hatred, falsehood, fraudulence, and egotism become the norm. As a natural corollary to such evils, drought and famine recur again and again. The Brahmans are led astray. They do not study the Vedas, nor do they perform yajanas. The Brahmanas degenerate so much that they mix with Shudras. As for the Shudras, they become kings. Can anything more ridiculous be imagined? Shudras even start to study the Vedas. Evil always has its effect. Disease becomes rampant and life expectancies go down. Vajranaga. Indra had killed many of Dithi's children, the Daityas. Dithi had wished to obtain a son who would kill Indra. But because she had not been able to adhere to the stipulated religious rites, the sons who had been born had become friends and companions of Indra. But Indra continued to attack and kill the demons. Dithi therefore prayed to her husband Kashyapa yet again that she might have a son who would defeat Indra. "Your wish will be granted," said Kashyapa. "But you will have to meditate hard for 10,000 years. Indra's weapon is the Vajra, and the son who will be born will have a body that is as tough as the Vajra will be able to do him no harm." Dithi meditated for 10,000 years and in due course, gave birth to this powerful son. Vajranga was invincible. When Vajranga grew up, Dithi told her son, "Indra has killed many of my sons. I am thirsting for revenge. Go and kill Indra." Vajranga set for heaven. He defeated Indra very easily and tied him up. He then brought Indra home to his mother and prepared to kill the king of the gods. Indra's death would have been a great calamity, and Brahma and Kashyapa rushed there. "Vajranga," they said, "please do not kill Indra. Let him go. If someone who deserves respect is insulted, that is like death for him. Indra has been defeated by you. He has therefore been insulted and is as good as dead. There is no need to physically kill him. Moreover, the very fact that you are letting Indra go at our request will be known to all. Even if he lives, everyone is going to regard him as dead. Listen to our request and let him go." "I am not averse to that suggestion at all," replied Vajranga. "I have no intention of killing Indra. I was merely obeying my mother's instructions. How can I refuse two such revered individuals like you? One of you is the creator of the whole universe and the other one is my own father. I will let Indra go. But please grant me a boon. Grant me the boon that I may be able to perform a lot of tapasya." This boon was readily granted. In addition, Brahma created a beautiful woman named Varangi and married her off to Vajranga. Vajranga went to the forest to meditate. For 1,000 years, he stood with his arms raised up towards the sky. And in this posture, he meditated. He then stood on his head for 1,000 years more and meditated. As a final part of the tapasya, he wished to meditate under the water for 1,000 years more. When Vajranga entered the water, his wife Varangi patiently waited for her husband to return. And all the while, she too meditated. But Indra was not going to let sleeping dogs lie. He adopted the form of a monkey and uprooted all the trees in Varangi's hermitage. He next adopted the form of a sheep and ate up all the grass that was there. As a snake, he tried to bite the lady. Finally, he adopted the form of a cloud and drenched the hermitage in torrents of rain. Since Varangi was meditating, she was in no position to retaliate or protect herself. She had to bear all these depredations. When the 1,000 years were over, Vajranga returned. He was shocked to learn of the tortures that his wife had been subjected to by Indra. He began to meditate again. This time, he wished for a son who would kill Indra. Brahma appeared and granted Vajranga the desired boon. "You will have a son who will be the scourge of the gods," said Brahma. "He will be called Tarka." For 1,000 years Varangi bore the baby in her womb. When Tarka was born, the earth trembled and tidal waves were created in the ocean. Fierce storms started to rage. Wild animals rejoiced and the sages shuddered. In due course, Tarka was crowned the king of the demons. Tarka's tapasya. Tarka was hell-bent upon defeating the gods. But he realized that, prior to waging war on the gods, he would have to become powerful. Such powers could not be attained through tapasya. Tarka went to the Paraparta mountains and selected a cave there for his meditation. For some days Tarka ate nothing, For some more days he survived only on water, and on other days he ate only leaves. Every day he sliced off some flesh from his body and offered it to the fire as a token of his devotion. All this hardship pleased Brahma, and he appeared before Tarka. "Enough is enough," said Brahma. "I am pleased at your devotion. What boon can I grant you? I want to fight with the gods," replied Tarka. "The gods have been giving the demons a hard time, and I intended to reverse the tide. Please grant me the boon that I may be invincible and immortal." "Immortality is not a boon that can be granted to any living being," said Brahma. "All living beings must die. But if you want, set fairly difficult conditions for your death. In that case, please grant me the boon that I can only be killed by a 7-year-old child," requested Tarka. Brahma gladly granted this boon. The war between the gods and the demons. Fortified with Brahma's boon, Tarka started to rule the demons. After some years had passed and after Tarka had raised a strong army, he decided to attack heaven. A huge army of demons was accordingly raised. There were thousands of elephants, horses, and chariots in the army. Apart from Tarka, the major generals in the army were Jamha, Kujamha, Mahisha, Kunjara, Megha, Kalanimi, Nimai, Mathana, Jamhaka, and Shumha. Diverse were the weapons that the demons armed themselves with. The gods also prepared themselves for the war, having first appointed Yama as their general. Yama rode into battle on a buffalo. Indra had his chariot, driven by his charioteer Madali. The fire god Agni rode on a goat, and Varuna, the lord of the oceans, rode a snake. Amongst the other gods who were in the army were Chandra, Surya, and Kubera, the god of prosperity and wealth. The war was terrible to behold. The trumpeting of elephants, the neighing of horses, and the beating of drums made a terrible racket. Above all this there was the noise of weapons clanging and bows twanging. Chariots fought with chariots, elephants with elephants, horses with horses, and foot soldiers with foot soldiers. The sky was thick with spears, maces, axes, swords, tridents, clubs, and arrows flying around. Dead bodies littered the battlefield, and rivers of blood began to flow. Yama fought a fierce duel with a demon named Grazana, and Kubera fought with Jamha. Kujamha also fought with Kubera and put Kubera to flight. Kalanimi fought with both Chandra and Surya. The two Ashvinis received a sound thrashing at Kalanimi's hands. The news that the gods were being slaughtered reached Vishnu, and Vishnu joined the fight. The demons immediately attacked Vishnu, but were no match for him. One of Vishnu's maces knocked Kalanimi unconscious. Vishnu's kakra sliced off Grazana's head. Jamha did manage to knock Vishnu unconscious with a club. But Indra slew Jamha with a divine weapon. The trouble, however, was with Tarka. When he came to fight, the gods had no option but to flee. Those who did not, were captured and imprisoned. The demon won a resounding victory. Brahma's advice. Those of the gods who had survived the battle and were still free started to pray to Brahma. "What can I do for you?" asked Brahma. "Why are all of you looking so despondent? You are the one who is responsible for our misfortune," replied the gods. "You have granted Tarka a boon that has made him virtually invincible. Armed with this boon, he is oppressing the universe and has soundly thrashed us. What are we to do now? There is no cause for such despondency," said Brahma. "Tarka is not immortal. He will be slain by a 7-year-old child. Unfortunately, that child has not yet been born. He will be the son of Shiva. The problem is that Shiva is unmarried. He was earlier married to Sati, but Sati immolated herself at the time of a yajna. She has now been reborn as Parvati. The task at hand is to get Shiva and Parvati married. Their son will kill Tarka. It was necessary to make Shiva fall in love with Parvati. Madana, the god of love, was sent by Indra to Shiva's hermitage so that this might be achieved. But because this disturbed Shiva's meditation, Shiva burnt Madana up. Meanwhile, Parvati had begun to perform tapasya so that she might have Shiva for a husband. For 100 years more, she ate only 1 leaf a day. And for the final 100 years, she meditated fasting. The 7 great sages went and told Shiva about Parvati's tapasya, and Shiva agreed to marry Parvati. The marriage took place amidst a great deal of fanfare. All the rivers and the mountains came to attend the ceremony. So did the sages, the gods, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, and the Yakshas. Brahma himself acted as the priest for the marriage ceremony. Kali becomes Gauri. On one particular occasion, Shiva addressed Parvati as Kali. The word Kali means dark, and Parvati thought that Shiva referring to her dark complexion. She did not realize that Shiva was merely trying to tease her a bit. Greatly incensed at the imagined slight, Parvati decided that she would meditate so that she might become fair. She wore clothing made of barks of trees and performed tapasya. In the summer she prayed inside a raging fire, and in the winter she prayed under the water. Sometimes, she ate only roots and fruits. At other times, she fasted. Prior to leaving for her tapasya, Parvati had instructed Nandi that he was to stand guard at Shiva's door and permit no other woman to enter. There was a demon named Adi. This fellow had performed a lot of tapasya and had managed to please Brahma. When Brahma agreed to grant him a boon, Adi asked for the boon of immortality. Brahma naturally refused this boon. He however granted Adi the boon that the demon would die only when he changed his form twice, not otherwise. Adi happened to come to Shiva and Parvati's house and discovered Nandi standing guard at the door. Wondering what there was to be guarded, he adopted the form of a snake and slithered in. Nandi did not notice the snake, but this was Adi's first transformation. Inside the house, Adi encountered Shiva and thought that he would play a trick on Shiva. He adopted Parvati's form. This was his second transformation. In the form of Parvati, Adi went up to Shiva and greeted him. Initially, Shiva did not realize that this was not Parvati. He greeted the demon and said, "Darling, I am delighted that you have returned. I can see that your rage has cooled down." But in a little while Shiva realized that this was not Parvati. He slew the demon. Meanwhile, Parvati was continuing with her tapasya and pleased Brahma with her prayers. Brahma granted her the boon that she would become fair. Since the word Gauri means fair, Parvati was thereafter known as Gauri. A goddess named Kaushiki emerged out of Parvati's cells, thus named because the word Kosha means cell. The darkness of Parvati's complexion entered Kaushiki's body. Brahma requested the goddess Kaushiki to go and live in the Vindhya mountains. She is therefore also known as Vindhyavasini. Kartikeya and Tarka. Kartikeya Skanda was born after some days. The boy shone with the radiance of 1,000 suns and had 6 faces. He was therefore also known as Shadanana. The gods armed Kartikeya with diverse weapons and appointed him their general. They requested him to kill the demon Tarka, and arrangements were made for the battle. When Tarka saw Kartikeya, he said, "What is a boy like you doing in a battlefield? Go and play with a ball instead." "A battlefield is not the place for idle talk," replied Kartikeya. "Show me your prowess instead." At these words, Tarka flung a club at Kartikeya. But Kartikeya easily repelled the club with a vajra. The demon next hurled an axe, but Kartikeya effortlessly caught the axe in his hand. He then struck the demon with a club of his own. This angered Tarka so much that the demon showered all sorts of weapons on Kartikeya. But the boy repelled all of these and started to kill demons with his own weapons. Many demons fled in dismay. As for Tarka himself, Kartikeya's spear pierced him in the chest and killed him. Thus it was that Brahma's boon became true. Hiranyakashipu. Dithi had a son named Hiranyakashipu. This demon meditated for 11,000 years under the water. Throughout this period, he did not eat or talk at all. These meditations pleased Brahma, and Brahma offered to grant Hiranyakashipu a boon. "What boon do you wish for?" he asked. "If you are pleased, grant me the following boon," replied the demon. "I will not be killed by gods, demons, Gandharvas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, or snakes. I will not be killed by humans or ghosts. The sages will not be able to curse me. I will not be killed by a weapon, a mountain, or a tree. I will not be killed during the day or at night. I will not be killed by something that is dry or by something that is wet. This rather strange boon Brahma granted. But the sages, the gods, the Gandharvas, and the snakes went and complained to Brahma. What have you done? They asked. This demon is now going to oppress the entire universe. Don't worry, replied Brahma. When the time comes, Vishnu himself will kill Hiranyakashipu. But true to expectations, the demon started to oppress the world. He destroyed the hermitages of the sages and drove the gods out of heaven. All yajanas were stopped. The gods and the sages started praying to Vishnu. Stirred by these prayers, Vishnu adopted the form of a strange being who was half man and half lion. Since Nara means man and Singha means lion, this being was called Narasimha. Narasimha went on a visit to Hiranyakashipu's court. Hiranyakashipu had a son named Prahlada, and at the sight of Narasimha, Prahlada exclaimed, I have a strong suspicion that this being is none other than Vishnu and that we demons will suffer at his hands. Hiranyakashipu asked his soldiers to capture the creature. Or, if that proved to be impossible, to kill it. But the soldiers could do no such thing. Narasimha killed them all. Hiranyakashipu then himself hurled all sorts of weapons at Narasimha. But great was his bewilderment at finding that all these weapons could do the strange creature no harm. Any weapons could do the strange creature no harm. Any weapon that was hurled was simply swallowed up by Narasimha. The rocks that were flung at him could not even reach him. Narasimha grasped Hiranyakashipu and placed him across his thighs. He then tore apart the demon's chest with his claws. Thus, Hiranyakashipu was not killed by a weapon, a mountain, or a tree, or by something that was either wet or dry. Vishnu in his Narasimha form was not a god, a demon, a Gandharva, a Yaksha, a Rakshasa, a snake, a human or a ghost. Since the slaying took place in the evening, it was neither night nor day. All the conditions of Brahma's boon were met. The entire world rejoiced at the demon king's death. Savitri. There used to be a king named Ashvapati who ruled in the kingdom of Madra. Ashvapati had no sons. He therefore began to pray to the goddess Savitri so that he might have a son. He performed thousands and thousands of yajanas. Eventually the goddess appeared before the king and said, You will not have a son. But I am going to grant you a daughter. The daughter was named Malati. But since she was born as a result of a boon received from the goddess Savitri, she was more popularly known as Savitri. When Savitri grew up, she was married to Satyavana, the son of King Dhyamatsana. The sage Narada once came to visit them and told them, Satyavana is going to die within a year. Hearing this, Savitri and Satyavana went off to the forest to prepare themselves for the impending death. When only 4 days of the appointed lifespan were left, Savitri observed a religious rite that has now become famous, Savitri Rata. Amongst other things, this involved fasting for a period of 3 days. On the 4th and final day, Satyavana went to collect fodder, roots, and fruits in the dense part of the forest, and Savitri also accompanied her husband. When they were tired, Savitri sat down beside a pond to rest. Satyavana continued to collect fodder and firewood near the pond. While he was thus engaged, he started to suffer from a splitting headache. Savitri, he said, I cannot bear this pain any longer. Let me rest for a while with my head in your lap. While Satyavana was resting with his head on Savitri's lap, Yama arrived to claim Satyavana. Yama's complexion was dark and he was dressed entirely in yellow. His crown was golden. Armlets graced his arms and necklaces hung around his neck. In each human body there is an entity that is only the size of a finger in length. This is the part of the body that is claimed by Yama and taken to his abode. When this is done, only the dead body is left. Yama tied up Satyavana's minute body in a noose and prepared to take it to his abode. But when Yama left, Savitri followed him. Where do you think you are going? Asked Yama. I am following my husband, replied Savitri. There is no greater duty for a wife than serving her husband. Since my husband is leaving, I have to leave with him. I am pleased at your devotion, said Yama. Ask for a boon and I shall grant it to you. The only thing that you cannot ask for is that Satyavana be brought back to life. My father-in-law has become blind, replied Savatthi. He can therefore no longer be the king. Please grant me the boon that his eyesight is restored so that he can become the king again. I grant you that, said Yama. Now please return. You will unnecessarily get tired if you follow me. How I can get tired if I follow you? Asked Savatthi. You are the chief of all the gods. Is it possible to get tired if one follows you? That pleases me even more, said Yama. Ask for another boon. But under no circumstances are you allowed to ask that Satyavana be brought back to life. My father has no sons, replied Savatthi. Please grant me the boon that he may have 100 sons. I grant you that, said Yama. Now return. Go and perform your husband's funeral rites. Serve your parents and parents-in-law well. You are unnecessarily tiring yourself by following me around. I thank you for your advice, replied Savatthi. But I have already told you that I cannot possibly get tired. You are the Lord of Dharma, the Lord of righteousness. Can one possibly tire oneself by following such a person? Your devotion is truly amazing. Ask for another boon. But do not ask for Satyavana's life. Please grant me the boon that Satyavana and I may have 100 sons, requested Savatthi. Yama granted the boon without thinking, and Savatthi then pointed out that what Yama had agreed to would be impossible if Satyavana died. Yama had no option but to restore Satyavana to life. Yama blessed Savatthi and went away. In due course, Satyavana and Savatthi had 100 sons named that Malvas. Savatthi is a model for all devoted wives to follow. Vala. There was a demon named Vala who was descended from Hiranyakashipu. Extremely strong, he defeated the gods and drove them out of heaven. The mother of all the gods was Utti, and Utti was despondent that her sons should suffer so at the hands of demons. She therefore began to pray to Vishnu so that she might have a powerful son who would provide a fitting reply to Utti demons, particularly to Vala. For 1,000 years, Utti meditated. Vishnu was pleased at these prayers and appeared before Utti. What boon do you wish for? He asked. The demons are oppressing my children, replied Utti. Please grant me a son who will defeat the demons. Do not despair, said Vishnu. I myself will be born as your son. I will take care of the demons. You will remember that Utti's husband was the sage Kashyapa. Kashyapa and Utti accordingly had a son. This son was a dwarf. Vala happened to organize a yajna, and the dwarf came to attend the ceremony. On the occasion of the yajna, Vala had decided that he would not refuse anyone what he asked for. Shukrakarya was the preceptor of the demons, and naturally, he was Vala guru as well. Shukrakarya saw through the trickery that was involved and realized that the dwarf was none other than Vishnu. He tried to put Vala on his guard and warned Vala that he should not grant what the dwarf asked for. But Vala would not listen. Vishnu is the Lord of everything, he said. I am indeed fortunate if Vishnu has come to grace my ceremony in the disguise of a dwarf. How can I refuse what he asks for? Vala welcomed the dwarf with offerings. What is your desire? He asked. I am duty bound to give you what you ask for. I desire nothing much, replied the dwarf. I do not want gold or riches or elephants or horses. All that I ask for is as much of land as can be covered in 3 of my footsteps. Granted, said Vala. No sooner were the words uttered that he dwarf assumed a gigantic form. His head rose way up into the sky. With each one of his footsteps, Vishnu covered one of the 3 worlds. Thus Vala ended up by donating all of the 3 worlds to Vishnu, and there was nowhere for the demons to live in. But Vishnu was pleased at Vala's generosity. He therefore decreed that, henceforth, the demons would live in the underworld. As for heaven, it was returned to Indra. This was the story of Vishnu's dwarf incarnation. The boar incarnation. At the end of the last kalpa, there was a general destruction and the universe was flooded with water. Vishnu alone slept on this water in his form of Narayana. When it was time for creation to begin, Brahma appeared inside an egg. All the worlds that would be there in the universe and all the beings who would populate these worlds were inside the egg. But before creation could start, The earth had to be created so that living beings might have a place to live in. When the earth was first created, it was full of mountain ranges, and these mountains were exceedingly heavy. The upshot of this was that the earth could not bear the weight of these mountains and started to get immersed in the water. She went all the way down to the underworld. The earth started to pray to Vishnu so that she might be saved. Vishnu adopted the form of a gigantic boar. He entered the water and raised the earth up on his tusks. He laid her to rest on the water, having first levelled out the mountains. This was the story of Vishnu's boar incarnation. The churning of the ocean. The gods and the demons always fought with one another. In the process, many demons and gods were killed. This was no problem for the demons. Their teacher, Shukrakarya, knew the art of Mridasanjivani and immediately brought the dead demons back to life. But the gods who were killed stayed dead. The gods went to Brahma for his advice. Having a temporary truce with the demons, said Brahma, "Unite with them and churn the ocean. This churning will make you immortal and you will have no reason to fear the demons." The gods went to meet Vala, the king of the demons, with the proposal, and Vala agreed to the temporary truce. Preparations were made for the churning of the ocean. Mount Mandara was used as the rod for churning, and the great snake Vasuki agreed to be the churning rope. The problem, however, was the Mount Mandara had no base to rest on. And without a base, the peak would move and the churning could not proceed. The great Vishnu adopted the form of a huge turtle. The back of the turtle provided the base on which Mount Mandara could rest. The churning started. The gods held Vasuki's tail and the demons the head. The churning went on for 1,000 years of the gods. The first object to emerge as a result of the churning was the moon, Chandra. Shiva accepted Chandra as an adornment for his forehead. Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth and prosperity, merged next and was united with Vishnu. Sura, the goddess of wine and drinking, came out next. She was followed by the divine horse Uchchayashrava. This was appropriated by Indra. A beautiful jewel named Kaustubha came out next and was accepted by Vishnu as his adornment. After these wondrous objects had come out, smoke started to billow out and clouded the atmosphere. The cloud was followed by tongues of fire which threatened to burn up the gods and the demons. From the fire there came out all sorts of poisonous snakes and venomous insects. This was followed by a terrible poison known as Kalakuta. No one knew what to do with the poison, it would have killed them all. The gods and the demons began to pray to Shiva for deliverance. Shiva appeared and swallowed up the poison. It stuck in his throat and made his throat blue in color. Since Nilo means blue and Kanta means throat, Shiva came to be known as Nilkantha. With the danger removed, the churning continued and Dhanvantari came out of the ocean. He was the physician of the gods and the originator of medicine. Dhanvantari held the pot of Amrita in his hands. The demons immediately started to fight over the possession of the Amrita. But Vishnu adopted the form of a beautiful woman. This woman was so pretty that all the demons fell in love with her and gladly handed over the pot of Amrita to her. But they continued to fight with the gods. While the fighting went on, Vishnu secretly fed the gods the Amrita. The gods became immortal. The demons received no Amrita, not a single drop. That was not quite true. There was a demon named Rahu. He adopted the form of a god and managed to get a little bit of the Amrita. But Surya and Chandra spotted the deception and pointed it out to Vishnu. Vishnu promptly severed Rahu's head with his chakra. The Amrita never percolated down beyond Rahu's throat. But the demon's head had had its share of the Amrita and became immortal. Rahu never forgave Surya and Chandra for telling on him. Rahu's head tries to swallow up the sun and the moon, given a chance. You can see this happening at the time of the solar and lunar eclipses. This was the story of Vishnu's turtle incarnation. Architecture. The science of architecture owes its origin to 18 great sages. Their names are Bhrigu, Atrai, Vashishtha, Vishvakarma, Maya, Narada, Nagnajita, Vishalaksha, Puranadara, Brahma, Kartikeya, Nandishvara, Shaunaka, Garga, Vasudev, Anirudh, Shukra, and Brihaspati. The building of a house should never be begun in the month of Chaitra. A person who does this is sure to contract a disease. The month of Vaishakha is a good time to begin. One who does this is bound to own many cows. The months of Agrahayana, Magha, and Falguna are also auspicious. An individual who begins the task in Agrahayana has full granaries, one who begins it in Magha attains all sorts of riches, and one who begins it in Falguna obtains gold and sons. Ashada is also a good month to start. Servants and animals are owed by a person who starts the building in Ashada. But the months of Jyeshtha, Shravan, Bhadra, Ashvina, and Pausha are inauspicious. If you start in Jyeshtha, you will die soon. You will also die if you begin in Shravan, begin in Bhadra, and you will suffer from all manner of less. Your wife will die if you start the task in the month of Ashvina, and all your goods will be stolen if you start in the month of Pausha. It is best to begin the building of a house when the nakshatras Ashvini, Rohini, Mula, Uttara Bhadrapada, Uttarashada, Uttara Falguni, or Mrigashira are in the sky. Any day is permissible with the exception of Sunday and Tuesday. The ground on which the house is to be built has to be tested. A pit should be dug and a sapling planted. If the sapling thrives and grows into a big tree, the ground has been well chosen. But if the tree withers away or does not grow into a strong tree, one ought to move somewhere else. A diagram is then drawn on the ground, in the form of a square with 81 smaller squares inside it. That is, the larger square will be subdivided into 9 squares along every side. 9 multiplied by 9 gives the 81 smaller squares. In each of these 81 smaller squares, a specific god has to be worshipped. There are different types of houses. A house that has doors on all 4 sides is known as a Sarvedobhadra. Such a configuration is recommended for palaces or temples. A house that does not have a door to the west is known as a Nandyavarta. A house that does not have a door to the south is known as a Vardhamana. A house that does not have a door to the east is known as a Svastika, and a house that does not have a door to the north is known as Rushaka. A palace should be 108 cubits in length. If a prince, and not a king, is to live in the palace, 66 cubits are the recommended length. Other recommended lengths are 64 cubits for generals, 48 cubits for ministers, 28 cubits for artisans, and 12 cubits for messengers and guards. Priests and physicians are entitled to 24 cubits. An ordinary householder should build a house that is 32 cubits in length. The sole exception is an outcast. He is entitled to only 16 cubits. There should not be any trees in the front of the house. But trees have to be planted towards the back. The wood with which the house has to be built must be carefully chosen. One must not cut down a tree that birds have built nests on. Certain trees must never be chosen. These include those that have been gashed by an elephant or struck by lightning. They also include trees that grow near temples or at the of rivers, and trees from cremation grounds. Neem trees and mango trees must never be used for building houses. The height of the tree should be multiplied by its circumference. This product should now be divided by 8. If the remainder that is left is 1, the timber can be used in building any part of the house. Such timber is known as dvaha. When the remainder is 2, the timber is known vrisha and should be used in constructing the western door. When the remainder is 3, the timber is called singha and should be used for the northern door. The name is varishaba if the remainder is 4, and such wood should be used for the eastern door. When the remainder is 5, the timber is given the name of hasti and should be used for the southern door. Idols. Idols have to be instated in temples. Vishnu's image should have either 8 hands or 4. If there are 8 hands, the arms to the right should hold a shankha, a gada, a shara, and a padma. The arms to the left should hold dhanu, a padma, a shankha, and a chakra. If there are 4 hands, the mace and the lotus should be to the right and the chakra and the conch shell to the left. Vishnu will be shown standing on the world. Garuda, the king of the birds, bears him around. Garuda will therefore be shown at Vishnu's feet, towards the right. Lakshmi's image must always be to the left of Vishnu's image, and Lakshmi will hold a lotus in her hand. The best idols are made out of gold, silver, copper, jewels, stone, wood, from alloys. The proportions of the various parts of the body must be exactly right. Shiva's image must have matted hair and he must wear a crescent moon on his forehead. The idol must convey the impression that Shiva is 16 years old. Shiva must be dressed in tiger skin and must be garlanded with snakes. A peacock feather should adorn on ear. If a spear, a rod, or a trident are shown, they must be to the right. And if a skull, a snake, or a sword are shown, they must be to the left. When Shiva is shown riding a bull, his image has 2 hands. But when he is shown in a dancing posture, the image has 10 hands. If the intention is to show him destroying Tripura, the image must have 16 hands. There is one particular image that deserves special mention. This is known as Ardhanarishvara, half male and half female. The Shiva part of the image will be to the right and the Parvati part of the image will be to the left. The right hand of the image will hold a skull or a trident and the left hand of the image will hold a lotus or a mirror. There is another type of image known as Uma Maheshvara. In this case, there are 2 separate images, one of Shiva and the other of Parvati. The idols of various other gods and goddesses are also described. Pavilions. These are classified in terms of the number of pillars that are used in their construction, and there are 27 main types of pavilions. A Pushpaka pavilion has 64 pillars. A Pushpabhadra pavilion has 62 pillars. A Suvrata pavilion has 60 pillars. An Amritanandana pavilion has 58 pillars. A Dushalya pavilion has 56 pillars. A Buddhasamkarna pavilion has 54 pillars. A Gajabhadra pavilion has 52 pillars. A Jayavaha pavilion has 50 pillars. A Srivatsa pavilion has 48 pillars. A Vijaya pavilion has 46 pillars. A Vastukirti pavilion has 44 pillars. A Shrutanjaya pavilion has 42 pillars. A Yajanabhadra pavilion has 40 pillars. A Vishala pavilion has 38 pillars. A Sushlishta pavilion has 36 pillars. A Shatrumardana pavilion has 34 pillars. A Bhagapancha pavilion has 32 pillars. A Nandana pavilion has 30 pillars. A Manava pavilion has 28 pillars. A Manabhadraka pavilion has 26 pillars. A Sugrava pavilion has 24 pillars. A Herda pavilion has 22 pillars. A Karnakara pavilion has 20 pillars. A Shatardhika pavilion has 18 pillars. A Singha pavilion has 16 pillars. A Shyamabhadra pavilion has 14 pillars. A Samudra pavilion has 12 pillars. Pavilions should be triangular, semicircular, or rectangular. Donations. There are different methods of donating alms. One of the most sacred is known as Tula Purusha. In this, a pair of scales is used. The person who is donating the alms ascends on one side of the scales and gold is placed on the other side until the scales are exactly balanced. This is the amount of gold that has to be donated if punya is to be acquired. A second sort of donation is known as Hiranyagarbha. In this, a pot full of gold is donated. In a third form of donation, a model of the universe is fashioned out of gold and donated. This form of donation is therefore known as Brahmanda. The fourth form of donation is known as Kalpadopa. In this, a tree is made out of gold and donated. The fifth form of donation is known as Gosahasra and involves the donation of 1,000 cows. The sixth form of donation is known as Kamadanu. The object of donation in this case is a cow and calf, both made out of gold. The seventh form of donation is similar and is known as Hiranyashva. A horse made out of gold is donated. The eighth form of donation is called Ashvaratha. A horse and 4 chariots have to be donated and both have to be made out of gold. Hemahastirata is the ninth form of donation. The objects or donation in this case are an elephant and a chariot made out of gold. The 10th form of donation is known as Panchalangalaka. In this case, 10 plows are donated. 5 of them have to be made of wood and the remaining 5 have to be made of gold. The 11th form of donation is dhara. In his case a golden model of the earth is donated. The 12th form of donation is known as Vishvachakra. The object that is donated is again a model made out of gold. The model is that of the universe in the shape of a wheel. The 13th form of donation is Mahakalapalaka. 10 creepers made out of God are donated. The 14th form of donation is Saptasagara. Pits are made in the ground, there being 7 of them. Each pit stands for one of the 7 oceans. In the first pit is put salt, in the second milk, in the third clarified butter, in the fourth molasses, in the fifth curds, in the sixth sugar and in the 7th holy water. An image of a god or goddess is then placed in each pit, Brahma in the first, Vishnu in the second, Shiva in the third, Surya in the fourth, Yama in the fifth, Lakshmi in the sixth and Parvati in the 7th. The images must be made out of gold. The pits are then filled to the brim with jewels and the entire contents donated. The 15th form of donation is called Ratnadanu. In this case, a cow made out of gold is donated. The nose, the eyes, the brows, and various other parts of the cow should be made out of jewels. The 16th form of donation is called Mahabhutagata. A pot is made out of gold, filled with jewels and donated. These different forms of donation are superior to all other forms of donation, and bring undying punya. Epilogue. Lomaharshana completed his recital of the Matsya Purana. This text is exceedingly sacred. A person who reads even one chapter of the text goes to heaven and all his sins are forgiven. The sages thanked Lomaharshana and departed. Home. 16 Vayu Purana. Lomaharshana and the other sages. King Adisamakrishna ruled the earth well. During his reign, several sages organized a yajna on the banks of the sacred river Drishadvati. The river flowed through the region that was known as Kurukshetra. The sacrifice went on for a very long time and the sage Lomaharshana came to visit the sages who were conducting the ceremony. Lomaharshana was so named because his recitals thrilled the body hair of his listeners. Lomaharshana was the disciple of the great sage Vedavyasa and had learnt the Puranas from his teacher. He was also well versed in the Vedas and in the stories of the Mahabharata. As soon as Lomaharshana arrived, the other sages greeted him warmly. Lomaharshana greeted them in return. The assembled sages told Lomaharshana, "Great Sutta, we are gratified that you have decided to grace our ceremony by your august presence. This is an auspicious occasion for telling us the stories of the Puranas. You have learnt them from the great Vedavyasa himself. Please recite the Puranas and slake our thirst for knowledge." Lomaharshana belonged to the Sutta class. A Sutta was the son of a Kshatriya mother. Looking after horses and acting as charioteers were occupations that were prescribed for Suttas. In addition, they sung the glories of kings. The accounts of the Puranas state that Suttas were first born when the great king Prithu organized a yajna. They accordingly became raconteurs of the great deeds of Prithu, and thereafter, of all kings. They also recited the stories of the Puranas. "I am a Sutta," replied Lomaharshana. "It is therefore my duty to recite the Puranas. You have asked me to do that which is my duty. I shall gladly accede to your request." The ancestors had a daughter named Vasvi. She was cursed that she would be born as a fish. This fish had a daughter. The great Vedavyasa was born as Satyavati's son. Vedavyasa learnt the Vedas from the great sage Jatakarna. He also composed the Mahabharata and the Puranas. "I have learnt the Puranas from Vidvyasa," continued Lomaharshana. There were several sages who lived in the forest known as Naimisharanya. They requested the wind god Vayu to tell them the answers to many questions. Vayu's replies constitute the Vayu Purana, and this is the text that I shall recite for your benefit. It is the most sacred of all the Puranas and is full of wisdom. "What is this business of Vayu reciting the Purana to the sages of Naimisharanya?" asked the assembled sages. "We are not aware of it." "Please tell us about it first," Lomaharshana complied. Naimisharanya forest is on the banks of the river Gomathi. At a time when King Pururava used to rule the earth, Many sages organized a yajna in Namas Haranya. The chief priest at this ceremony was Brihaspati, the preceptor of the gods, and the ceremony went on for 12 long years. When the ceremony was over, the wind god Vayu recited the Vayu Purana to the sages. In reciting the text, Loma Harishana began with the account of the creation. Creation. In the beginning, there was nothing in the universe. The Brahman alone was everywhere. The Brahman had neither color nor scent, it could not be felt or touched. It had no origin, no beginning, or no end. The Brahman was constant and it was the origin of everything that was destined to be in the universe, and the universe was shrouded in darkness. When it was time for creation to begin, the Brahman divided itself into three. The first part became Brahma, the creator of the universe. The second part was Vishnu, the preserver of the universe. And the third part was Shiva, the destroyer. At the time of creation, water appeared in the universe and the water was everywhere. In the water was created a golden egg that floated like a gigantic bubble. Brahma was born inside the egg. Since Garbha means womb, Brahma came to be known as Hiranyagarbha. Since he effectively created himself, he is also referred to as Svayambhu. Brahma had 4 faces. Also inside the egg were all the worlds that would be created, in embryonic form. The earth was there, with its land, mountains, oceans, and rivers. The moon, the sun, the stars, and the planets were there. Also present were gods, demons, humans, and other living beings who would be created. This was the original creation of the universe. But at the end of one of Brahma's days, a minor destruction takes place. The universe is once again flooded with water during Brahma's night. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are not, however, destroyed. Each of Brahma's days is known as a kalpa. Thus, a minor destruction takes place at the end of every kalpa. When a new day dawns for Brahma, creation begins afresh. This periodical process of destruction and recreation is known as Pratisarga. The present kalpa is known as Varha-kalpa. Why is the present kalpa known as the Varha-kalpa? Asked the sages. Loma Harishana told them the story of Vishnu's boar incarnation. Varha-kalpa. At the end of the last kalpa, there was a destruction and the universe was flooded with water. Vishnu slept on the water as long as Brahma's night lasted. Since Nara means water and Anyana means resting place, Vishnu is accordingly known as Narayana. When Brahma's day dawned, he wished to embark on the process of creation. But where would the created beings live? There was no earth for them to live on. The earth had been submerged under the water. Vishnu therefore adopted the form of a huge boar. The boar's body was as large as a mountain and it had gigantic tusks that were exceedingly sharp. The eyes of the boar blazed like lightning and its roar thundered like the clouds. As a boar, Vishnu entered the water and began to search for the earth. He found the submerged earth and raised it up to its proper place on the tusks of the boar. The earth began to float on the water like a huge boat. Vishnu also leveled out parts of the earth. The mountains that had existed on earth in the earlier kalpa had been burnt down by the fire that raged at the time of the destruction. Vishnu created new mountains. Because they did not move, the mountains came to be known as Achla. And since they had layers or ranges, they came to be known as Parvata. The land masses were also created. The creation of living beings could now begin. And since the creation of this kalpa took place after Vishnu's boar incarnation, the cycle came to be called Varha-kalpa. Brahma created water, fire, air, the sky, directions, heaven, oceans, rivers, mountains, and trees. He also created time, night, and days. Through his mental powers, he created 3 sons named Sanandana, Sanaka, and Sanatana. In each kalpa, there are 14 manvantaras. Each manvantara is ruled over by a Manu. The gods and the 7 great sages change from one manvantara to another. The title of Indra, king of the gods, also changes hands. In any one particular manvantara, there are 28 crores of gods. Therefore, in 14 manvantaras, There are 392 crores of gods. Yugas. There are roughly 71 Maha-yugas in a Manvantara. A Mahayuga lasts for 12,000 years of the gods and consists of 4 different eras or yugas: Satya Yuga or Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. Satya Yuga lasts for 4,000 years of the gods: Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. Satya Yuga lasts for 4,000 years of the gods: Treta Yuga for 3,000, Dvapara Yuga for 2,000, and Kali Yuga for 1,000. This adds up to 10,000 years in a Mahayuga. Another 2,000 years are to be added for intervening periods between 2 yugas. Hence the total of 12,000 years in a Mahayuga. In Satya Yuga, winter, summer and monsoon were unknown. All individuals were equally handsome, equally prosperous, and equally happy. There was no concept of dharma or adharma since people were naturally righteous. There were no prescribed places where people lived, there were no cities or villages. People lived freely on the shores of the oceans and in the mountains. Roots, fruits, or flowers did not grow. People lived on juice that came out of the bowels of the earth. This juice was so miraculous that old age and disease were unknown. Hatred and envy did not exist. There was nothing to be envious about, since all individuals were equal. Moreover, people had the mental power to summon up whatever object they desired. There were no shortages. As one moved from Satya Yuga to Treta Yuga, these mental powers that people possessed disappeared. The primary obsession of individuals in Satya Yuga was meditation, in Treta Yuga it became knowledge. Thick clouds appeared in the sky and it began to rain. This rain fostered the growth of various trees. People started to live on the fruits of these trees. The trees also provided barks for clothing and honey. These trees were so wonderful that they were known as kalpavrikshas. That is, they provided whatever it was that one desired. But as Treta Yuga progressed, people became evil and started to fight over the possession of these trees. Consequently, the trees began to wither away. It was then that habitations started to be built. Earlier there had been no fixed dwelling places for humans. Such habitations were built on mountain and near rivers. Villages and cities were constructed. It also became necessary to have units of measurement. The smallest unit of measurement was an anguli. 10 angulis made 1 pradesha. This signified the length from the thumb to the extended index finger. The distance from the thumb to the extended middle finger was tata, from the thumb to the extended ringokarna, and from the thumb to the extended little finger vidasti. Thus, 12 angulis were equivalent to 1 vidasti. 21 angulis made 1 ratni and 24 angulis made 1 asta. 42 angulis were called 1 kishku. 4 astas made 1 dhanu, 2,000 dhanus were 1 gavayati, and 4 gavayatis constituted 1 yojana. Thus, 1 yojana was made up of 8,000 dhanus. The yojana was the basic unit for measuring the sizes of human habitations. The houses that men built were known as shalas. This is because they were modeled on trees. The branches of a tree spread out in all directions. Since the houses spread out in this fashion, they were called shalas. The palaces were called prasada, the word signifying that these dwellings pleased the mind. The kalpavrikshas having disappeared, people had to look for means of sustenance. This they found in trees and herbs. In fact, the discovery of herbs goes back to Treta Yuga. But people became evil. They fought over the possessions of rivers, land, mountains, trees, and herbs. Might became right and those who were strong managed to establish property rights. The weak suffered. The result of all this fighting was that the trees and the herbs disappeared and food grains grew no longer. The entire earth was swallowed up by thick forests. Suffering from hunger and thirst, people went to Brahma in search of a solution. Brahma milked the earth so that trees, herbs, and food grains might grow afresh. To make sure that people did not fight again, Brahma laid down the precepts of righteous conduct. This was encapsulated in the principle of Varnashrama Dharma, the system of 4 Varnas and 4 Ashramas. The principle of Varnashrama Dharma thus dates back to Treta Yuga and was enunciated by Brahma himself. People are divided into 4 Varnas. The first class is that of Brahmanas. The Brahmanas are those who are knowledgeable in the true nature of the Brahman. Their primary occupations are performing sacrifices, studying, and receiving alms. The second class consists of Kshatriyas. Their primary duties are to bear arms so that they can protect the good and punish the evil. They must also rule and fight. The third class consists of Vaishyas. The primary duties of Vaishyas are agriculture, animal husbandry, and trade. The fourth and final class is that of Shudras. The Shudras are to serve the other 3 classes and act as artisans. They are not permitted to study, perform sacrifices, or donate alms. These are only permitted for the first 3 classes. A Brahmana who performs his duties well gets to live Brahma, such a Kshatriya gets to live with Indra, such a Vaishya with the gods, the Maruts, and such a Shudra with the Gandharvas. Brahma also laid down the system of the 4 ashramas. The first one is Brahmacharya, the second Garhasthya, the third Vanaprastha. In Brahmacharya stage, one has to study and serve one's teacher well. After this period is over, one is married and enters the householder stage. A householder has to perform sacrifices and serve his guests. Garhasthya is superior to the other 3 ashramas, since it is on the alms provided by householders that individuals in the other 3 stages of life subsist. When the householder stage is over and one has had sons, one enters Vanaprastha. Such a person retires to the forest and lives on fruits and roots. It is only when the mind is completely detached from material pursuits that one moves on to the final stage of sannyasa. Creation continued. From his mental powers Brahma created 10 sons. Their names were Bhrigu, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Kratu, Angara, Marishi, Daksha, Atrai, Vashishtha and Rudra. The first 9 became sages and were known as the original Brahmanas. To ensure that creation progressed, Brahma divided his own body into 2 halves. The male half was known as Svayabhuva Manu and the female half was known as Shatrupa. These 2 married and had 2 sons named Priyavrata and Uttanapada. They also had 2 daughters named Akuti and Prasyuti. Prasyuti married Daksha and they had 24 daughters. These 24 daughters became the mothers of all living beings. 13 of the daughters were married to Dharma. Of the remaining 11 daughters, Sati was married to Shiva, Khyati to Bhrigu, Samhuti to Marishi, Smriti to Angara, Priti to Pulasatya, Kshama to Pulaha, Sunati to Kratu, Ansuya to Atrai, Urjaya to Vashishtha, Svaha to Agni, and Svadha to Agni, Svadha to the ancestors. Brahma told Shiva, "Why don't you create some beings?" Shiva agreed with alacrity. But all the beings whom Shiva created were just like him in form. That is, they were immortal. "What are you doing?" exclaimed Brahma. "Don't create beings who are immortal. Create those that are mortal." "I will not create mortal beings," replied Shiva. "Then stop creating," responded Brahma. "I will take care of creation myself." Shiva ceased to create. But the beings whom he had already created came to be known as the Rudras. They were given rights to offering made at sacrifices, together with the other gods. Yoga. Shiva taught the world the technique of yoga. Yoga literally means union and is a form of meditation that teaches about the union between the individual human soul and the divine soul. It is this knowledge that is strived for by those who meditate. And one who does not appreciate this union suffers from illusions. Yoga has 5 components. These are pranayama, dhyana, pratyahara, dharana and smarana. Pranayama signifies control over the breath of life. A lion or an elephant is a wild animal. But if lions or elephants are caught and tamed, they can be made to serve man's purpose. Exactly similarly, when the breath of life is controlled and mastered, an individual can use it to serve his own will. Pranayama must always be practiced in a proper posture. Pratyahara signifies the withdrawal of the senses from material attachments. The next step is dharana. One chooses the image that one is contemplating and fixes it in one's mind. In the process, it is best to concentrate on the tip of one's nose or at the center of one's brows. When the image has been thus fixed, one can begin the actual process of meditation. Yoga must, however, always be practiced in a proper place and at a proper time. It must not be practiced in the middle of the forest, near a fire, or at a place frequented by wild animals and insects. There must not be any noise to distract the practitioner. Nor must yoga be practiced when one is hungry or thirsty, or in an unhappy state of mind. If these injunctions are not adhered to, yoga can bring great harm. It can lead to illness, dumbness, deafness, blindness, and old age before the appointed time. But practiced properly, yoga is a cure for various illnesses. When one is practicing yoga, there are various disturbances and distractions that impede the progress towards the desired goals. These are known as upasargas. For example, one might become overly attached to relations, to becoming wealthy or to attaining heaven. Noises are heard, although there are no real noises at all. Demons, gods, and gandharvas are seen. All of these are illusions and have to be conquered. When the upasargas are successfully conquered, a practitioner of yoga attains various powers. These are known as Aishvarya. There are 8 of these powers. The first is known as anima. This enables the individual to obtain whatever object he desires from anywhere in the universe instantly. The second is known as lagama. This enables one to travel through the sky. The third power is prapti. By means of this, any object in the 3 worlds can be attained. The fourth power is called prakamiya. This gives the individual the power to obtain all the wealth of the universe. The fifth power is called mahima. Through this power, one can be connected to any place or any object in the universe. The sixth power of Ishittva gives one the capability to cause happiness or unhappiness anywhere in the 3 worlds. The seventh power is Vashittva. This grants the power to control other living beings and all objects. The final power is known as Kamavasayata. By means of this, the individual can travel freely at will. A person who attains these powers knows no birth, death, old age, illness, happiness, or unhappiness. The senses mean nothing to him. Nor do material objects. His mind is fixed only on the Brahman. Everything else is unreal. Dreams and omens. Dreams and omens help people to predict the future. A person who cannot see the pole star or the Milky Way will die within the space of a year. If the sun seems to be fated to you, you will not live for more than 11 months. A person who dreams of vomiting gold or silver is not destined to live for more than 10 months. If one's footmarks on dust or mud are not complete, one will die within 7 months. If a vulture, a crow, or a dove, alights on your head, that is a reason for sorrow. That means that you will die within 6 months. A person whose reflection is distorted, or a person who is suddenly surrounded by a cloud of dust, will live for 4 or 5 months at the most. If one sees lightning although there are no clouds in the sky, or if one sees a rainbow in the water, the indicated lifespan is merely of 2 or 3 months. If a person sees that his reflection has a severed head, he will live for only 1 month. A person who reeks of the smell of dead bodies has but a fortnight to live. If you find that your feet are dry after taking a bath, that is a reason for great sorrow. That means that you will die within a space of 10 days. The implications are the same if you find that smoke billows out of your head. A person whose thirst is never slaked, will die very soon. Death is also imminent for a dreamer who dreams of traveling southwards in a chariot drawn by bears or monkeys. The connotation is the same if one dreams of traveling southwards, accompanied by singing women dressed in black. Death is nigh if one dreams that one is wearing black clothes with holes in them. 10 days of life is all that is left if one dreams of ashes, coal, hair, or dried rivers. It is a bad omen if jackals follow one around at the stroke of dawn. Death will come soon, as it will if your teeth chatter after having a bath. When a lamp is extinguished, a burnt smell lingers in the air. If you cannot smell this, you will not live for long. Other bad omens which signal the end of life are the following: seeing a rainbow at night, failing to see one's own reflection in the pupil of another person's eye, continuous watering from one eye, a rough and blackened tongue, deafness, and blindness. There are several other bad omens. It is not the case that these bad dreams and bad omens cannot be countered. The best way to counteract their influence is to chant the mantra Om. Kalpas. There was a sage named Savarni. He told the wind gold Vayu, "We know that the present kalpa is called Varha Kalpa. But how long is a kalpa? And what are the various other kalpas? Please tell us the answers to these questions." Vayu said the following: there are 4,320,000,000 years in a kalpa. Each kalpa is only one of Brahma's days, and 1,000 kalpas constitute 1 year for Brahma. 8,000 such years constitute Brahma's yuga, and 1,000 of these yugas are called a savanna. 2,000 savannas constitute a trivrita, and this is the period of time for which Brahma lives. The kalpas since the original creation were as follows: Bhava, Bhuva, Tapa, Bhava, Rambha, Ritu, Kretu, Vani, Havyavahana, Savitra, Bhava, Ashika, Kusika, Gandharv, Rishabha, Shadaja, Marjalia, Madhyama, Viraja. The great Virajamanu was born in this kalpa, and his son was the great sage Dudhichi. Nishada. The race of Nishadas were created during this period. Panchama. Meghavahana. The word Megha means cloud and Vahana means to bear. In this kalpa, Vishnu adopted the form of a cloud and bore Shiva on his back. It is thus that the kalpa received its name. Chintaka, Akuti, Vijanati, Mana, Bhava, Vrihat, Shvatalahita, Rakta, Pitavasa, Siddha, Krishna Vishvarupa. The goddess Sarasvati appeared in this kalpa. In each Dvapara Yuga, a Vedavyasa is born. The Vayu Purana lists the names of the 28 Vedavyasas who have been born so far: Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. At the end of the last kalpa, there was a minor destruction and the world was flooded with water. Vishnu alone slept on this water, balanced on the hood of the great snake, Ananta. While Vishnu was thus sleeping, a lotus sprouted from his navel. It was a huge lotus and extended for 100 yojanas. And it shone with radiance. Vishnu began to play with the lotus. While Vishnu was thus playing, Brahma arrived. "Who are you and why are you sleeping on this water?" asked Brahma. "I am Vishnu and I am the Lord of everything," replied Vishnu. "But who are you and where are you going? How can you be the Lord of everything?" asked Brahma. "I am the Lord of everything that is in the universe. Everything that will be there in the universe is already there inside my stomach. If you don't believe me, why don't you enter my stomach and see for yourself?" Vishnu's curiosity was stirred and he entered Brahma's stomach. Inside the stomach he was greatly surprised to find all the worlds that would be there in the universe. The mountains and the oceans were all there. So were all the living beings who would be created. Vishnu spent 1,000 years inside Brahma's stomach, marveling at these wonders. But he could find neither the end nor the beginning of Brahma's stomach. He finally made his exit through Brahma's mouth. Vishnu told Brahma, "I bow down before you, you're indeed the Lord of everything. There are many marvels that I saw inside your stomach, many are the worlds that are there. But I can also rival you. Why don't you enter my stomach? I too can show you many worlds there." Brahma entered Vishnu's stomach and saw many worlds there, as Vishnu had promised. Brahma spent several years inside the stomach, but could find neither its end nor its beginning. Meanwhile, Vishnu had closed all the exits from his body and Brahma could find no way of coming out. He finally made his body very small and came out through Vishnu's navel. He clambered up the stalk of the lotus and seated himself on the lotus. Since a lotus is called Padma and Yoni means birthplace, Brahma came to be known as Padmayoni. While all this was going on, Shiva arrived on the scene. He held a trident in his hand. Such was the speed of Shiva's arrival that huge tidal waves were created in the water. Strong winds started to blow. What is all this? Why are you shaking the lotus so and creating tidal waves, Brahma? Asked Vishnu. Who speaks from my navel? Said Vishnu. Don't you remember? Replied Brahma. I am Brahma. You had entered my stomach and, thereafter I had entered your stomach. But you had closed all the exits, so that I had no way of getting out. In fact, I ought to be downright angry with you for treating me thus. I had to emerge through your navel and am now seated on the lotus. I am sorry, said Vishnu. I had not meant to insult you. I had only wished to play with you for a while. Let us now be friends. And as a token of your friendship, please grant me the boon that you will henceforth be known as my son. I agree, replied Brahma. At first, I thought that you were shaking the lotus and creating these tidal waves in the water. But now I see that there is another creature who is advancing towards us. His visage is terrible. He has 10 arms and he holds a trident. Who is this demon? Vishnu told Brahma that this was none other than Shiva, the destroyer, and that the two of them should pray to Shiva. But Brahma flatly refused to do this. He would not acknowledge Shiva as a superior. Vishnu's persuasion, however, bore fruit, and both Brahma and Vishnu started to pray to Shiva. What can I do for you? Asked Shiva. What boon do you desire? I am sorry that I doubted you, replied Brahma. Please forgive me. And as a token of your pardon, please grant me the boon that you will be born as my son. Shiva gladly granted this boon. Madhu and Kaitaba. After Shiva had left, 2 brothers named Madhu and Kaitaba appeared. They were demons. One of the demons wished to eat honey as soon as he was born and thus came to be known as Madhu. The other demon looked like an insect and thus came to be known as Kaitaba. Madhu and Kaitaba wrought havoc. They destroyed the petals of the lotus. Next, they tried to eat up Brahma himself. Vishnu had gone back to sleep again and Brahma wake him up. Please rescue me from these demons, Brahma told Vishnu. Vishnu created 2 beings from his mouth. These were known as Vishnu and Jishnu, and Vishnu instructed them to destroy the demons. The being Vishnu killed Kaitaba and Jishnu killed Madhu. But it took 100 years for the demons to be killed. The fat from the dead bodies of the demons formed the earth. That is the reason why the earth is known as Medini. Rudra. You will remember that Shiva had granted Brahma the boon that he would be born as Brahma's son. To ensure that this indeed happened, Brahma began to perform very difficult tapasya. But despite all this meditation, nothing happened. This failure greatly angered Brahma and he started to cry. As soon as these teardrops fell on the ground, poisonous snakes were born from the tears. This saddened Brahma even more, since unclean creatures had been born as a result of his tapasya. Brahma was so miserable that he fell down unconscious and died. As soon as Brahma died, 11 beings emerged from Brahma's body. They started to cry as soon as they emerged. The word Rud means to cry, and these beings came to be known as the Rudras. The Rudras revived Brahma. Brahma realized that Shiva had been born as his son in the form of these 11 Rudras and was happy. Shiva had promised Brahman that he would be born as Brahma's son. To achieve this aim, Brahma started to meditate. While he was meditating, a son suddenly appeared on his lap and began to cry. Why are you crying? Asked Brahma. Because I do not have a name, replied the boy. I will give you a name, said Brahma. Because you have cried, you will be known as Rudra. But the boy continued to cry and it turned out that he wanted a second name. This went on for 7 times. Rudra was according given the names Bhava, Shiva, Pashupati, Isha, Bhima, Urgra, and Mahadeva. Where will I live? Asked Rudra. Brahma told him that in his 8 different forms, he would live in the sun, the earth, the water, the fire, the air, the sky, the bodies of Brahmanas and the moon. The descendants of Bhrigu the sage Bhrigu married Kyati, Daksha's daughter. Bhrigu and Kyati had two sons named Jhada and Vidhada. These two were gods. Bhrigu and Kyati's daughter was Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth and prosperity. Lakshmi was married to Vishnu. The descendants of the sage Bhrigu were known as the Bhargavas. One of these was the great sage Markandeya. The Veda Purana also enumerates the descendants of the other sages. Daksha. Daksha's daughter, Sati, was married to Shiva. Daksha was thus Shiva's father-in-law. But, as a son-in-law, Shiva never showed Daksha adequate respect. Or so Daksha felt. For instance, Shiva never bowed down before Daksha. On one occasion, Daksha invited all his daughters to his house. The only one whom he did not invite was Sati, although Sati happened to be his eldest daughter. The reason behind Daksha's not inviting Sati was his hatred of Shiva. Sati however went to visit her father, although she had not been invited. And once she was there, Daksha ignored her and paid her no attention. "Father, why are you treating me thus?" asked Sati. "I am, after all, your eldest daughter." "That may be," replied Daksha. "But consider your husband. He is far inferior to my other sons-in-law. All the others are great sages and show me respect. But your husband is a worthless fellow and is a perpetual thorn in my side. That is the reason I do not treat you with respect." Sati was aghast at these words. "My husband and I have not sinned," she told her father. "Yet you have insulted us both. I owe this body to you, since you happen to be my father. But I no longer wish to possess a body that owes its origin to you. I shall therefore give up this body. When I am born again, I will be remarried to Shiva." Having said this, Sati started to perform yoga. Such was the power of her meditation that a fire emerged and burned her physical body into ashes. Shiva learnt this tragic news and was furious. He came to Daksha's house and told Daksha, "For this sin, you will be born on earth. That is my curse on you. As for the sages who are your other sons-in-law, they too are cursed." "I don't care about your curses," replied Daksha. "I will continue to defy you when I am born on earth. And I will instruct the sages that they are not to give you a share of the offerings that are made to gods at sacrifices." Sati was reborn as Parvati, the daughter of Menaka and Himavana. She was remarried to Shiva. Because of Shiva's curse, Daksha was born on earth. He was born as the son of Marisha and the 10 Prachetas. Daksha decided to organize an Ashvamedha. But due to his earlier enmity with Shiva, Daksha did not invite Shiva to the sacrifice. The sacrifice was being held in the foothills of the Himalayas, on the banks of the holy river Ganga. All the gods and the sages had been invited to the sacrifice and went to the ceremony. The only exception was Shiva and his companions. There was a sage named Dadhicha. He protested to Daksha that a sacrifice should not be held in Shiva's absence. Such a sanctity! But Daksha would not listen to Dadhicha. The sage therefore stated that he would not take any further part in the yajna. Moreover, he assured Daksha that the sacrifice was doomed to be a failure. Shiva and Parvati were seated on Mount Kailasa and they noticed all the Vimanas traveling through the sky, the gods and their wives resplendently seated. "Where are all these gods going?" asked Parvati. "Daksha is performing a yajna and they are all going to attend the sacrifice," replied Shiva. "Why have you not gone?" demanded Parvati. "It must be that you have not been invited." "But how is that possible? How can there be a sacrifice without you having been invited? You are superior to all the other gods. Please do something to ensure that you do get your share of the offerings." Shiva thereupon created a demon from his mouth. The demon's name was Veerbhadra. He had 1,000 heads, 1,000 arms and 1,000 feet. Numerous were the weapons that he held in his hands. His fiery visage blazed like the sun itself and his form rose way up into the sky. Veerbhadra bowed before Shiva and asked, "What are my orders?" "Go and destroy Daksha's yajna," was the reply. Veerbhadra left for the sacrifice. He created several other demons who would aid him in the task of destruction. Parvati also created a goddess out of her own body to act as Virabhadra's companion. This goddess was named Bhadrakali. This army trooped to Daksha's house and proceeded to destroy everything there. The mountains shook and trembled with their roars. The gods and the sages who had come to attend the sacrifice did not know what could be done. They merely stood there and were thrashed. The offerings that had been piled up for the sacrifice were scattered here and there by Virabhadra and his companions. The scaffoldings that had been erected were smashed. Daksha tried to run away. But Virabhadra grabbed him and beheaded him with a slice of his sword. Brahma and the other gods started to pray to Virabhadra and his companions. "Who are you?" they asked. "Whoever you are, please be pacified. Please listen to our prayers and spare us." "Don't pray to me," replied Virabhadra. "I am merely an instrument of the great Shiva. If you must pray, pray to Shiva himself." The gods and the sages started to pray to Shiva. Pleased by their prayers, Shiva appeared and set things right. He restored the surroundings to what they used to be before Virabhadra's destruction began. Shiva also revived Daksha and Daksha too started to pray to him. Shiva obtained his due respect. George Raffi. Svayabhuva Manu had two sons named Priyavrata and Uttanapta. Priyavrata had 100 sons. 10 of these were named Agnidra, Vaipashamana, Medha, Medhatithi, Vibhu, Jyotishmana, Dyutimana, Havya, Savana, and Sarva. When Priyavrata decided to retire to the forest, he divided up his kingdom amongst 7 of his sons. Since Priyavrata had ruled over the entire earth, this is how the earth came to be divided into 7 regions. Agnidra inherited Jambudvipa, Medhatithi Plakshadvipa, Vaipashamana Shalmaladvipa, Jyotishmana Kashadvipa, Dyutimana Crownchadvipa, Havya Shakadvipa, and Savana Pushkaradvipa. Agnidra, the ruler of Jambudvipa, had 9 sons. Their names were Nabi, Kampurusha, Hari, Ilavrata, Ramya, Harinmana, Kuru, Bhadrashva, and Ketumala. When it became time for Agnidra to retire to the forest, he divided Jambudvipa amongst these 9 sons. Nabi inherited the region that lies to the south of the Himalayas. This is the region that subsequently came to be known as Bharatavarsha. Kampurusha received Hemakudavarsha, Hari Nashadvarsha, Ramya Neelavarsha, Harinmana Shvetavarsha, Bhadrashva Malyavanaavarsha, and Ketumala Gandhamadhanavarsha. Ilvarata inherited the region around Mount Sumeru and Kuru the region to the north of Mount Shoringavana. Nabi had a son named Rishabha and Rishabha's son was Bharata. It was after Bharata that the region which Nabi ruled over came to be known as Bharatavarsha. Mount Sumeru is in Jambudvipa. This has a very high altitude and gold can be found in abundance there. The eastern slope of the peak is white and is associated with Brahmanas. The northern slope is red and is associated with Kshatriyas. The southern slope is yellow and is associated with Vaishyas. The western slope is grayish and is associated with Shudras. You will remember that Brahma appeared from a lotus flower. Meru was formed out of the stalk of this flower. It is impossible to describe Mount Sumeru. The various sages who have attempted to describe it do not agree in their descriptions. This is because each sage saw, and thus described, only one part of the peak. The sage Atri described it as possessing 100 angles, the sage Bhrigu maintained that it had 1,000 angles, the sage Savarni thought it was octagonal, the sage Bhagiri's description suggests that it had the shape of a quadrilateral, the sage Varshayani maintained that it was as shapeless as the ocean, the sage Krishtuki described it as circular, and the sage Gargaya said that it had the shape of a woman's braided hair. It is only the great Brahma who can describe Mount Sumeru adequately. But it is known that there are many beautiful valleys in the region surrounding the peak. These valleys have ponds with limpid water and lotuses bloom in thousands in these ponds. There are also many places with bejeweled pillars and golden gates. There are landing strips where the vimanas of the gods can descend. Apart from the places, there are several hermitages frequented by the sages. But most wondrous of all is Brahma's famous assembly hall, located atop Mount Sumeru. This assembly hall is known as Manavati. The Purana now describes the mountains, rivers, ponds, and valleys belonging to the different Varshas. These we will gloss over and concentrate only on the description of Bharatavarsha. Bharatavarsha is bounded by the Himalayas to the north and by the ocean to the south. Bharatavarsha is divided into 9 regions. The names of these regions are Indradvipa, Kasar-Umana, Tamraparni, Gabastamana, Nagadvipa, Samya, Gandharv and Varuna. This adds up to 8. The 9th region is an island that is surrounded by the ocean on all sides. It is not very easy to travel from one region of Bharatavarsha to another. The transportation problems are enormous. The southern tip of Bharatavarsha is known as Kumarika. Beyond the boundaries of Bharatavarsha lie the disbelievers. To the east lie the Kiratas and to the west lie the Yavnas. Bharatavarsha proper is populated by Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras. There are 7 major mountain ranges in Bharatavarsha. These are known as Mahendra, Malaya, Sahaya, Shaktimana, Riksha, Vindhya, and Pariputra. There are several other minor ranges, amongst which are Mandara and Raviataka. Rivers abound in the region, owing their sources to the mountains. The rivers Ganga, Sindhu, Sarasvati, Shatadru, Chandrabhaga, Yamuna, Sarayu, Iravathi. Vidhasta, Vipasha, Devika, Kahua, Gomathi, Dhutapapa, Vahuda, Trishadvati, Kausiki, Tridiya, Gandaki, Nishkira, Ikshu, and Lohita originate from the foothills of the Himalayas. The rivers Vedashriti, Vedavati, Vritrikni, Parnasha, Vandana, Satara, Mahati, Para, Churmanvati, Vidisha, Vaithravathi, Shipra, and Avanti originate out of the Pariputra range. The rivers Shona, Nirmada, Mandakini, Dasharna, Chitrakuta, Tamasa, Pipala, Shrinai, Karatoya, Pishakika, Nilotapa, Jambula, Valuvahini, Site-Raja, Shuddamatai, Makruna and Tridava originate from the Riksha range. Tapi, Payashni, Nirvindhaya, Budra, Nishadha, Venva, Vaitarani, Shidavahua, Kulmadvati, Toya, Mahagauri, Durga, and Antashila are rivers that owe their source in the Vindhya range. From the Sahaya range there originate the rivers Godavari, Bhaimarati, Krishna, Vani, Vangela, Tungabhadra, Saproyaga, and Kaveri. From the Malaya range originate the rivers Kritamala, Tamravarni, Pushapajati, and Utpalavati. In the Mahendra range are found the sources of the rivers Trizama, Krachutulya, Ikshula, Tridava, Langulanai, and Vamshadhara. The rivers Rishika, Sukumari, Mandaga, Mandavahini, Kupa, and Palashanai originate in the Shaktimana range. Astronomy. The earth is made up of 5 elements. These are earth, wind, sky, water, and energy. There are 7 regions in the underworld. These are known as Adala, Sudala, Vitala, Gabastala, Mahatala, Shritala and Patala. The ground in Adala is dark in color, in Sudala it is pale, Vitala has ground that is red, in Gabastala the ground becomes yellow, in Mahataka it is white. There are numerous stones and boulders in Shritala, but in Patala, the ground is laced with gold. Snakes and demons live in the underworld. Adala is ruled by the demon Namukha, Sudala by the demon Mahajamha, Vitala by the demon Prahlada, Gabastala by the demon Kalanimi, Mahatala by the demon Virochana, Shritala by the demon Kesri, and Patala by the demon Vala. The great snake Vasuki lives in Shritala and the great snake Shesha lives in Patala. He was the son of Daksha's daughter Kadru and the sage Kashyapa. Usually, Vasuki and Shesha are regarded as synonymous, the name Ananta also being used. The eyes of the snake Shesha are like red lotuses. His complexion is white and he wears blue as thousand hoods glow with radiance. Just as there are 7 lokas which constitute the nether regions, there are 7 lokas which constitute the upper regions. The universe consists of 14 lokas. The 7 loka which form the upper regions are named Baloka, Bhavarloka, Svaroka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Satyaloka. The smallest unit of time is a nimesha, the time it takes of the eyes to blink. 15 nimeshas constitute Akashtha, 30 kashitas are Akala, 30 kulas make a muhurta, and there are 30 muhurtas in the space of one night and one day. The 30 muhurtas in a day are divided into 10 units, each unit consisting of 3 muhurtas. The unit that corresponds to the time of sunrise is known as prata. The next unit is called sangava. Forenoon is followed by madhyana. Next come aparana and sayana. These 5 units made up of 15 muhurtas, form the day. There is an equal number of muhurtas in the night. This should not be taken to mean that day and night are always equal. Sometimes the day is longer than the night, and sometimes the night is longer than the day. Day and night are equal twice a year. These 2 occasions are the precise midpoints of early autumn and spring. 15 days make up one paksh, and there are 2 pakshas in every masa. 2 masas form a ritu, and 3 ritus are called an ayana. There are therefore 2 ayanas in every varha. The months Magha, Falguna, Chatra, Vaishakha, Jyeshtha, and Ashada are referred to as Uttar ayana. Correspondingly, the months Shravan, Bhadra, Ashvina, Kartika, Agrahayan, and Pausha are referred to as Dakshin ayana. Svayabhuva Manu had 2 sons named Uttanapada and Priyavrata. Priyavrata's descendants have already been mentioned. Uttanapada had a son named Dhruva. Dhruva pleased Vishnu through his tapasya and obtained the boon that a place would be reserved for him in the sky. Dhruva became the pole star. This is in the constellation of Shishimara. The moon, the sun, the planets, and the stars, all revolve around Dhruva. The sun's chariot is made of gold and is drawn by 7 horses. These horses are named Gayatri, Trishtupa, Anishtupa, Jugti, Pampti, Vrihati, and Ashnika. There are 12 adityas. In each month, 2 adityas, 2 sages, 2 Gandharvas, 2 apsaras, and 2 Rakshasa ride on the sun's chariot together with the sun. This is as follows. The months Chatra and Vaishakha, the adityas Dhata and Aryama, the sages Pulasatya and Pulaha, the Gandharvas Tumberu and Narada, the apsaras Kratushsthala and Punjikasthala, and the Rakshasas Hiti and Praheti. The months Jyeshtha and Ashada, the adityas Mitra and Varuna, the sages Atri and Vashishtha, the Gandharvas Haha and Huhu, the apsaras Menaka and Sahajanya, and the Rakshasas Purushya and Vadha. The months Shravan and Bhadra, the adityas Indra and Vivasvana, the sages Angara and Bhrigu, the Gandharvas Vishvavasu and Yugrasna, the apsaras Pramlacha and Nimlaka, and the Rakshasa Vyakra and Shveta. The months Ashvina and Kartika, the adityas Parjanaya and Pusha, the sages Bharadvaha and Gautama, the Gandharvas Vishvavasu and Surbi, the apsaras Vishvachi and Grataka, and the Rakshasas Apa and Vada. The months Agrahayana and Pausha, the adityas Amsha and Bhaga, the sages Kashyapa and Ritu, the Gandharvas Chitrasena and Urnayu, the apsaras Urvashi and Viprachita, and the Rakshasas Vidyut and Sfurjaya. The months Magha and Falguna, the adityas Tivashta and Jishnu, the sages Jamadagni and Vishvamitra, the Gandharvas Dhritarashtra and Suryavarka, the apsaras Tilotama and Ramba, and the Rakshasas Brahmopeta and Yajanopeta. The moon's chariot is drawn by 10 horses. These horses are named Yau, Tramana, Vrisha, Rajai, Bala, Vasa, Turanya, Hamsa, Vyamai, and Mrigya. Buddha's chariot is drawn by 8 horses, Shukras by 10, Mangalas by 8, and Brihaspati's and Shani's also by 8. Shiva's blue throat. Many years ago, in Satya Yuga, the sage Vashishtha met Kartikeya, the son of Shiva and Parvati. Having worshipped Kartikeya, the sage said, "Please tell me how Shiva's throat came to be blue." "I do know the answer and I will satisfy your curiosity," replied Kartikeya. "I was once on Mount Kailasa, sleeping on my mother's lap. I heard my mother, Parvati, ask my father how his throat came to blue. And I will relate to you Shiva's reply. The gods and the demons once got together and decided to churn the ocean. The gods and the demons were desirous of obtaining the Amrita that was expected to emerge as a result of the churning of the ocean. But when the churning began, some terrible poison came out and the gods and the demons were despondent at the sight of this poison, since they thought that it would destroy them all. They therefore fled to Brahma for protection. Why are you so despondent? Asked Brahma. A terrible poison named Kalakuta has emerged as a result of the churning of the ocean, replied the gods and the demons. It is threatening to destroy the entire universe. It has even turned the great Vishnu's complexion black. The only solution is to pray to Shiva, said Brahma. He alone can deliver us from the effects of this terrible poison. Brahma and the other gods started to pray to Shiva. Shiva was pleased at these prayers and appeared. He swallowed up the poison. But such was the strength of the poison that it made Shiva's throat blue. The word Nilo means blue and Kanta means throat. Since Shiva became blue of throat, ever since that day, he has been known as Nilkantha. Vedavyasa. The sages requested Lomaharshana, please tell us how the sacred Vedas came to be divided. Lomaharshana recounted the following story. When Dvapara Yuga arrived, Brahma noticed that people were becoming evil and were no longer paying sufficient attention to the Vedas. They were gradually deviating from the righteous path. Brahma decided that the Vedas needed to be divided so that their wisdom might be disseminated amongst people. Brahma accordingly instructed Krishnadvapayana Vedavyasa to divide the Vedas into 4 parts. Vedavyasa had 5 disciples. These were Jaimini, Sumantu, Vazihampayana, Pala and Lomaharshana. The 4 parts into which the Vedas were divided were known as the Rig Veda, the Sama Veda, the Yajur Veda and the Atharva Veda. Pala was taught the Rig Veda, Jaimini the Sama Veda, the Yajur Veda and Sumantu the Atharva Veda. As for me, continued Lomaharshana, the great Vedavyasa taught me the Puranas. Pala passed on what he had learned to the sages Indrapramati and Vashkali. They were Pala's disciples. Indrapramati's disciple was Markandeya. From Markandeya the knowledge passed successively to Satyashrava, Satyashita, Satyarada and Satyashri. Satyashri had 3 disciples named Shakalya, Rathitara, and Bharadvaha. Shakalya was so proud that his vanity led to his destruction at the time of King Janaka's horse sacrifice, said Lomaharshana. We don't know the story, responded the sages. What is this horse sacrifice that you are talking about? Please tell us the story. This is the story that Lomaharshana told. King Janaka organized an Ashvamedha. People came from far and near to attend the ceremony, and numerous were the sages who graced the occasion with their presences. King Janaka began to wonder if there was any way of finding out who was the best among all the assembled sages. He devised a plan. Janaka decided to donate 1,000 head of cattle, 1,000 gold pieces, many villages, and several servants. He then told the sages, I have gathered all these rices as a tribute to knowledge. But I am unable to decide who amongst you is the most learned. Why don't decide for yourselves? Let the person who is the most superior among you claim all this wealth for himself. Hearing this, the sages started to fight and argue. Each wanted the wealth for himself. Therefore, each sage maintained that he was superior to all the others. Amongst the sages was the great sage Yajnavalkya, and Yajnavalkya told his disciple, take all this wealth to my home. I am the most learned amongst the sages. I have studied the Vedas really well. I will debate with anyone who dares to challenge me and establish my supremacy. The other sages were naturally not at all pleased to hear these words, and they began to debate with Yajnavalkya. Even though all the sages combined against Yajnavalkya, they were no match for him, and Yajnavalkya easily defeated them. Yajnavalkya then addressed the sage Shakalya. What about you, Shakalya? He asked. Why have you kept quiet? I know that you are full of vanity about your learning. What about debating with me? It is you who are proud and vain, retorted Shakalya. I will bring you down a peg or 2. I am certainly going to debate with you. The debate started. Shakalya asked Yajnavalkya more than 1,000 questions, but Yajnavalkya provided the right answers to all of these questions. He then told Shakalya, I will ask you a single question. If you cannot give me the right answer, I curse you that you will die. Shakalya did not know the answer to the question that Yajnavalkya asked. He therefore died. But prior to these events having taken place, Shakalya had composed 5 sacred texts known as Samhitas. And he had taught these to his disciples Mudgala, Galoka, Kaliya, Matsya, and Sheshayariya. Lomaharshana continued with Yajnavalkya's story. Vedavyasa taught the Yajnavalkya story. Vedavyasa taught the Yajurveda to Vaishampayana. Vaishampayana composed 66 samhitas and taught them to his disciples. These disciples came to be known as the Charakas. Why did these disciples come to be known as the Charakas? The sages asked Lomaharshana. Lomaharshana recited the following story. There was an occasion when an important religious rite had to be performed. All the sages agreed to meet on Mount Sumeru so that they might decide on the modus operandi for observing this religious rite. It was also agreed that any sage who failed to attend the assembly on Mount Sumeru would be regarded as guilty of having committed a sin. And the sin would be equivalent in severity to the sin committed from killing a Brahmana. For various reasons, Vaishampayana could not attend the assembly. For a sin that was equivalent to the sin committed in killing a Brahmana, Vaishampayana had to perform severe penance. This involved the observance of a difficult religious rite. Vaishampayana told all his disciples, "Please help me in the observance of this difficult vrata." Amongst Vaishampayana's disciples was Yajnavalkya. Yajnavalkya said, "Why are you bothering all these disciples? My powers of tapasya are such that I alone can perform what is required." Vaishampayana regarded this as unwarranted vanity on his disciples' part. He therefore told Yajnavalkya that he no longer wished to have Yajnavalkya as a disciple. Yajnavalkya should also return whatever it was that he had learned from Vaishampayana. Yajnavalkya therefore vomited out his knowledge of the Yajurveda. To reacquire the knowledge of the Vedas, Yajnavalkya started to meditate. He prayed to the sun god, Surya. From Surya, Yajnavalkya came to accurate knowledge of the Yajurveda. Yajnavalkya taught this knowledge of the Yajurveda. Yajnavalkya taught this knowledge to 15 of his disciples. These disciples were named Kanva, Vaidhyashali, Madhyandina, Shapiyi, Vidigdha, Apya, Uddala, Tamrayana, Vatsya, Galava, Sheshari, Adavi, Eni, Virani and Saparayana. Why were Vaishampayana's disciples known as the Charakas? The word Acharana means act. Since Vaishampayana had committed an act that was the equivalent of killing a Brahmana, his disciples came to be named Charakas. Lomaharshana also told the sages that he himself had taught the Puranas to 6 of his disciples. These disciples were Sumti, Akritafrana, Bharadvaha, Maitreyu, Savarni, and Susharma. Manvantaras. Lomaharshana next told the sages about the various Manvantara. Each of Brahma's days is referred to as a kalpa and that there are 14 Manvantaras in each kalp. Each Manvantara is ruled over by a Manu and lasts for a duration of 30,67,20,000 years. The gods, the 7 great sages and the individual who holds the title of Indra change from one Manvantara to another. In the present kalpa, 6 Manvantaras have already passed. The first Manu was Svayabhuva. The second Manu was Svarokasha. The gods then were the Tushitas and the Paravadas, and there were 24 such gods. Vedha ruled as Indra then, and the 7 great sages were Urjaya, Stamha, Kashyapa, Bhargava, Drona, Rishabha and Angara. The third Manu was Uttama. The gods then were the Sudamanas, the Devas, the Pratardanas, the Satyas, and the Shivas. The fourth Manu wa Tamasa. The gods of this Manvantara were the Satyas, the Svarapas, the Suthis, and the Haris. Shivi held the title of Indra then, and the names of the 7 great sages were Kavya, Harsha, Kashyapa, Prithu, Atreya, Agni and Jyotardhama. The fifth Manu was Ravada. The names of gods of this era were the Vipras, the Amrityas, the Supatas and various others. The Indra of this period was Vibhu, and the 7 great sages were Pulastya, Vedavahua, Yaja, Hiranyaroma, Vedashri, Bhargava and Urdavahua. The sixth Manu was Chakshusha. The gods then was the Adyas, Prasutas, the Bhavyas, the Prithikas and the Lekhas. Manojava held the title of Indra, and the 7 great sages were Havardhana, Suddama, Vashishtha Viraja, Pulastya, Pulaha and Madhuratreya. The present Manu is known as Vaivasvata, and this is the seventh Manvantara of the present Kalpa. The gods of this era are the Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, the Sathyas, and the Vishvadevas. The title of Indra is held by Purandara, and the seven great sages are Vishvamitra, Jamadagna, Bharadvaha, Sharadvata, Gautama, Atrai, Vasumana, and Vatsari. There will be 7 more Manvantaras in the future before the universe is destroyed. The 8th Manu will be Savarni. The 7 great sages then will be Galava, Bhargava, Dvapena, Kripa, Deeptimana, Rishyashringa and Ashvathama. The gods will be the Amitpas, the Sutapas, and the Sukas, and the title of Indra will be bestowed on Vala, the son of Virochana. The 9th Manu will be Marusavarni or Dakshasavarni. Adbhuta will hold the title of Indra then. The 7 great sages will be Skanda, Medhatithi, Vasu, Jyotishmana, Dhyutimana, Havyavahana, Sutapa, and Vasudha. The 10th Manu will be Dharmasavarni. The gods then will be the Sukamanas and the Viratas. The title of Indra will be held by Shanti, and the 7 great sages will be Havishmana, Sukirti, Atrai, Apamurti, Pratipa, Nabhaga and Abhimanyu. The 11th Manu will be Bhavasavarni. The gods then will be the Nirmanaritas, the Kamajas, and the Manojavas. The 7 great sages will be Havishmana, Vaipashamana, Varnui, Bhaga, Pushti, Nishchara, and Agniteja, and Vrisha will hold the title of Indra. The 12th Manu will be Ritasavarni. The gods then will be the Haritas, the Rohitas, the Sumnas, the Sukarmas, and the Suparas. The title of Indra will vest with Ritadama, and the 7 great sages will be Kriti, Sutapa, Tapomurthy, Tapasvi, Tapashayana, Taporathi, and Tapomati. The 13th Manu will be Rauchya. The Sutramas, the Sudharmas, and the Sukarmas will be the gods then. Devaspati will be the Indra, and the 7 great sages will be Dhritimana, Patyavna, Tatvadarshi, Nirutsaka, Nishprakampa, Nirmoha and Svarapa. The 14th and final Manu will be Bhutya, Vina and Prithu. The 6th Manu was Chakshusha. One of Chakshusha's descendants was the great king Prithu, the son of Vina. Chakshusha had a son named Uru, and Uru had a son named Anga. Agna married Sunita, and they had a son named Vina. Vina was evil, and when he became the king, he started to oppress the world and his subjects. The sages had no option but to kill Vina. The sages then began to knead Vina's dead body. When the right arm of the dead body was kneaded, Prithu was born. He emerged fully grown and with a bow and several arrows held in this hand. He is also dressed in invincible armor. Such was Prithu's radiance that he blazed like the flaming sun. The sages interrupted Lomaharshana. How came Vina to be evil, they asked. And if Vina was evil, why wasn't Prithu evil as well, they asked. Vina's mother was Sunita, and Sunita was the daughter of Mritai, was really evil. Right from his birth, Vina tended to associate with this maternal grandfather and thus picked up evil ways. He stopped believing in the Vedas. In fact, when he became king, Vina instructed that all yajanas should cease in his kingdom. There was no need to pray to the gods. The only person who was deserving of worship was Vina himself. The sages tried to persuade Vina to give up his evil ways and bring him back to the righteous path, but Vina refused to listen. It was then that the sages slew Vina. But Vina had no son. Who would be king in his place? There had to be a king, otherwise the kingdom would degenerate into anarchy. To obtain a son, the sages started to knead the dead body. When the left arm was kneaded, a dwarf was born as a result of the kneading. The dwarf was dark in complexion and exceedingly ugly. Sit, the sages told the dwarf, Nishita. All the evil that was in Vina's body went into the body of the dwarf, and the dead body was cleansed of all evil. The dwarf came to acquire the name of Nisheta from the word Nishita. His descendants were also known by the same name and became a race of hunters and fishermen. They lived in the Vindhya mountains. Thus, when the dead body was kneaded again, there was no more evil left and Prithu came to be righteous. The word Prithu means plump. Since Vina's right palm was fairly plump and since Vina's son was born when the right palm was needed, the son acquired the name of Prithu. The sages arranged for Prithu's coronation. The waters of all the rivers and all the oceans were brought for this ceremony. All the gods graced the occasion by their presence. Thus it was that Prithu came to rule over the entire earth. He ruled well and his subjects prospered. The earth yielded an abundant supply or food grains. The cows were full of milk. It was at the time that Brahma organized a yajna. Two classes of people known as the Suddas and the Magadhas were born from this yajna. They were actually crossbreeds. The Suddas were, for example, the offspring of Kshatriya fathers and Brahmana mothers. The sages asked the Suddas and the Magadhas to compose and sing songs in praise of the great King Prithu. Even since that day, the Suddas and the Magadhas became raconteurs who sung songs in praise of kings. The Suddas were asked to live in the region known as Anupa and the Magadhas in the region known as Magadha. However, Prithu's subjects still did not possess any specific occupations. They therefore went to their king and said, "Please tell us how we may make a living." To achieve this end, Prithu decided to level out the earth. But the earth was scared and, adopting the form of a cow, started to flee. This angered Prithu and he pursued the earth with his bow in his hand. Wherever in the three worlds the earth fled to, Prithu followed. He was determined to kill the earth. Finally, the earth sought refuge with Prithu himself. "Please do not kill me," she said. "I am a woman and killing a woman is a crime. Besides, if you kill me, how will your subjects make a living? I have a better idea. I have adopted the form of cow. Milk me instead and your objective will be attained." Prithu did what the earth had asked him to. He milked the earth. As a result of this milking, seeds of food grains emerged and people could make a living out of these. Prithu also used his bow to level out the earth. Villages and cities could now be built in the plains. Earlier, these had been unknown. Agriculture, animal husbandry, and trade had also been unknown earlier. It was after Prithu that the earth came to be known as Prithivi. This milking of the earth was in addition to the original milking of the earth that Brahma had performed. In fact, the earth was milked once in every Manvantara. The Prachetas. Prithu had a son named Antardhana and Antardhana's son was Havardhana. Havardhana's son was Prakivari. Prakanavari married Savarna, the daughter of the ocean. Prakanavari and Savarna had 10 sons known as the Prachetas. The Prachetas were interested in meditating. They performed tapasya for thousands of years under the oceans. They were actually supposed to rule the earth. As long as the Prachetas meditated, they did not rule. The earth became dense with forests. Trees grew everywhere and so dense was the growth that the wind could not blow. For the 10,000 years that the Prachetas meditated, their subjects suffered. The news of this mishap eventually reached the Prachetas and their anger was roused. Such was the fury of their anger that flames issued from their mouths and burnt up all the trees. Soma was the god of the trees. When Soma saw that all the trees were being burnt up, he tried to pacify the Prachetas. "Please restrain your anger," he said. "It is time for you to devote attention to getting married and having children so that the world might be populated. I have with me a woman named Marisha, a daughter of the trees. Please accept her as your wife." The 10 Prachetas married Marisha and a son named Daksha was born. Daksha's descendants. Daksha's descendants have already been mentioned in the section on creation. The Purana now gives an account which is, in certain respects, contradictory to the earlier account. Daksha married Asikli, the daughter of Virana. Daksha and Asikli had 1,000 sons named the Hiryashva. But the sage Narada persuaded the Hiryashvas that there was nothing to be gained by being interested in the material world. These sons therefore forsook the world and went away to meditate. Daksha and Asikli then had another 1,000 sons known as the Shaivalshvas. But Narada persuaded these sons also to go away and meditate. Thereafter, Daksha and Asikli had 60 daughters. 10 of these daughters were married to Dharma. 27 daughters were married to the moon god, Chandra. These were the 27 nakshatras. Their names were Ashvini, Bharani, Kritika, Pushya, Ashlesha, Punarvasu, Purvafalguni, Uttarafalguni, Magha, Asta, Chitra, Svati, Jyestha, Vishakha, Anuradha, Mula, Purvashada, Uttarashada, Shravan, Uttarabhadrapada, Repti, Rohini, Mrigashira, and Ardra. 14 of Daksha's daughters were married to the sage Kashyapa, and all living beings in the universe are descended from Kashyapa. The daughters who were married to Kashyapa were named Utti, Dithi, Danu, Keza, Arishta, Surasa, Surbi, Vinata, Tamra, Kristhavisha, Ira, Kadru, and Muni. Utti had 12 sons known as the Adityas. These were the gods. Surbi pleased Shiva with her tapasya and obtained the 11 Rudras as her children. She was also the mother of all horses, cows, buffaloes, and other quadruped animals. Dithi's children. Dithi's sons were known as the Daityas. Dithi originally had 2 sons named Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. Hiranyakashipu was the elder. Kashyapa once organized an Ashvamedha yajna. All the gods and the sages came to attend this sacrifice. A golden throne had been prepared for the chief priest. Dithi was also present on the occasion then. She had, at the time, been bearing a baby for 10,000 years in her womb. When all arrangements had been made for the sacrifice, the baby was born. The newly born baby ascended the throne reserved for the chief priest and immediately began to recite the Vedas. It was this baby who came to be known as Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu hung upside down for 1 lakh years and prayed to Brahma. Through this period, he fasted. This act of tapasya so pleased Brahma that he granted Hiranyakashipu a boon whereby the demon became invincible. Thus fortified, Hiranyakashipu started to oppress the world. He drove the gods out of heaven. Hiranyakashipu was eventually killed by Vishnu in his Narasimha incarnation. Hiranyakashipu had 4 sons named Prabhaitlata, Anulata, Samaitlata, and Hlata. Hlata's son was Sunda and Sunda's wife was Tadaka. It was this Tadaka whom Rama killed. Tadaka's son was Mukha. Mukha was killed by Arjuna. Prahlada's son was Virochana and Virachana's son was Vala. Vala was defeated by Vishnu in his Vamana incarnation. Vala had a son named Vana. As for Hiranyakashipu's brother Hiranyaksha, he had 5 sons. They were named Utkara, Shakuni, Kalanabha, Mahanabha, and Buddhasantapan. Hiranyaksha was killed by Vishnu in his Varha incarnation. Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha had a sister named Simika. Dithi noticed that her sons and their descendants were suffering at the hands of the gods, often with the connivance of Vishnu. She therefore did her best to please her husband Kashyapa. Kashyapa was eventually satisfied and agreed to grant Dithi a boon. "Please grant me the boon that I may have a son who will kill Indra," said Dithi. This was slightly awkward for Kashyapa. The gods were also his sons, from his other wife Utti. He told Dithi that she would have to observe cleanliness for 100 years. If she succeeded in doing this, she would indeed give birth to a son who would slay Indra. But if she failed, the son would become Indra's friend and companion. This condition Dithi accepted. Dithi started to perform tapasya so that she might have the son she wanted. But Indra had got to know about what Dithi was after. He hung around the hermitage, helping his aunt by fetching fruits, roots, and wood from the forest. But this attempt at aiding his aunt was merely a pretext. Indra was the lookout for some unclean act that Dithi might commit. 99 of the 100 appointed years passed. It was then that Dithi made her first mistake. She was so tired that she fell asleep, resting her head on her thighs. In the process, her hair touched her feet. This was an unclean act. In a flash, Indra seized his opportunity. Now that Dithi had committed an unclean act, he could freely enter her body. He entered Dithi's womb and found the baby there. Indra possessed a weapon known as the Vajra. With the Vajra, Indra sliced up the baby into 7 parts. The parts began to cry and Indra said, Maruta, which means, don't cry. But the parts continued to cry and Indra carved up each of the parts into 7 more sections. There were thus 49 parts in all. Meanwhile, Dithi had woken up and she begged Indra not to kill her sons. Indra agreed. The sons were born. Because of the words Indra had uttered, they came to be known as the Maruts. Thanks to Kashyapa's boon, they became friends and constant companions of Indra. They were elevated to the status of gods. Kashyapa's other children. What of Kashyapa's wife Danu? Her sons came to be known as the Danavas. Muni gave birth to the Gandharvas and Apsaras. Vinata had 2 sons named Aruna and Garuda. Their sisters were the mothers of all the birds. Kadru gave birth to the snakes. Chief among them were Shesha, Vasuki and Takshaka. Keza gave birth to sons. These sons were exceedingly ugly. The Yakshas were descended from the elder brother and the Rakshasas were descended from the younger brother. Surasa's sons were other Rakshasas. Ira was the mother of all trees and herbs. Kradavisha gave birth to the ghosts. Tamra's children were wild animals. The ancestors. Who are the ancestors? Asked the sages. Lomaharshana recounted the following story. When Brahma first started to create, the gods were born. These gods not only did not worship Brahma, they started to create themselves. Brahma therefore cursed them that they would become ignorant. The gods did not relish this idea, they therefore tried to pacify Brahma. You will have to perform penance for your sins, said Brahma. As for the means of penance, why don't you ask the beings whom you have created? They will instruct you in the ways of wisdom. The sons accordingly instructed the fathers. A person who instructs is known as a father. The sons of the gods according became like the fathers of the gods and are revered as the ancestors. It is these Pitris who are given offerings at the time of Shraddha ceremonies. In general, the Pitris also include dead ancestors and the 10 Prajaptis who rule over the universe. The ancestors had a daughter named Meena who was married to Himavana. Meena and Himavana had 3 daughters named Aparna, Ekaparna, and Ekapatala. These 3 daughters meditated for 2,000 years. Ekapatala meditated under a snake gourd tree. Each day, she ate only 1 snake gourd. It was thus that she came to acquire the name of Ekapatala. The word parna means leaf. Ekaparna ate only 1 leaf every day and thus acquired her name. Aparna ate nothing at all. Since she did not eat even a leaf, she came to be known as Aparna. Aparna was also known as Uma. And even as Parvati, since she was the daughter of the mountain Himavana. Parvati was married to Shiva. Their son was Skanda or Kumara. Skanda got separated from his parents and was brought up by the Kritikas. He therefore obtained the name of Kartikeya. The solar line. The sun god Surya was born as the son of Kashyapa and Udti. Surya was born as an egg. 4 days on end, nothing happened to the egg and the shell did not crack. Vishvakarma was the architect of the gods. When Vishvakarma found that nothing was happening to the egg, he cracked it open with a blow. Kashyapa was initially alarmed at this act, since he thought that the son who was inside the egg might have died. But he soon discovered that this was not the case and remarked, "The egg has not died." From this expression, the son who was born came to be known as Mrthanda. As Mrthanda, Surya named Samjana, Vishvakarma's daughter. They had 2 sons and a daughter. The sons were named Yama and Vaivasvat. The daughter was Yami. But so strong was the sun's radiance that Samjana could not bear to look at her husband. She eventually thought of a way out. She created an image who looked exactly like her. This image was called Chhaya. "I am going off to my father's house," replied Samjana. "Please stay here and pretend to be Samjana. Take care of my children and under no circumstances divulge that you are Chhaya." "I will do what you ask," said Chhaya. "But there is a condition. I will not relate the truth as long as I am not cursed or as long as no one grasps me by the hair. But the moment this condition is violated, I will reveal all." Samjana agreed to this condition and left for Vishvakarma's house. Initially, Vishvakarma was quite happy to see his daughter. But days passed and Samjana did not return to her husband. Vishvakarma now realized that something must be amiss and cajoled his daughter to return to Surya. 1,000 years passed. Finally, Samjana could bear her father's scolding no longer. Pretending to return to her husband, she left Vishvakarma's house. She adopted the form of a mare and started to live in the region known as Uttarakuru. Meanwhile, Surya had not realized that Samjana had been substituted by Chaya. Surya and Chaya had parented 2 sons and a daughter. The sons were Savarni and Shuni and the daughter was Tupti. Chaya was clearly more attentive towards her own children than towards Samjana's. Vavasta did not mind this at all. He was the eldest and more collected and balanced. But Yama resented this apparent partiality. In a fit of childish petulance, he kicked Chaya. "You have dared to kick your father's wife," said Chaya. "I therefore curse you that your feet will decay. It is with these feet that you have kicked me." Yama went and complained to Surya. He had sinned, but he was no more than a child. Might his transgression not have been overlooked on that account? Besides, whatever the provocation, does a mother ever curse her own son? Surya did what he could to mitigate the effects of the curse. But he also realized that something must be wrong. When he demanded to know the truth from Chaya, she revealed nothing. But when Surya threatened to curse her and grasped her by the hair, the conditions Chaya had made were violated. Chaya now revealed the truth. Surya went to Vishvakarma's house to find out where Samjana was. Hearing what had happened, Vishvakarma offered to slice off some of the sun's energy. It was, after all, the sun's great radiance that had motivated Samjana to do what she had done. Surya was not averse to this idea and his appearance was greatly improved by Vishvakarma's action. Surya got to know that Samjana was in the Uttarakuru kingdom in the form of a mare. He adopted the form of a horse and joined his wife there. As horses, Surya and Samjana had 2 sons named Nasatya and Dasra. Since the word Ashva means horse and since these 2 had been born when their parents had adopted the forms of horse, they were also known as the 2 Ashvinis. They became the physicians of the gods. After the Ashvinis were born, Surya and Samjana returned to their original forms. Vavasvata Manu was the eldest son of Surya and Samjana. Vavasvata Manu performed a yajna so that he might have a son. But instead of a son, a daughter named Ila was born. Thereafter, 9 sons were born to Vavasvata. They were Ikshvaku, Nahusha, Drishta, Shariati, Narishyanta, Pramshu, Nabhaga, Karusha, and Prishadra. The kings of the solar line were descended from Ikshvaku. In this line was born Rama of the Ramayana fame. Dhundhu. In the solar line there was a king named Vrihadashva. He had 21,000 sons. The eldest son was known as Kavalashva. When Vrihadashva aged, he decided to retire to the forest with his wife. As for the kingdom, he resolved that he would hand it over to Kavalashva. But as the coronation ceremony was about to take place, a sage named Udunka arrived in the capital. Udunka told Vrihadashva, "King, please do not retire to the forest just yet. If you do so, we will not be able to meditate in peace. My hermitage is on the shores of the ocean and the seashore is frequented by a terrible demon named Dhundhu. He is so powerful that even the gods cannot vanquish him. He hides under the sand and meditates. He exhales his breath once every year and when he does so, all hell breaks loose. Terrible sandstorms are unleashed and the sun is shrouded in dust. For an entire week there are earthquakes. You cannot go away without doing something about Dhundhu." "Great sage," replied Vrihadashva, "I have given up my weapons. It would be most improper for me to take them up once again. As for Dhundhu, take my son Kavalashva with you. I am sure that he will vanquish the demon." Kavalashva and his 21,000 brothers accompanied Udunka. They came to the shores of the ocean and started to dig up the sand in their search for Dhundhu. When the demon got to know about this, he unleashed a terrible storm. Tidal waves raged. Flames licked with tongues of fire. Jhundhu's soldiers attacked Kavalishva and his brothers. All the brothers except 3 were killed. But Jhundhu had not reckoned with Kavalishva. The storm, the waves, and the fire could do Kavalishva no harm. He killed the demon and thus acquired the name of Jhundhumara. The sage Idhunka blessed him. Trishunku. Further down the line, there was a king named Trayaruna. His son was Satyavrata. Satyavrata was exceedingly strong. But such was his desire for riches, that he committed many sins. His father Trayaruna therefore decided to banish him. Trayaruna's chief priest was Vashishtha, and the sage also supported the king's decision. Go away, Trayaruna told his son. I do not wish to have a son who is like you. What will I do and where will I live? Asked Satyavrata. Go and live with the Chandalas, his father replied. Satyavrata went and started to live with the outcasts. In due course, Trayaruna retired to the forest, and there was no king to rule over the kingdom. In the absence of a king, anarchy prevailed. For 12 long years it did not rain, and there was a terrible drought. Famine raged. At the time, the sage Vishvamitra had gone away to the shores of the great ocean to meditate. The sage's wife found it difficult to make both ends meet. There was no food to be had. She had no option but to sell off one of her sons in exchange for 100 head of cattle. With this wealth she proposed to feed herself and her remaining sons. The person to whom the son was sold, tied a rope around the son's neck and proceeded to drag him away from the marketplace. The son thus came to acquire the name of Galava. Satyavrata discovered what was happening. He rescued Galava, and he also made arrangements to ensure that Vishvamitra's wife and sons did not suffer in the sage's absence. The entire family was looked after by Satyavrata. Satyavrata killed deer and other wild animals in the forest. He brought the meat to Galava's family. He also tended to his father, who had retired to the forest. One particular day, there was no game to be had. The sage Vashishtha possessed a cow. Satyavrata was not at all enamored of Vashishtha. The sage had, after all, recommended that Trayaruna banish his son. Satyavrata therefore stole Vashishtha's cow and slew it. He ate the meat himself and also fed part of it to Vishvamitra's family. Vashishtha was furious to learn this. He cursed Satyavrata. You have committed 3 sins, he said. You have stolen that which belonged to others. That is your first sin. You have caused unhappiness to your father. That is your second sin. And you have stolen and killed my cow. That is your third sin. Since you have committed 3 sins, I curse you that henceforth you will be known as Trishunku. After the 12 years of drought were over, Vishvamitra returned from his wanderings and was delighted to learn that Trishunku had taken care of his family in his absence. Despite Vashishtha's opposition, Vishvamitra arranged for Trishunku's coronation. As a sage, Vishvamitra had acquired great powers. He used these powers to send Trishunku to heaven in his mortal body. This was such a wonderful act that everyone marveled at it. Sagara. From Trishunku was descended a king named Vahua. Vahua was so addicted to material pursuits that he paid no attention to ruling his kingdom properly. Vahua's enemies seized the opportunity to defeat him and deprive him of his kingdom. Vahua and his wife fled to the forest. Chief among these enemies were the Hayhayas. But they were aided by the Talajanghas, the Shakas, the Yavnas, the Puranas, the Kambohas, and the Pallavas. Vahua was old when this happened. Moreover, he was so grief-stricken at having lost his kingdom that he had lost all desire to live. He died in the forest. King Vahua had 2 wives. One of these was named Yadvi. The second wife was jealous of Yadvi and attempted to kill her by administering some poison. The poison, however, did Yadvi no harm. When Vahua died, Yadvi decided to immolate herself on her husband's funeral pyre. But the sage Aurva intervened. Please do not do that, he requested Yadvi. You are expecting, and the act of killing the unborn baby would be a crime. Live and let him live. 4. He will rule well and will defeat his father's enemies. Persuaded by Arva, Yadvi did not kill herself. She began to live in the sage's hermitage. In due course, she gave birth to a beautiful boy. When the baby was born, the poison also emerged. Since the word sa means together with, the boy was given the name of Sagara. Arva took great interest in Sagara's upbringing and education. He taught the boy the Vedas and the art of fighting. There was divine weapon known as Agniastra. Sagara also learned how to use this wonderful weapon from Arva. When Sagara grew up, he decided to tackle his father's enemies. The knowledge of the divine weapon had made him close to invincible. He defeated the Hyayas, the Shakas, the Yavnas, the Kambohas, the Parata, and the Pallavas. But when he threatened to kill them all, these enemies sought refuge with the sage Vashishtha. The sage asked Sagara to spare them and saved their lives. But they had to be given some sort of punishment. Sagara decreed that the Shakas would have half of their heads shaved off. As for the Yavnas and the Kambohas, their heads were completely shaved off. The Paratas were instructed that they would have to sport long hair, and the Pallavas were forbidden to shave their beards. King Sagara thus conquered these enemies and became the ruler of the entire world. He decided to perform a horse sacrifice to celebrate his victory. Sagara had 2 wives. They were named Keshini and Sumti. Sagara did not have any sons, and his wives pleases Arva with their prayers. Arva granted them boons that they would have sons. The stipulation, however, was that one wife would give birth to a single son who would ensure that the line went on. But the other wife would have 60,000 sons who would perish before having any children of their own. Keshini desired the single son and accordingly gave birth to a Samanja. Sumti gave birth to a gourd. The gourd was reserved in a vat of clary-fed butter. After 9 months had passed, 60,000 sons came out of the gourd. Sagara's sons prospered. When a horse sacrifice is performed, a horse is left free to wander where it wills. At the time when Sagara organized the horse sacrifice, he appointed his sons to look after the horse. These sons insulted the sage Kapila and were burnt into ashes. The lunar line. Chandra or Soma was son of the sage Atrai. Atrai was a very powerful sage. He was always busy meditating. For 3,000 years he performed tapasya, with his arms raised up into the air. He stood there, immobile like a tree trunk. As a result of this wonderful tapasya, energy issued out of his body. The goddesses who preside over the 10 directions assimilated this energy and produced Chandra. It was in this sense that Chandra was the sage Atrai's son. Brahma gave Chandra a divine chariot to ride on. This chariot was drawn by 1,000 white horses. Chandra ascended the chariot and rode around the earth 21 times. While he was doing so, some energy from his body fell down on the earth. This was the origin of the herbs. Brahma appointed Chandra ruler over herbs, seeds, brahmanas, and the water. Chandra performed a royal sacrifice. The success of this ceremony, however, served to turn Chandra's head. The preceptor of the gods was Brihaspati, and Brihaspati's wife was named Tara. Although Chandra had already been married to 27 of Daksha's daughters, he abducted Tara. The gods and the sages requested Chandra to return Tara, but he would not listen. A terrible fight then raged between the gods and the demons, the gods fighting on Brihaspati's side and the demons on Chandra's. After Tara's name, this Samgrama. Finally, Brahma intervened and sorted the matter out. Chandra returned Tara to Brihaspati. But Chandra and Tara had a son named Buddha. You will remember Ila, Vaivasvata Manu's daughter. Buddha married Ila and their son was called Pururava. Pururava was the originator of the lunar line. Pururava and Urvashi. Pururava was a good king who performed many yajanas. He ruled the earth well. Urvashi was a beautiful Apsara. Pururava met Urvashi and fell in love with her. Please marry me, he requested. I will, replied Urvashi, but there is a condition. I love these 2 sheep and they will always have to stay by bedside. If I ever lose them, I will remain your wife no longer and will return to heaven. Moreover, I shall live only on clarified butter. Pururava agreed to these rather strange conditions and the 2 were married. They lived happily for 64 years. But the Gandharvas who were in heaven felt despondent. Heaven seemed to be a dismal place in Urvashi's absence. They therefore hatched a conspiracy to get her back. On an appropriate occasion, a Gandharv named Vishvavasu stole the 2 sheep. As soon as this happened, Urvashi vanished and returned to heaven. Pururava pursued Vishvavasu and managed to retrieve the sheep, but by then, Urvashi had disappeared. The miserable king searched throughout the world for her, but in vain. Eventually, Pururava came across Urvashi near a pond in Kurukshetra. "Why have you forsaken me?" asked Pururava. "You are my wife. Come and live with me." "I was your wife," replied Urvashi. "I no longer am, since the condition was violated. However, I agree to spend a day with you." When 1 year had passed, Urvashi returned to Pururava and presented him with the son she had borne him. She spent a day with him and vanished again. This happened several times and, in this fashion, Urvashi bore Pururava 6 sons. They were named Au, Amavasu, Vishvayu, Shatayu, Gatayu, and Dridayu. Yayati. In the lunar line, there was a king named Nahusha. He had 6 sons and the youngest was named Yayati. After Nahusha, Yayati became king. Yayati had 2 wives. Shukrakarya was the preceptor of the gods and Yayati married Devyani, Shukrakarya's daughter. The king of the Danavas was Vrishaparva and he had a daughter named Sharmishtha. Yayati also married Sharmishtha. Devyani gave birth to Yadu and Turvasu and Sharmishtha gave birth to Druya, Anu and Puru. Yayati loved Sharmishtha more. Shukrakarya therefore cursed Yayati that he would suffer from the untimely onset of old age. When this happened, Yayati was miserable. He was still not content with what he had savored of the pleasures of life. He told his son Yadu, "Please take my old age and give me your youth in return. I will return your youth to you when I have finished pleasuring the joys of the world." "That I will not," replied Yadu. "Your old age is due to your own sins. Why on earth should I accept it? Please ask my brothers instead." These words angered Yayati and he curses Yadu that Yadu or his descendants would never be kings. Yayat next asked Turvasu, but again met with a refusal. A similar curse was therefore imposed on Turvasu and on Druya and Anu after him. The only son who readily accepted Yayati's requested was Puru. Yayati blessed Puru and took his youth from him. Armed with this borrowed youth, Yayati savored the pleasures of the world and also performed many yajanas. When 1,000 years had thus passed, Yayati got tired of material pursuits. He returned Puru's youth and got back his own old age. Yayati retired to the forest, after having crowned Puru the king. As for Yadu, he was given some minor kingdoms that lay to the west. In similar fashion, Turvasu was given some kingdoms towards the southeast. Druya and Anu received kingdoms that lay towards the west, as had Yadu. The descendants of Yadu were known as the Yadvas. In this line was born Krishna. Also in this line was born Kartavirya Arjuna. Kartavirya Arjuna. There used to be a king named Kritavirya and Kritavirya's son was known as Kartavirya Arjuna. Arjuna performed tapasya for thousands and thousands of years. Through this meditation, he pleased the sage Dattatreya and obtained 4 wonderful boons from the sage. The first boon gave Arjuna 1,000 arms. The second boon gave him the power to use his persuasion to bring back evil people to the righteous path. The third boon was that he would conquer the entire earth and rule it according to the dictates of righteousness. The fourth and final boon was that Arjuna would meet his end at the hands of an individual who was in very way his superior. Having obtained these boons, Arjuna conquered the whole earth and ruled it well. He performed 10,000 wonderful yajanas. The gods, the sages, the Gandharvas, and the Apsaras always attended these ceremonies. He ruled for 87,000 years. One of Arjuna's amazing deeds was his defeat and capture of Ravana, the king of Lanka. The sun god, Surya, once came to visit Arjuna in the disguise of a Brahmana. "I am hungry," said Surya. "Please give me some food to eat. I will reward you well." "I am Surya. What sort of food will please you?" asked Arjuna. "What will I bring? I want to eat up all the material objects that there are on earth," replied Surya. "Please burn them up so that I may eat my fill." "How do you expect me to burn up all these objects?" asked Arjuna. "I am only a human and have very limited powers." Surya then gave Arjuna many divine arrows and a wonderful quiver to keep these arrows in. These arrows had the property that they burst into flames as soon as they were shot. With these arrows, Arjuna burnt up everything and Surya ate his fill. Hermitages, villages, cities, and forests burned. Varuna was the god of the oceans, and Varuna had a son named Ashvina. This son performed a lot of tapasya and became a sage named Vashishtha or Apava. Vashishtha performed tapasya under the water for 10,000 years. When he finished his meditations and returned to his hermitage, he found that the entire place had been burnt up by Arjuna. Vashishtha was greatly incensed. "Since you have not spared my hermitage, I curse you," said Vashishtha. "No one who bears your name will ever again become a king. There will be a Pandava named Arjuna, the son of Kunti. But he will not be a king simply because he will bear your name. I also curse you that you will be killed by Parshurama." Arjuna was eventually killed by Parshurama. The gods and the demons. The gods and the demons did not like each other and fought several wars with each other. There were 12 such terrible wars. On one particular occasion, the demons were defeated by the gods. Extremely disheartened, they went to visit their preceptor, Shukrakarya. The demons told Shukrakarya, "We have been defeated by the gods. We have no option but to go and reside in the underworld." "Don't be so disconsolate," replied Shukracharya. "I will protect you. I know that Brihaspati, the preceptor of the gods, has obtained wonderful powers by praying to the fire god, Agni. The gods thrive on these powers. I will pray to Shiva and obtain powers that can counteract these. Till I come back, please be patient. Why don't you give up arms and live as hermits till I return?" The demons agreed to this proposition. They informed the gods that they had given up arms and that the gods could do as they willed. They had become hermits and would not fight. Meanwhile, Shukrakarya started to pray to Shiva. Shiva appeared before Shukrakarya and discovered what the sage desired. Shiva was prepared to grant these powers, subject to a condition being met. Shukrakarya would have to meditate for 1,000 years. And throughout this period, he would not be allowed to speak and would have to live on smoke. Shukrakarya began this process of meditation. The gods got to know what was happening and decided that this was the opportune time to attack the demons. "What are you doing?" said the demons. "We have given up arms. This is not the time to fight." But the gods would not listen. The demons therefore fled to Bhrigu's wife and asked her to protect them. Through her powers, the saintly woman completely paralyzed Indra so that he could not move. At the sight of what had happened to their leader, the gods fled in disarray. "Why are you running away?" asked Vishnu. "As for you, Indra, enter my body. I will take you away from this place." Indra entered Vishnu's body and Vishnu proceeded to take him away. This angered Bhrigu's wife and she threatened to burn up both Indra and Vishnu. But before this could happen, Vishnu sliced off the lady's head with his Sudarshana chakra. Bhrigu was aghast at this act. "Killing a woman is a sin," he told Vishnu. "You have committed a crime. For this crime, I curse you that you will have to be born several times on earth. As for my wife, through my powers I will resurrect her." This is what Bhrigu did and this act terrified Indra. He got extremely worried that once Shukrakarya returned, there would be no way of controlling the demons. Indra had a daughter named Jayanti. He told her, "Shukrakarya is meditating. Please go and try to distract him." Make sure that his meditation is not successfully completed. Jayanti did as her father had asked her to. She started to frequent Shukrakarya's hermitage and served him faithfully. In due course, Shukrakarya's meditation was completed and he obtained the desired boon from Shiva. Once this task was accomplished, Shukrakarya noticed Jayanti. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" he asked. "Why have you been serving me thus? In any case, I am pleased with what you have done for me. Please tell me what boon you desire." "Be my husband for 10 years," answered Jayanti. Shukrakarya agreed. Shukrakarya and Janati had a daughter named Devyani. Meanwhile, Brihaspati adopted Shukrakarya's form and started to live with the demons. The demons were naturally glad to have their teacher back. They did not realize that the person whom they took to be their teacher was actually Brihaspati. After the 10 years were over, Shukrakarya returned and found that the demons were following Brihaspati. "Who is this person whom you are following?" he asked. "Give him up. I am the real Shukrakarya." "Not at all," retorted Brihaspati. "I am the real Shukrakarya." The demons did not know what to make of this. The two looked exactly alike and there was absolutely no way of telling them apart. Eventually they concluded that the person with whom they had been associating for the past 10 years must be their real guru. This choice so angered Shukrakarya that he left in a huff. When the demons realized their mistake, they sought to pacify Shukrakarya and bring him back. But the harm had already been done. The demons could not exploit the powers that Shukrakarya had gained. Vishnu's incarnations. Because of Bhrigu's curse, Vishnu had to be born several times on earth. These are known as avataras. The Vayu Purana now catalogues Vishnu's 10 incarnations. These are as follows. Matsya or fish. Narasimha or half man and half lion, Vamana or dwarf. Dattatreya, the sage. Bhavya. Parshurama. Rama. Vedavyasa. Krishna. Kalki. Epilogue. Lomaharshana finished his recital of the Vayu Purana and told the assembled sages, "You are indeed lucky. You have heard that which is most sacred. This holy act will undoubtedly take you straight to heaven. A person who listens to a recital of this sacred text is rewarded with wealth, health, and a long life. All the sins that a listener may have committed are forgiven." Do you know how the knowledge of this Purana was passed down through the ages? It passed from Vayu to Ushana, from Ushana to Brihaspati, from Brihaspati to Suvita, from Suvita to Mritayu, from Mritayu to Indra, from Indra to Vashishtha, from Vashishtha to Sarasvata, from Sarasvata to Tridhama, from Tridhama to Dhananjaya, from Dhananjaya to Kritanjaya, from Kritanjaya to Trinanjaya, from Trinanjaya to Bharadvaha, from Bharadvaha to Gautama, from Gautama to Niryanthara, from Niryanthara to Vahashrava, from Vahashrava to Somashyashma, from Somashyashma to Trinavindu, from Trinavindu to Daksha, from Daksha to Shuktri, from Shuktri to Parashara, from Parashara to Jatukarna and from Jatukarna to Vedavyasa. I learnt the Purana from the great Vedavyasa himself. This is a lineage of sages that is truly sacred. Home. The Bhavishya Purana. The Bhavishya Purana is the 11th among the Puranas and it contains 5 parts. The first part contains a description of the genesis, greatness of the deities and worship of Lord Vishnu, Shiva and Surya. Second, third, and fourth parts describe about the greatness of Shiva, Vishnu and Surya respectively. It gives very accurate forecasts about Adam and Eve, Noah's Ark, the fall of Sanskrit and coming of other languages, about the coming of Buddha, Madhavacharya, Chandragupta, Ashoka, Jayadeva, and Krishna Chaitanya and about Kutubuddin and the Shahs ruling Delhi. The fifth part contains a description of the heaven. Like other Puranas, Bhavishya Purana also contains a description of the ancient kings and Chandra and Surya dynasties. Interestingly, Bhavishya Purana contains a description of a game that resembles modern chess to a great extent. In all, the subject matter of Bhavishya Purana seems to be an attempt to prove and establish the supremacy of Brahma. The Bhavishya Purana is an ancient text authored by Sri Vedavyasa Muni, the compiler of the Vedic texts. It is listed among the 18 major Puranas. Bhavishya means future and Purana means history, so the text's name would translate literally as the history of the future. Though the text was written many thousands of years before the recorded events took place, by the power of his mystic vision, Sri Vyasa was able to accurately predict the happenings of the modern times. One of the text's poetic styles is to present the events as though they have already happened. This is a common practice in Sanskrit poetry, and does not indicate that the book was written in modern times. Modern Westernist scholars, who keep cooing about the forecasts of Nostradamus, reject the contents of Bhavishya Purana mostly on the grounds that its information is too accurate. But we should ask ourselves, if there was an empowered saint, who knew past, present and future, and if he chose to write a book named The History of the Future, shouldn't it contain accurate information about the modern times, as the title suggests? We cannot disqualify it simply because it speaks accurately of the British controlling India, Hitler fighting the world, and Max Mueller misrepresenting the Vedic teachings. Veda means knowledge, and the Vedic texts contain knowledge of everything, past, present, and future. This Purana consists of 7 chapters. We are giving below some of the available translations. 11.1 Biblical and Modern History. Sutta Goswami said, once upon a time in Hastinapura, Pradyota the son of Kashimaka was leading an assembly, and meanwhile the great sage Narada arrived there. King Pradyota happily honored him. Having him seated on the seat, the sage told King Pradyota, your father was killed by the Mlekas, therefore he attained Yamaloka or the hellish planet. If you perform a Mlekayajana, then by the effect of this sacrifice your father will attain the heavenly planets. Hearing this, King Pradyota immediately called the best of the learned Brahmanas and started Mlekayajana in Kurukshetra. They built a Yajanakunda which was 16 yojanas in square. They meditated on the demigods and offered oblations of Mlekas. There are Haras, Hunas, Barvaras, Gurandas, Sakas, Kasas, Yavnas, Pallavas, Romajas, and those who are situated in different dvipas and in Kamaru, China and the middle of the ocean. All of them were called with the mantra and burned to ashes. Then he gave Dakshina to the Brahmanas and performed Abhiska. As a result, his father Kashimaka went to the heavenly planets. After that he became famous everywhere as a Mlekahanta or destroyer of Mlekas. He ruled the earth for 10,000 years and went to heaven. He had a son named Vaidevan who ruled for 2,000 years. At that time the Kali Purusha prayed to Lord Narayana along with his wife. After some time the Lord appeared to him and said, this age will be a good time for you. I will fulfill your desire having various kinds of forms. There is a couple named Adama and his wife Havyavati. They are born from Vishnukardama and will increase the generations of Mlekas. Saying this, the Lord disappeared. Having great joy the Kali Purusha went to Nilacha. Vyasa said, now you hear the future story narrated by Sutta Goswami. This is the full story of Kali Yuga. Hearing this you will become satisfied. In the eastern side of Pradhan city where there is a big God-given forest, which is 16 square yojanas in size. The man named Adama was staying there under a papavriksha or a sinful tree and was eager to see his wife Havyavati. The Kali Purusha quickly came there assuming the form of a serpent. He cheated them and they disobeyed Lord Vishnu. The husband ate the forbidden fruit of the sinful tree. They lived by eating air with the leaves called Yudambara. After they had sons and all of them became Mlekas. Adama's duration of life was 930 years. He offered oblations with fruits and went to heaven with his wife. His son was named Svetanama, and he lived 912 years. Svetanama's son was Anuta, who ruled 100 years less than his father. His son Kainasa ruled as much as his grandfather. His son Malahala ruled 895 years. His son Virata ruled 160 years. His son Hamaka was devoted to Lord Vishnu, and offering oblations of fruits he achieved salvation. He ruled 365 years and went to heaven with the same body, being engaged in Mlekha Dharma. Having good behavior, wisdom, qualities like a Brahmana and worship of God, these things are called Mlekha Dharma. The great souls have declared that the Dharma of the Mlekha is devotion to God, worship of fire, non-violence, austerity and control of the senses. The son of Hamaka was Madokala. He ruled for 970 years. His son Lomaka ruled 777 years and went to heaven. His son Nuha ruled for 500 years. He had 3 sons named Sima, Sama, and Bhava. Nuha was a devotee of Lord Vishnu. Once the Lord appeared in his dream and said, "My dear Nuha, please listen, there will be devastation on the 7th day. Therefore, you have to be very quick that you make a big boat and ride in it. O chief of the devotees, you will be celebrated as a great king." Then he made a strong boat which was 300 feet long, 50 feet wide and 30 feet high. It was beautiful and all the living entities could take shelter in it. He then himself rode in it, engaged in meditating on Lord Vishnu. Lord Indra called the devastating cloud named Samvartaka and poured heavy rain continuously for 40 days. The whole earth, Bharatvarsa, had merged in the water and 4 oceans came up together. Only Visala or Badarikasrama was not submerged. There were 80,000 great transcendentalists in Visala who joined with King Nuha and his family. All of them were saved and everything else was destroyed. At that time all the sages praised the eternal energy of Lord Vishnu. Being pleased by the prayers of the sages, the Vishnumaya reduced the waters of devastation. After 1 year gradually the earth became visible. Under the hill there is a place named Sasina and the king was situated in that place with his other people. When the water completely dried up, King Nuha came back to his place. Sutta Goswami continued, the Mlekha, King Nuha became attached to Lord Vishnu and as a result Lord Vishnu increased his generation. Then he created a language fit for the Mlekhas, unfavorable to the Vedas. He named it as Brahmi Bhasha, or Brahmi language, full of bad words, for increasing the degradation of Kali Yuga. The Lord who is himself the master of intelligence gave this language to Nuha. Nuha named his 3 sons opposite. They were known as Sima, Hama, Yakuta and also Yakuta, Saptaputra, Jamara and Majuya. The name of their countries were known as Madi, Unana, Stuvaloma, Tasa, and Tirasa. Hama, who was the second son of his father, had 4 sons known as Kusa, Misra, Kuja, and Kanam. Kusa had 6 sons, Havala, Sarva, Turagama, Savatika, Nimaruhai, and Mahavala. Their sons were known as Kumala, Sinara, and Urika. And their countries' names are Akvata, Bhavuna and Razana. After telling this story Sutta Goswami influenced by Yoganidra entered mystic slumber. He woke up after 2000 years and thereupon he said, "Now I'm going to say about the generation of Sima. Because he was the first son of his father he became the king. This Mlekha king ruled over the country for 500 years. His son Arkansota ruled for 434 years. His son Silla ruled for 460 years. His son Iratajya ruled the same length as his father. His son Fataja ruled for 240 years. His son Rao ruled for 237 years. His son Juja ruled the same length as his father. His son Naura ruled for 160 years, and he destroyed his many inimical kings. His son Tahara ruled the same length as his father. He had 3 sons, Avirama, Naura, and Harana. Thus I have explained the generation of Mlekhas with the indication of their names only. The Mlekha language is considered the lowest language because it bears the curse of goddess Sarasvati. Thus I have summarily narrated the rise of the Mlekhas in Kali Yuga. Sanskrit is the language by which the whole Bharatavarsa is being praised and glorified. The same language, after going to another country became the Mlekha language and Mlekhas took advantage of it. After hearing all this, the sages situated in Badarikashrama, worshipped Lord Narayana and meditated upon them for 200 years. When they woke up from their meditation, they inquired from their teacher Sutta Goswami. O disciple of Sri Vyasa, you are so fortunate and greatly intelligent, may you live long. Now please tell us who is the king at the present time. Sutta Goswami said, at the present time, the Kali Yuga has already passed its 3,000 years. Now the king Sunka is ruling the earth, and in the Mleka countries the king named Sakapat is ruling. Please hear about how they came up. When the Kali Yuga passed 2,000 years, the dynasty of Mlekas increased. They created many paths to grow, and gradually the whole earth become full of Mlekas. The spiritual master and teacher of the Mlekas was named Musa. He was residing on the bank of the river Sarasvati, and he spread his doctrines throughout the whole world. As soon as Kali Yuga started, the devotion to the Lord and the language of the Vedas were destroyed. There are 4 kinds of Mleka languages: Vrajabhasa, Maharashtra, Yavani and Garandika. In this way there are 4 million kinds of other languages. For example, Paniyam is called Pani, Bubhuksa hunger is called Bhuk. Paniyam drinking is called Papati, and Bhojanam eating is called Kakanam. Isti is called Siddharava, Istanai is called Masapavani, Ahudi is called Aju, and Dadati is called Dadhatai. The word Patrai is called Padara, and Baitrata is Bather and also Patti. This is the Yavani language, in which the Asva is called Aspa, Janu is Janu, and Saptasindhu is called Saptahindu. Now you hear about Gurandika language. Ravivara is called Sunday, Fulguna and Chatra months are called Farvari. Sasti is called 60, these kinds of examples are there. Crime is becoming prominent in the holy place of Saptapuri. Gradually the people of Aryavata are becoming thieves, hunters, bhilas, and fools. The followers of Mlekadharma in foreign countries are intelligent and having good qualities, whereas the people of Aryavarta are bereft of good qualities. Thus the ruling of Mlekas is also in Bharata and its islands. Knowing all this, O great and intelligent sage, you should just perform the devotional service to Lord Hari. The great sage Saunaka inquired, please tell us, what was the reason that the Mlekas did not arrive in Brahmavarta? Sutta Goswami said, that was by the influence of goddess Sarasvati that they could not enter that place. By the order of the demigods, when the Kali Yuga pursued his 1,000 years, a Brahmana named Kashyapa come down to earth from the heavenly planets with his wife Aryavatil. They had 10 spotless sons who are known by the names, Upadhyaya, Dixita, Padhaka, Sukla, Misra, Agnihotri, Dvivedi, Trivedi, Katurvedi and Pandit. Among them was the learned one full of knowledge. He went to Kashmir and worshipped goddess Sarasvati with red flowers, red akshata, incense, lamps, navedya and puspanjali. To please her he praised her with some prayers, asking her for better knowledge of Sanskrit to put Mlekas into illusion. Being pleased by his prayers she remained situated in his mind and blessed him with knowledge. Then the sage went to the country known as Misra and put all the Mlekas into illusion by the grease of goddess Sarasvati. Then he made 10,000 people as Dvijas or twice-born Brahmanas, he made 2,000 people into Vaishyas, and the rest of them as Shudras. He came back with them and staying in Aryadesha he engaged in the activities of the sages. They were known as Aryans, and by the grace of goddess Sarasvati their generation gradually increased up to 4 million, both the men and women with their sons and grandsons. Their king, Kashyapa Muni, ruled the earth for 120 years. There were 8,000 Sudras in the county known as Rajputra, and their king was Aryaprathu. His son was Magadha. The sage made him a king and left. Saunaka inquired, O disciple of Vyasa, O Lomaharsana, please tell us who were the kings to rule the earth in Kali Yuga, after Magadha. Sutta Goswami said, when King Magadha, the son of Kashyapa was ruling the earth, he remembered his father's administration and he separated the Aryadesha into many states. The state which is on the eastern side of Pankala is known as Magadha, the state of Kalinga is on the east-south side, the state of Avanta is in the south, Amartadesha is to the southwest, Sindhudesha is on the western side, Kaikeya is to the northwest, Madradesha is in the north, and Kanandadesha is to the northeast. These states are named according to his sons' names. After performing a sacrifice he gave the states to his sons. Lord Balabhadra became pleased with his sacrifice, and Sisunaga appeared from the sacrifice as his son. He ruled for 100 years and his son Kakavarma ruled for 90 years. His son Kshamadharma ruled for 80 years and his son ruled for 70 years. His son Vedamisra ruled for 60 years. His son Ajatanipur ruled for 50 years. His son Darbhaka ruled for 40 years, his son Udayasva ruled for 30 years, his son Nandavardhana ruled for 20 years, his son Nandasuddha, who was born from the womb of a Sudri or a low-class lady, also ruled for 20 years. His son Pranankala ruled for 10 years. His son Parananda also ruled 10 years. His son Samananda ruled for 20 years. His son Priyananta ruled for 20 years, his son Devananda also ruled for 20 years. His son Yajanabanga ruled for 10 years. His son Mauryananda ruled for 10 years. And his son Mahananda ruled for 10 years. At this time Lord Hari was remembered by Kali. At that time the great and famous Gautama, the son of Kashyapa, introduced the Buddhist religion, and attained Lord Hari in Patna. Gautama ruled over 10 years. From him Shakyamuni was born, who ruled 20 years. His son Shuddhodana ruled 30 years. His son Shakyasimha became the king on Satadri after 2000 years and he ruled for 60 years, by which time all the people were Buddhists. This was the first position of Kali Yuga and the Vedic religion was destroyed. If Lord Vishnu becomes a king then all the people would follow him. The activities of the world are carried out by the prowess of Lord Vishnu. He is the master of Maya or the illusory energy, and whoever takes shelter of that Lord Hari, though he may be a sinful and abominable person, will become liberated. Buddhasimha was born from Shakyasimha and he ruled for only 30 years. Buddhasimha's son was Chandragupta, who married with the daughter of Sulava, the Yavana king of Pausasa. Thus he mixed the Buddhists and Yavanas. He ruled for 60 years. From him Vindusara was born and ruled for the same number of years as his father. His son was Ashoka. At this time the best of the Brahmanas, Kanyakubja, performed sacrifice on the top of a mountain named Arbuda. By the influence of Vedic mantras, 4 Kshatriyas appeared form the Yajna. Among these 4 Pramara was Samavedi, Chapahani was Yajurvedi, Shukla was Trivedi and Pariharika was the Atharvavedi. They were accustomed to ride on elephants. They kept Ashoka under their control and annihilated all the Buddhists. It is said there were 4 million Buddhists and all of them were killed by uncommon weapons. After that Pramara became king in Avanta and he constructed a large city called Ambavati for his happiness. It was as big as 4 yojanas or about 32 miles. Then Sutta Goswami said, "My dear Brahmanas, I'm being influenced by Yoganidra, therefore, please go to your respective ashramas and meditate on Lord Vishnu." After the completion of 2000 years, Sutta Goswami said, when the Kali Yuga had passed his 3710 years, at that time the king was Pramara who ruled 6 years, from him Mahamata was born. He ruled 3 years and his son Devapi did the same. His son Devajita also did the same. From him Gandharvsena was born, who went to the forest after ruling for over 50 years and having given his kingdom to his son Shankha. Shankha ruled for over 30 years. Lord Indra sent a heavenly girl to Gandharvsena named Viramati. A jewel-like son was born from her womb. At the time of his birth, there were flowers raining from the sky, many auspicious instruments were played and the wind was blowing pleasingly. The name of the baby was Shivadrashti, who later left for the jungle with his disciples. After 20 years he became perfect in Karma Yoga. When Kali Yuga completed 3000 years, the terrible symptoms of Kali had appeared. That baby took birth in the secret place of Kailasa, by the benediction of Lord Shiva, to destroy the Shakas and to increase the Arya Dharma or the Vedic region. His father Gandharvsena named his son as Vikramaditya and become happy. This child was very intelligent and very pleasing to his parents. When he was 5 years old, he left for the forest to perform austerities, and he continued it up to 12 years. After 12 years he went to the holy city named Ambavati with all the opulence and accepted the transcendental throne sent by Lord Shiva. For his security goddess Parvati created a Vitala and sent it to King Vikramaditya's palace. Once the powerful king went to the temple of Lord Shiva named as Mahakaleshvara, who is the chief of the Devas, and who has a bow named Pinyaka. There he worshipped Lord Shiva. In that place he built a religious council hall with the pillars made of various metals and decorated with many kinds of jewels and covered with so many plants and creepers and flowers. In that hall he kept a celestial throne. He invited the foremost Brahmanas who are well versed in Vedic knowledge, worshipped them with proper hospitality and heard many religious histories from them. After that one demigod named Vitala come there having a form of a Brahmana. Glorifying and blessing the king, he sat down on the seat and said, "O master of this earthly planet, King Vikramaditya, if you are very eager to hear them I will describe the stories and histories to you." Thus ends the 7th chapter of the Pradisarga Parva of the Bhavishya Purana. 11.2 The Prediction of Islam. Sri Sutta Goswami said, in the dynasty of King Shalivahana, there were 10 kings who went to the heavenly planets after ruling for over 500 years. Then gradually the morality declined on the earth. At that time Bhojraja was the 10th of the kings on the earth. When he saw that the moral law of conduct was declining, he went to conquer all the directions of his country with 10,000 soldiers commanded by Kalidasa. He crossed the river Sindhu and conquered over the Gandharas, Mlekas, Shakas, Kashmiris, Naravas, and Sathas. He punished them and collected a large amount of wealth. Then the king went along with Mahamata, the preceptor of Mlekadharma, and his followers to the great god, Lord Shiva, situated in the desert. He bathed Lord Shiva with Ganges water and worshipped him in his mind with Pankagavya and sandalwood paste, etc. After he offered some prayers and pleased him. Sutta Goswami said, after hearing the king's prayers, Lord Shiva said, "O King Bhojraja, you should go to the place called Mahakakshvara, that land is called Vahika and now is being contaminated by the Mlekas. In that terrible country there no longer exists Dharma. There was a mystic demon named Tripura, whom I have already burned to ashes, he has come again by the order of Bali. He has no origin but he achieved a benediction from me. His name is Mahada and his deeds are like that of a ghost. Therefore, O king, you should not go to this land of the evil ghost. By my mercy your intelligence will be purified." Hearing this the king came back to his country. That city is known as their site of pilgrimage, a place which was Madina or free from intoxication. Having a form of a ghost, the symptoms of my followers will be that they first of all will cut their genitals, have no shikha, but having beard, therefore, they will be known as Musulman. The intelligent king, Bhojaraj, established the language of Sanskrit in 3 varnas, the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, and for the Shudras he established Prakrita Bhasha, the ordinary language spoken by common men. After ruling his kingdom for 50 years, he went to the heavenly planet. The moral laws established by him were honored even by the demigods. The Aryavarta, the pious land, is situated between Vindhyakala and Himakala, or the mountains known as Vindhya and Himalaya. The Aryans reside there, but Varnasankaras reside on the lower part of Vindhya. The Musulman people were kept on the other side of the river Sindhu. On the island of Barbara, Tusha and many others also the followers of Isamsiha were also situated, as they were managed by a king or demigods. 11.3 The Prediction of Buddhism. Long ago in the country known as Citrutha, the inhabitants of the heavenly planets used to come to play during the time of autumn. One day a heavenly Apsara known as Manjughosha came to that place where the sage Shaka was residing. Seeing this beautiful boy, she tried to attract him while singing and dancing, being overwhelmed by lusty desires. She praised him with a beautiful prayer, holding her hands and bowing down. Somehow, she pleased the Muni. Then the glorious Shaka, hearing this auspicious prayer, asked her to request a benediction. Manjughosha humbly said, "O Lord, you are the protector of those who came to your shelter, Therefore I'm at your shelter, please become my husband. The sage accepted her, and after some time they produced a son named Muni, who performed austerity very strictly up to 12 years. He married the daughter of Svarnadeva, the god of gold. They gave birth to a daughter named Canary. She was very young and beautiful. She performed austerity to please Lord Shiva, and as a benediction Lord Shiva instructed her to a sober sage Makaranda. Then her father, Muni, asked Lord Shiva to bless her, so that they will successfully make progress in this world. Lord Shiva said, up to 30 years you will enjoy your country in the middle of the earth, then it will be destroyed. After hearing this, Muni went to his place with Makaranda and resided there. As soon as the 29th year started, the battle took place among those kings who took birth as the incarnations of the associates of Krishna. Bodha, the lord of Nuhas, attacked the beautiful city of Netrapala, thinking that this city is wonderfully decorated with various kinds of jewels. The powerful king Bodhasingha, who had 7 million soldiers, fought with those kings who had only 3 million soldiers. The fight went on terribly between the armies for 7 days and nights. The great powerful kings, who killed all the inimical armies protected by Bodhasingha, were Yogasingha, Bhagasingha and Vijaya. After that more Buddhists came from the countries known as Shyama and Japaka, and all of them were magicians. Again they had a large battle which lasted for 1 month. Then Netrasimha arrived with 7 million soldiers protected by 8 generals, for the destruction of the Buddhists. Being afraid, all the Buddhists left India completely and went to China to continue the war from there. The opposite army also continued following them. When they arrived on the bank of the Huha River, it was the month of Mak, the second half part of the month of January, the fight took place again. There were 1 million soldiers each from the countries of Suyama and Japaka, and 10 million soldiers from China assembled for a fight. On the other side, Krishnamsa, Deva, Netrapala, Mandalika, Dhanyapata, Lalasingha, Talana, and Jananaka were the generals, each of them having 1 million soldiers. There was a terrible battle between the Buddhists and the Aryans. In that war 7 million Buddhists, and 2 million Aryans were killed. Being afraid, the Buddhists ran away from the battle and went to their home to produce a wooden army with the help of a machinery arrangement. They made 10,000 elephants along with warriors, 1 million horses, 1,000 buffaloes, 1,000 hogs, 1,000 tigers, 1,000 swans, and 7,000 camels. All these creatures had wooden warriors on their back. Thus with the wooden army, which was 125,000 in number, they killed 2 million soldiers protected by Krishna MSAs. Seeing this wonder, Jayanta, the expert fighter, shot fire arrows toward the wooden armies, so that they were immediately destroyed, being burned to ashes. Only 3 million Kshatriyas were left, and they glorified the proficient warrior Jayanta again and again. Then the Buddhists from China made a 20,000 strong iron horse cavalry and sent them to fight. The powerful warrior Yogasingha, riding on an elephant, held the bow and arrows in his hands and shot to the neck of the iron warriors. Being afflicted by the arrows of Yogasingha, 5,000 soldiers were killed. Seeing this, Bodhasimha made an iron tiger and sent it to Yogasingha. By the attack of that iron tiger the brave Yogasingha was finally killed, and then Bhagasimha, riding on a horse, went to fight with the tiger. He killed the tiger by throwing a missile, and roared loudly. Then a lion was sent to him by Bodhasimha, and thus he was killed by a lion. When the son of Svarnavati saw that his maternal uncles were already dead, he rode on a powerful horse and went to Bodhasimha. He took illusory arrows and put the opposite army into delusion along with Bodhasimha. He captured 10,000 kings including Bodhasimha, and returned to Krishna MSAs having destroyed the mechanical armies. Then all of them happily went to the city and forcibly looted the wealth from the palace, which was very opulent, and came back the fort of the king. Jayanta came and released Bodhasimha. After being released, he offered his daughter Padmaja to Jayanta and also offered 100 million golden coins for the pleasure of his in-law. After that all the Buddhists made their vows there itself, saying we will never go to Aryadasa to invade the country. Then they offered their homage and left. They went to Netrapala with their 3 million remaining soldiers. 11.4 The prediction of India's kings. Sutta Goswami said, the great powerful king of Madraksa worshipped the mendicants of the heavenly planets for 5 years, and after having received a benediction from them he produced 10 sons and 1 beautiful young daughter named Kantinati. King Madraka invited Maharaj Suryavarna, and gave his daughter to him with proper conduct. Having accepted the new wife, Suryavarna quickly returned to his home with his army. There was a mystic demon named Karbara, the son of Big Bisana. When he saw Kantimati the daughter of King Madraksa, he came there and kidnapped her in their presence and went to a mountain called Sahyadri. Seeing this incident, Maharaja became very upset and lamented again and again. Maharaja came to Hastinapura and sent a message to Krishnamsa. He explained everything to him, and immediately with 500 warriors Krishnamsa went to Sahyadri mountain and said fearlessly, O best of the demons, please listen. Your father Bibhishana is a great devotee, and you are the dear son of him, therefore, you should not act in this manner, which is the cause of the destruction of family. Do you remember, long ago Mother Sita was kidnapped by Ravana, and what happened to him? The Rakshasa said, previously she was the daughter of a Gandharva and my beloved wife, but because of a curse by a sage she took birth on the earthly planet. Therefore, feeling her separation I went to Madraksa. Although I stayed there so many days, being afraid of the king I could not kidnap her. Now she is in my control, but if you defeat me in battle you can take her back. Then Krishnamsa started fighting with him with a sword, and it went on for 7 nights. Finally he defeated the Rakshasa, and with Kantimati came back to Delhi to see Maharaja. The king offered 10 million golden coins to the great Krishnamsa. Then he came to Pramdavana, or the forest called Pramoda, with his friends. Sutta Goswami said, there was a powerful king named Purnamala in Patna. He worshipped the Vasus for 5 years and received a benediction from them. By their blessings he had 10 sons and a daughter named Vyadayunmala. For the marriage of his daughter he invited King Maharaja, and with 7 million soldiers he gave his daughter to the son of Maharaja. Bhima came back happily to his home with his beautiful wife. Then the king of Pisakadasa, Sahoda, came with 10,000 mlekas to get Vyadayunmala. They came to Kurukshetra by the order of Bali, the grandson of Prahlada Maharaja. They broke the deities of gods, killed so many cows, and in the places of sacred water they put cow blood. Sahoda, the Mleka king, wrote a letter and sent it to Maharaja. King Maharaja answered, O Mleka king, you are the master of the Mlekasi, why are you worried about Vyadayunmala? You should know that I'm the one who can shoot arrows just by hearing a sound, and I'm the central point of the country of the thieves. Then the king went to Kurukshetra with 3 million soldiers. There was a large, terrible fight between them. At night in the month of Jesta, Bali Maharaja came from Patala, the lowest region, with 10,000 demons and killed the soldiers of the king very quickly, eating them again and again. The king, being afraid, took shelter of goddess Sarasvati. After that immediately Krishna MSAs arrived and killed the 10,000 demons. They came to Bali, the lord of the demons, and pleased him with their words. Then Bali Raja said, I'm very pleased with you, now you can ask for any benediction. They said, these demons should never come to Aryadesha with you, all of you should stay always in Mlekadesha and eat the followers of Mlekadharma. Bali Raja became upset hearing these fearful, terrible words. Then Krishnamsa said, as long as I'm in this world you should simply stay in your home, after that you come here and do whatever you like. Hearing this, the Mleka king Sahoda went back to Rasatala, the 6th lowest region of demons. 11.5 The prediction of Nimbarka Acharya. The sun god, being pleased by the praise of the demigods, said, by the order of the Lord Krishna, Sudarshana will take birth in the Dvapara Yuga, and will be known as Nimbaditya. He will be able to remove the declination of religious principles. Sutta Goswami said, now you hear about the pastimes of the great Nimbarka. Lord Krishna personally ordered him to appear on the auspicious bank of Narmada river, which flows to the southern side of mountain Meru. That state is known as Tailanga, the place used by the Devarsis, the godly sages. Lord Krishna said, "You receive knowledge from Devarsi Narada and establish the true principles of religion. You should remain in Mathura, Naimisaranya, and Dvaraka." Lord Sudarshana accepted the order of Lord Krishna, saying, "Yes," and appeared on the earth to fulfill the desires of the devotees. There was a broad-minded holy Brahmana living in the auspicious state of Tailanga. His name was Aruna and was well versed in the Vedas and Vedanas. His wife was known as Jayanti. They were living an austere life like the sages. The brilliant luster of Sudarshana suddenly entered in the heart of Jayanti, and by that luster she looked brilliant like the moon. When the time arrived with all auspiciousness and good qualities, in Gaurapaksh Purnima of Kartika month, Vrisharasi, the moon in Kritika, the 5 grihas situated in higher places, in the evening at the time of sunset, in Masalagna, the Lord of the universe, who engaged the whole universe in Vedic religion, appeared from Mother Jayanti. One day Lord Brahma went to Nimbarka's ashrama just before the sunset and said, "Oh, Brahmana, I'm very hungry. As long as the sun is in the sky, please give me something to eat." The Brahmana gave him food, and while he was eating the sun went down. Then the Brahmana by his power kept a Sudarshana on a nimbe tree. Lord Brahma wondered seeing that sun-like shine and paid his obeisances to the Brahmana by lying flat on the ground. Pleased with his austerity, Lord Brahma said, "Excellent. You will become famous on this earth, and you will be known as Nimbaditya." 11.6 The prediction of Madhva and Sridhara. Brihaspati said, "Long ago, during the age of Treta, O Indra, there was a Brahmana named Shakrasharma, in Ayodhya. He worshipped demigods such as the Asvini Kumaras, Rudras, Vasus, and Surya with the mantras mentioned in the Yajurveda. After worshipping, he satisfied them by offering oblations every day. Thus being pleased with his worship, all the 330 million demigods awarded him all desired objects and even the rarest things. By the benediction of the demigods, the Brahmana lived on this earth for 10,000 years without getting old and having no disturbance. After leaving his body, he became the sun god and predominated the sun planet for 100,000 years, before going to Brahmaloka. He spent 8,000 celestial years for visiting the higher planets and then returned to the sun planet. Hearing this, Lord Indra with his sober intelligence began to worship the sun god along with other demigods in the month of June-July. On the Purnima, the full moon day, the sun god came down to the earth and said to demigods, "I will take birth in Kali Yuga in Vrindavana, and this Brahmana will execute favorable acts for the demigods. He will be born as a son of Madhav, named Madhu, and follow the Vedic path." Sutta Goswami said, saying this, the sun god created a light from his body and sent it to Vrindavana. Attracting all the irreligious people with pleasing speech, he gave them Vaishnavi Shakti, or the spiritual energy of Lord Vishnu, the bestower of enjoyment and liberation. Thus he became famous, known as Madhvakarya. Jiva said, in the age of Dvapara, there was a Brahmana named Megha. He was very much religious, intelligent, learned and a follower of the Vedic path. He was engaged in farming, and with the 10% profit from farming he was worshipping the demigods every day with devotion. Once there was no rain during the administration of Maharaja Shantanu for 5 years, but the farm of Megha was about 4 miles wider and was watered by rain. Naturally the grain rate increased and Megha became rich by taking advantage of the scarcity. Other people being so distressed took shelter of the king. The king called Megha and said, "O great Brahmana, I offer my obeisances unto you, please become my guru and guide us, so that we can be free from the scarcity." Megha said, "When the month of Shravan starts, you should call 12 Vedic Brahmanas to chant 100,000 times the mantra of the sun god with the proper mind. Then on the full moon day offer 1/10 the number of oblations in the sacrificial fire, through the Brahmanas. If you could do this as mentioned, you will become free from anxiety." So the king performed accordingly and fed all the Brahmanas. Then the sun god, being pleased by this, poured heavy rain on the earth from all sides. After this King Shantanu engaged in performing Surya Vrata and become a greatly pious person. Whoever he touched with his hand immediately turned to a young man. By the mercy of the sun god, Meghaz Arma lived for 500 years, being freed from old age, and then went to sun planet. After 100,000 years he will attain Brahmaloka. While he was speaking thus, sun god revealed his identity to Jiva and went to Prayaga, and being in a happy mood he said to the demigods, in Kali Yuga, when the Mlekas will be ruling the kingdom, I will come to Vrindavana and preach for the mission of the Devas. Sudha said, then the sun god descended in Vrindavana as a son of Devasharma, named Sridhara. He studied Srimad Bhagavatam very deeply and a great commentary on it which is known as Sridharbhasya, the commentary of Sridhara. 11.7 The prediction of Jayadeva Goswami. Brihaspati said, long ago there was a Brahmana named Heli, in the beautiful city Pampapura. He was a worshipper of the sun god and he knew the 64 arts. He avoided the mood of accepting dakshina and he became an artist, having established a workshop for clothes, paintings, pictures, metal statues etc. He spent 5,000 coins to establish it. Whatever profit he made he used for worshipping the sun god in the month of Magha by performing sacrifices. Thus the sun god Vishvakarma became pleased with this sacrifice and descended on the top of a big pillar in Pampasaravara, the lake named Pampa, having a brilliant shining form. At the noontime, Heli offered food to the sun god according to his desire. In this way he satisfied the three worlds. After leaving his body he entered into the sun planet. Therefore, O King of Devas, you may worship the sun god, he will help you. Sudha said, Lord Indra, hearing this from his guru, began to worship the sun god Visvakarma along with other demigods. Thus being pleased with their worship, Tivashta said, O gods, please listen to my words. I will appear in a village named Bilvagram in Bengal, and I will be the poet known as Jayadeva, the compiler of Nirukti. Saying this, the sun god went to Bengal and took birth in the house of a Brahmana named Kanjak. When he was just 5 years old, he was engaged in the service of his parents and continued for 12 years. After some time his parents left their body and Jayadeva did all the final ceremonies in Gaya. Being satisfied they went to heaven. Then Jayadeva lived in a jungle as a detached Brahmana. At the age of 23, a Brahmana offered his beautiful daughter to Lord Jaganatha. At the end of his worship the eternal Lord Anirudh, having the form of Darubrahma, directly spoke thus, O Satyavrat, please listen to me, it is my order that you offer your daughter Padmavati to Jayadeva because he is the body of mine, or he is as good as me. Then he found the detached Brahmana and leaving his daughter in front of him, he went to his home. Padmavati served her husband for so many years, accepting him as a beautiful and learned one. Jayadeva compiled a book known as Nirukta, the Vedic vocabulary, one of the 6 Vedanas. There were 5 kinds of Niruktas, but in Kali Yuga they were destroyed by the evil people and Prakrit Bhasha, or the illiterate language, was established. For the sake of the demigods, Panini, the author of Ashtadhyayi grammar, overtook them and established the pure Sanskrit language. Once the evil-minded Kali, situated in the hearts of thieves, plundered all the money of the Brahmana Jayadeva which was given to him by the king. Following this they cut both his hands and legs and went home, leaving Padmavati aside. Jayadeva was thrown into a ditch. Padmavati took him out, cried and lamented again and again, seeing the situation of her husband. One day, when the king Dharmapala was out hunting, he saw the sage Jayadeva without hands and feet and asked, Who put you in such a condition? Jayadeva answered, No one put me in this condition, O king. It is due to my previous activities that I am suffering now in this abominable condition. Having heard this statement, the religious king put the Brahmana on a palanquin along with his wife and brought them to his palace. The king built a dharmashala, religious institution, after receiving instructions from Jayadeva. One day those same thieves, dressed as Vaishnavas, came to the king and said, We are very much expert in the scriptures and therefore we have come to you. O best of the kings, Lord Vishnu, while being in the stone eats food cooked by us every day with love. If you don't believe us, you can see this right here. Saying thus, the slaves of Kali by their power showed the king a four-handed form of Lord Vishnu eating. Being struck with wonder, King Dharmapala said to Jayadeva, O my Gurudeva, some Vaishnavas, the devotees of Lord Vishnu have come to my palace, and they have shown me the Lord before my very eyes, therefore please come quickly. The Divas saw Jayadeva and became struck with wonder. They said to the king in a joking mood, O king, this Brahmana was a cook in the palace of the king of Gaudadasa. Once he became very much greedy for money and he mixed some poison in the food and offered it to a king. When the king come to know about it, he ordered him to be crucified. Then we came to him, and knowing him to be an offender, we instructed him in the Vedic knowledge. Then the king refused to crucify him, but he cut off his hands and legs. At that time the king became our disciple, having been enlightened by us. While they were speaking thus, the earth broke in two and those thieves fell within the earth, being sent to the lowest hell known as Patala-loka. Jayadeva began to cry to the thieves, and while he was crying his hands and legs appeared to be as they were. Then he explained to the bewildered king what had happened. The king became very happy after hearing everything from him. Jayadeva wrote a song called Jita Govinda, the song sung for the pleasure of Lord Govinda. The king read the song and attained liberation. O Brahmanas, thus I have narrated the birth story of Jayadeva. Now you listen about how the Supreme Lord appeared as Sri Krishna Chaitanya. About Kutubuddin and the Shahs ruling Delhi. The sage said, O great fortunate one, you know everything, please tell us about the kings who came after Maharaja. Sutta Goswami said, the ghostly Kutubuddina, with human nature, was situated in the kingdom of Delhi. The best king Bapasena, the grandson of Virasena, was situated in the beautiful city of Aligarh. This city was protected by Yadvas. Kutubuddin with tent house and warriors went there and defeated him and returned to Delhi. Then so many kings from other countries came there and defeated him and rejected him from their countries. When Shah Adina heard this, he came to Delhi, conquered the kings and broke all the deities. After that so many Mlekas came from all sides and ruled the kingdom for 5, 6, or 7 years. They had destroyed the places of pilgrimage and the temples, therefore as a reaction they become short-lived. From today, the Mleka kings will continue for 100 years, therefore O sages, you should quickly go to Vishala with me. Then all the sages sadly left this place and went to Vishala, the best of the Himalayas, and meditated upon Lord Hari, being in Samadhi. And after 100 years all of them attained the kingdom of God. Home. Brahmananda Purana. It is the 18th Purana. It has 1200 verses. Presently available in separate parts. We do not have the full text. Hence we have given the three important ones which we have. 1. About the Mokshada Ekadasi. 2. The Lalitopakhyanam about Devi Lalita Tripurasundari. This also contains the Lalita Sahasranama Statra and the Lalita Trishati Statra, both of which are in our Statras section. 3. Also included is the Sons of Sagara section, an interesting story by Rishi Jaimini according to which they dug into the earth to find a horse in Patala Loka. A lot of people cite this as an example to support the hollow earth theory. This Purana has 4 parts: Prakriya, Anashanga, Apodagad, and Upasamhar. This Purana is said to be narrated by Sudaji on the bank of the river Drishtavati in Yakshetra. From his narration, it is clear that Sudaji had heard the Purana from Vedavyasa who, in his turn, received it from Vasudev. Creation of the universe, determination of Kalpa, differentiation of yugas, description of Manvantaras, description of Jambudvip and Bharavarsh, description of Kampurush, Anudvyap, Ketumalvarsh etc. and description of Bharatvansha, Prithavansha, Devvansha, Rishivansha, Agnivansha and preceptors are the main topics of Brahmand Purana. Sages, the dynasties of rulers and the legends of Pitas and their propitiation, the conflict between Kartikeya, king of Hyhayas and Bhargava Parasurama. subsidiary episodes as that of Sagara, the lineage of Vaivasvata Manu and the dissolution of universe, the ultimate annihilation. Described in the Purana, Adhyatma Ramayana has 7 parts. First part describes the Brahmaswarup of Sri Rama. Incarnation of Lord Rama to relieve the earth from the atrocities of the demons. Bayo Leela. Emancipation of Ahilya. Removal of Bhargava's ego. Second part contains, Lord Rama going into exile. Demise of Dashrath. Aranyakanda describes killing of the illusionary deer and abduction of Sita. Kishkindhakand describes the killing of Bali. Search of Sita. Sundarkand has the tales of Hanuman's entry into Lanka. Lankakanda contains the description of killing of Ravana and coronation of Lord Rama upon his return to Ayodhya. In Uttarkand reasons for Ravana's birth have been described. It also contains the description of Sita's desertion by Rama. Desertion of Lakshmana. Coronation of love and Kush and departure of Rama to his original Vaikuntha-loka. Lalitopakhyanamit is the most important section of this Purana. The narration is written in the form of conversation between Hayagriva and the sage Agastya. Hayagriva in this context is a seer. There is a celestial of the same name. Who are they? We get the reply for this also in the text. There is a detailed description in the book establishing the harmonious synthesis of the aspects of the 3 deities Shiva, Vishnu and the Divine Mother. In the past several devotees used to daily recite Lalitopakhyanamit, the detailed story of Lalita. This pious story contains the inner meanings of the several technical terms of the spiritual science and the finer aspects of the mantra shastra. Let us enjoy the feast of nectar by listening to this pious story with deep devotion. Penance of Agastya. Long ago, the mountain Vindhya started growing upward in gigantic proportion due to egoism. The sage Agastya decided to subdue the pride of Vindhya. For this purpose, he came from Varanasi and settled in South India. By the divine presence of the sage Agastya, the entire South India gradually became prosperous and pious. Eventually the Kali Yuga started. In spite of the severe inspection of sage Agastya, the evil traits of the Kali Yuga started sprouting slowly. Noting this trend, the sage felt sad and proceeded on a pilgrimage. The strange and unrighteous ways of the people made him quite unhappy. There was rampant selfishness and sensuousness prevalent everywhere. How can these people attain liberation? This was his nagging grief. After reaching Kangchi he was unable to bear the burden of the grief, and performed severe penance meditating on Vardaraja. God's ways are mysterious. His power of illusion is incomprehensible. Vishnu appeared to the sage in the form of Hayagriva. Agastya asked Hayagriva, O Lord, what is the path of salvation to these ignorant people? Hayagriva replied, there are 2 paths for this. They are, a. After renouncing everything, one can attain the knowledge of the attributeless aspect of God. This is a very difficult way. B. The second method is to worship the Divine Mother who is the form of Vishnu with attributes. Even a sinner can do the worship. There is another advantage in this type. The devotee can simultaneously get enjoyment and salvation by following this path. Further, Vishnu ordered to the sage Agastya, you have to propagate this divine secret in the entire world. The sage asked, Lord Vishnu, kindly narrate the story of Parashakti who is your aspect with attributes. At this stage, Vishnu asked sage Hayagriva to tell the detailed story to Agastya. The Divine Mother emanated from meditation of Brahma. Her name then was Prakriti. Mohini Avatara. For the second time, the Divine Mother manifested as Mohini at the time of the churning the ocean by the celestials and the demons. Let us see how it happened. Once upon a time, Indra, which was very beautiful. The sage appeared uglier than a beggar. Anyway, he proceeded ahead pompously. On the way the sage saw a celestial lady holding a fragrant garland of divine flowers. The ugly-looking sage asked the beautiful lady, where did you get this garland? She observed him keenly and realized that he was a sage. She prostrated to him and replied humbly, Sir, I am just now returning after doing the worship of the Divine Mother, who manifested and gave me this garland as prasadam. Jumping joyously, the sage asked her to give the garland to him. She happily handed it over to the sage and, prostrate to him. The sage blessed her. May your devotion to the Divine Mother be firm. Taking leave of the sage, she went away. By this incident, the sage realized that it was not difficult to others to recognize him, even if he was in any ugly appearance. He was satisfied with this thought and proceeded further. After a while, he saw Indra riding the elephant Airavata. The sage approached Indra, who did not appear to recognize and prostrate to the sage. However, the sage did not get angry and said, "Indra, this is the garland given by the Divine Mother herself. Take it." Saying so, the sage presented the garland to Indra. Indra didn't refuse. He received the garland with disgust and threw the same on the head of the elephant, which proceeded ahead. A little later, the elephant threw down the garland with its trunk and trampled over it. Looking at this, the sage Durvasa became very furious and cursed Indra, "Oh, egoistic fellow! You have not recognized me. Not only that, you have not even respected the prasadam of the Divine Mother. Due to this, may your prosperity vanish." With these words, Indra's pride was humbled. He got down the elephant and prostrate to the feet of the angry sage Durvasa. However, the sage went away silently. Then Indra's troubles started one by one. He saw bad omens in the heaven. Afraid of them, Indra asked the sage Bruhaspati to reveal the cause of the bad omens. The sage replied, "The effect of your sins follows you as a shadow." Saying so, the sage narrated a fine story. Long ago, there was a thief by name Vajra in Kanchipuram. He used to steal small things and gradually amassed large quantum of money. As the wealth accumulated considerably, he wanted to hide it safely and went to the nearby forest to do so. In a dense part of the forest, he dug a deep pit and secured the money therein. However, a hunter by name Viradanta, sitting on a tall tree, observed all this, quite unexpectedly. After the thief has left the place, the hunter dug out the pit and after taking only 1/10 of the money, he covered the pit, without causing any doubt to anyone. The hunter's wife saw the money and knowing how her husband got it, she said, "It is customary that many Brahmanas visit the home of my parents. Whenever they saw me, they used to forecast you will get rich quite suddenly." Their prediction came true now. The hunter Viradanta planned to purchase meat and wine with the money. However, his wife said, "The Brahmana visitors of my parents' home used to tell something more. They cautioned that hard-earned money only will give durable enjoyment and that the easy money was sinful. Hence let us use this unexpected and unearned money for charities." After prolonged discussions, the wife's opinion won. Then Viradanta selected a place of water scarcity and arranged the digging a big water tank for public use. While the work was in progress, further plans were made and accordingly, he started the construction of temples for Vishnu and Shiva by the side of the tank. When the projects were halfway, the money was exhausted. Hence Viradanta started spying to find out the several places at which the thief Vajra was hiding the stolen wealth. Without causing any doubt to the thief, the hunter used to take out money little by little from the pits and continued the construction without interruptions. Along with this, he started to donate the money. However, the hunter did not use the money for himself or his family. Thus, constantly encouraged by his wife, his charities developed. The Brahmanas of Kangchi were glad and gave the titles Dvijavarma and Shalabti to the hunter and his wife. These titles eventually became their names in vogue. Some time later, the hunter planned and constructed a city. Instead of giving it his own name, the hunter named it as Devaratapura, as a mark of respect to his guru Devarata. After a few years, the hunter and his wife died at the same time. The messengers of Yama, and Shiva and Vishnu arrived to take away the jivas. Their debate as to who can take the jivas could not be settled. At that time, the sage Narada arrived there. He asked the three groups of messengers to stop the arguments and revealed another aspect of the code of righteousness. Thus, the hunter has performed the deeds of merit like charities, with the money stolen by him. Hence, as per the rules of righteousness, he must move about in the form of a ghost until the death of all the owners of the stolen wealth. Hence none of you have the right to take away the jiva. Next, his wife was great. She didn't commit any sin. As she was a devotee of Shiva, the messengers of the Lord can take away her jiva. Listening to this ruling, Shilapti's jiva sat down obstinately, saying, I won't go to Kailasha, the abode of Shiva, leaving my husband in the form of a ghost. She prayed to the sage Narada, Sir, kindly direct me what I have to do to unburden my husband's sins. Narada was very much pleased with her chastity and fidelity and gave initiation of Shiva mantra to her. By her penance, the husband and wife attained the grace of Shiva and were accepted to stay in Kailasha. Some time later, the thief Vajra and the persons from whom he stole the money died. All the jivas reached the hell, the abode of Yama, the god of death. He asked all of them to assemble and said, though you did not intend to do the acts of punya, they were performed with your money. Hence you are eligible to stay in Kailasha for some time. Hence I ask you whether you choose to experience either the effect of punya or papa in the first instance. They replied in chorus, we opt to experience the effect of merit first. By doing so, we will have a chance of association with the pious, which in turn will wipe out past sins. Yama felt glad by their choice and sent them all as the attendants of Dvijavarma at Kailasha. By his good association, all their sins were washed off and they settled in Kailasha happily. Preaching of Bruhaspati. After narrating the story, Bruhaspati said, Indra, now you think of your sins. Indra once again prostrated to the sage and requested, Sir, I am unable to realize my sins. Kindly give me details. Bruhaspati replied, in the distant past, Dithi, the second wife of Kashyapa, gave birth to a son by name Danu and a daughter named Rupavati. Danu is the predecessor of the race of Danavas. Rupavati was married to Brahma. Her son was Vishvarupa. He did severe penance. He had many divine aspects. However, he was a nephew of the demons. He was affectionate towards both the races, the celestials and the demons. After a while, Indra chose Vishvarupa as his guru. Indra expected that Vishvarupa would be partial towards the celestials and that he would destroy the demons. However, Vishvarupa was friendly towards all. Observing this, Indra suspected that being a friend of the demons, Vishvarupa was harming the celestials. One day, Indra suddenly went to Vishvarupa and cut off all his 3 heads. By doing so, Indra was afflicted by the sin of Brahmahatya. Not only that. Aggrieved by the death of his son, Brahma cursed Indra. Terrified by these two, Indra, accompanied by all the celestials, sought refuge at the feet of Vishnu, who contemplated deeply and allocated the effect of Indra's sins to the earth, the trees, and the women. As compensation, Vishnu gave the power that the pits of earth could be filled up, the power that even the trees once cut off could revive, and the power of women to beget children. Thus Indra was relieved of the effect of the sin of Brahmahatya. However, the curse of Brahma still persisted. Vishnu called for Brahma and requested him on behalf of Indra for relief from the curse. Brahma thought over the same and said, okay. For the present my curse won't take effect. Vishnu said nothing. Again Indra became prosperous. However, very soon his pride increased. This time, Indra was affected by the anger of Shiva, and so he was cursed by the sage Durvasa. Listening to all this, Indra recollected the past events and sadly asked Bruhaspati, Master, what have I to do now? When the Guru was about to reply, a demon named Malaka invaded the heaven with a huge army and seized the kingdom. Indra had to escape in a great hurry. He went straight to Brahma and prayed to him for mercy, who also pitied Indra. However, even the Creator could not decide what to do and approached Vishnu along with Indra and the celestials. Vishnu thought of the problem deeply and advised them, you churn the ocean to get the goddess of prosperity. For this purpose, Indra made reconciliation with the demons, and taking their help, he and the celestials churned the ocean. During the churning, very valuable things emanated from the ocean. At last, Dhanvantari came out holding the pot of Amrita. Looking at him, the demons grabbed the pot and started running away with it. A bitter battle started between the celestials and the demons. There was utter confusion. Even Brahma and Shiva escaped and reached their abodes. Observing all this, Vishnu went to a secluded spot and started meditation of Sri Lalita Devi, who dwells within him as the aspect of power. Due to this meditation he manifested as a form of Lalita Devi. Taking this incarnation as an embodiment of eroticism, Vishnu approached the celestials and demons. The celestials could realize the form as divine and auspicious. However, due to their predominating trait of tamas, the demons were enchanted by the beauty of the form and stopped fighting. She mesmerized them and took the pot of Amrita from them, taking their consent to her to serve the nectar to all. She asked the celestials and the demons to sit in separate rows. She started to give the nectar to the celestials only first. Allured by her, the demons sat still stupefied. By the time the nectar was given to the celestials, the stock exhausted. She disappeared suddenly. The demons again started to fight with the celestials. However, as the celestials have already drunk the nectar by then, the demons were defeated. Thus, the Divine Mother who manifested and enchanted the demons was called Mohini. Shiva, staying in Kailasha, came to know of these events and wanted to note the specialty of the new form of Vishnu. Along with his consort Parvati, Shiva went to Vaikuntha, the abode of Vishnu, and pressed him to how the form of Mohini. Vishnu suddenly disappeared without saying yes or no. While Shiva was searching for Vishnu, he happened to reach a new place where he continued to search. There he heard the music of Veena. He saw a beautiful young lady. Unable to resist this infatuation, Shiva embraced her. At once a son was born. He was named Sasta. He became a commander in Shiva's army. At once the lady disappeared. Shiva realized that she was none else than Mohini, a form of Vishnu. He applauded her beauty and returned to Kailasha along with Parvati. Thus the Divine Mother incarnated as Mohini and granted success of the activities of the celestials. Agastya heard the story and said, "Hey Agriva! Kindly let me know in detail which form of Parashakti will bestow both food and salvation to the devotees in the Kali Yuga." Hey Agriva replied, "Lalita Devi is the only goddess who has the power to do so. Listen to her story. In the distant past, Sati Devi, a daughter of Daksha, was married to Shiva. However, gradually, Daksha developed hatred towards Shiva. Due to this ill will, Daksha intended to perform a yaga without making any offering to Shiva. He didn't invite even his daughter Sati Devi to the yaga. She came to know of the forthcoming great yaga to be done by her father. She didn't know other details. However, overjoyed by the news of the ritual her father was going to perform, he went to the yaga, in spite of Shiva's disapproval of her visit. Sati Dehatyaga, ignoring the natural affection to his daughter, Daksha insulted her and repeatedly abused Shiva. Unable to bear the insult to Shiva, Sati Devi burned her body in the fire created by her power of yoga. Knowing about this calamity, Shiva became furious. Creating the terrific Virbhadra out of the locks of hair of his head, Shiva sent him to attack Daksha. Virbhadra destroyed the hall of yaga, swallowed even the chakra, and beheaded Daksha. The wives of Daksha prayed to Virbhadra, who was pacified and revived Daksha back to life by joining he head of a goat to the trunk. Daksha repented and prayed to Shiva for pardon. Sati Devi was born as the daughter of Himavanta and Menaka, as the couple did penance for 150 million years with the intention to beget her as their child. The newborn was named Parvati and brought her up with love and affection. One day, the sage Narada visited Himavanta and said, "You are very fortunate. The Divine Mother is born as your daughter. Shiva is doing penance in your mountain range in his Sthanu ashrama. After the departure of Sati Devi, he has become an ascetic. It will benefit you considerably if you send your daughter to serve him. Himavanta's joy knew no bounds on hearing Narada's words. He went to the abode of Shiva along with his daughter. After taking Nandi's permission, he approached Shiva, worshipped him, and prayed to him to allow Parvati to serve him. Shiva said, "Okay. She may do so." Then onwards, Parvati used to render services to Shiva for hours together. However, Shiva used to be in a state of ecstasy of yoga continuously. Kamadahana. This being so, a demon by name Tarka invaded and occupied the heaven along with his army and started to hurt and pester the celestials. All of them approached Brahma for relief, who said, "The son born to Shiva and Parvati only can kill the demon. Hence you make such efforts that the marriage will be performed." Indra, the lord of the celestials, called for Manmath. He praised Cupid and asked him to see that Shiva's ascetic attitude was lessened and that he would start to love Parvati. Manmath was exuberated by praises and agreed to do as directed. Rati Devi, the spouse of Manmath, came to know of this new assignment and tried her best to dissuade Cupid from embarking on the hazardous venture. In spite of it, Cupid proceeded to Shiva's abode Sthanu Ashrama. There he suddenly created the alluring atmosphere of the spring season. The Pramadaganyas were very much disturbed in their minds with the erotic feelings. Observing this, Nandi disciplined them. In the meantime, Cupid entered the abode of Shiva stealthily and saw Shiva seated in the state of ecstasy of meditation. The very sight of Shiva in the posture suddenly unnerved Cupid. At the same moment, Parvati came there. Looking at her, Cupid recovered his courage. While Parvati was getting up after bending low to prostrate to Shiva, her upper garment slipped a bit. Exactly at that moment, Manmath aimed an arrow on Shiva, whose mind was affected a bit. Observing this, Parvati felt a gush of joy inwardly. However, Shiva analyzed his feeling immediately and looked around to know why it happened so. Shiva saw Cupid hiding behind the bushes. At once, Shiva's third eye opened and the fire rushing therefrom reduced Cupid to ashes. Parvati closed her eyes out of fear. By the time she opened her eyes in a moment, Shiva disappeared with all his attendants. Himavanta came there, consoled her and took her home. Rati Devi wept bitterly due to the death of her husband Manmath. Vasantha, the god of spring, approached Rati Devi, consoled her and reminded her of the curse of Brahma to Manmath. Curse of Brahma to Manmath. Once upon a time, there were two demons by name Sunda and Upasunda who were brothers. They did penance meditating on Brahma and obtained a strange boon that their death could not be caused by anyone else except by themselves only. They were very much fond of one another. Hence they expected that no mutual harm would be possible. Thereafter they created havoc by their terrific acts in the three worlds. All the celestials prayed to Brahma, who thought of a strategy to destroy the demons. He accumulated the essence of beauty of all the fine things in the world and created a woman of exquisite beauty. As she was created with a gingly aspect of beauty in everything, she was called Tilottama. Her beauty enchanted even the celestials. Brahma checked up keenly whether her beauty was superb in all aspects. Manmath, who happened to be there at that time, wanted to play a practical joke. Hence he aimed an arrow at Brahma. Due to this, Brahma, forgetting that she was his daughter, chased her lustily. As a last resort, Tilottama started running, taking the form of a deer. Brahma also followed her in the form of a deer. The celestials were highly agitated by this untoward event. Observing this impending danger, Shiva manifested as a hunter and holding a bow and arrows came near Brahma, who was in the form of a deer. Looking at the fierce form of Shiva, Brahma came to senses. He prostrated to his feet and prayed for pardon. By then, the celestials and Tilottama arrived there. Everyone was pacified. After taking Shiva's permission, the celestials sent Tilottama to meet Sunda and Upasunda. Looking at Tilottama going about in a garden, both Sunda and Upasunda competed to enjoy with her, and at last the demons killed one another. Tilottama returned to Brahma, who felt happy and sent her to the heaven with a permanent status as one of the Apsaras. After the entire affair was over, Brahma recollected what all had happened and sent for Manmath and said, "You fellow, blinded by the power bestowed to you, How dare you aim your arrows at one and all, disregarding their age? Do you intend to destroy the code of righteousness? I am saved of grievous sin due to the timely arrival and protection of Shiva. Hence, one day you will be burned to ashes by the fire of Shiva's third eye. Beware. Hearing the curse, Rithi and Manmath were frightened and prayed to Brahma for relief of the curse. Brahma regained his composure and said, "The Divine Mother will manifest as Lalita Devi. She will marry Shiva. After the marriage, she will revive Manmath to life." After narrating the story, Vasantha consoled Rithi Devi, saying, "Sister-in-law, it is a must for everyone, however great he is, to undergo the suffering of a curse. However, as predicted by Brahma, my brother Manmath will be revived to life soon. Until then, be bold and continue to pray to Lalita Devi." Rithi Devi left the place and followed the advice. Birth of Bandasura. At this point of time, Chitrakarma, the commander of one of the Rudraganas, one day started toying with the ash of the burnt Manmath and prepared a doll out of it. He took this doll to Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva's intentions are indeed unfathomable. As soon as the doll neared Lord Shiva, it sprang to life and the boy thus born prostrated before Lord Shiva and Chitrakarma. Chitrakarma was overwhelmed with joy. He gave the boy the Upadesha of Shatarudriya mantra and asked him to undertake penance. When the penance reached the stage of fruition, Lord Shiva appeared before him. He asked Lord Shiva to grant him a special boon: anyone who fights against me should immediately lose half of his strength, and that strength should be added to my strength. None of the weapons of my opponents should be able to bind me, was his request. Immediately Lord Shiva granted the boon and added, "I am also bestowing on you the boon of ruling the kingdom for 60,000 years. After giving these boons, Lord Shiva disappeared. He became surprised and a bit apprehensive by the words of Lord Shiva. But soon he forgot it. Lord Brahma, who was witnessing all this, grew frustrated and swore Band. From then on, he got the name Banda. Because of his qualities he became an Asura and entered the domain of Asuras. This is how he got the name Bandasura. In the meantime, from the remnants of the ash of Manmath were born two demons, Vishakra and Vishanga. These two became the main brothers of Bandasura. In addition, thousands of Rakshasas were born out of the ash of Manmath. All of them became followers of Bandasura. They formed a strong army of 300 Akshaurahanas. Having come to know about the birth of thousands of Rakshasas, Shukrakarya came there and assumed the role of the guru for all those Rakshasas and initiated them to undertake regular Anushthanas. He also summoned Maya, the architect-builder of demons, and asked him to create a new city in the province of Mahendra Mountains. He named the city as Shunyakapatana. Shukrakarya asked all the demons to move to the new city. He crowned Bandasura as the king of the newly formed kingdom and made Vishakra and Vishanga the Yuvarajas of that kingdom. Bandasura had 4 wives. 1. Samahini, 2. Kumudini, 3. Chitrangi, 4. Sundari. Under the guidance of Shukrakarya, activities like fire sacrifices, Vedic education and penance went on uninterruptedly in every house. Tormenting of the 3 worlds. When the kingdom was well established, Bandasura called for a meeting of his brothers and ministers and said, Devatas are our enemies. As long as Manmath was alive, their lineage continued without any problems. They also enjoyed many pleasures. Now, because of our luck, we have taken birth from the ashes of Manmath. The gods are trying to see that Manmath is born again. We should not allow that to happen. Before they try anything like that, we should kill the Devatas. But, if we go in our present form, we cannot win. Let us therefore assume the form of air and enter their bodies. After having so entered their bodies, let us dry up their body fluids, especially the semen. If semen dries up, the strength of other tissues and organs will automatically diminish. Then they will automatically be annihilated. Let us torment the beings of all the 3 worlds by entering their bodies in the form of air and by drying up their body fluids. Hearing this, the entire army of the demons cheered with joy. Without wasting much time, Bandasura and his army of 1,000 Akshaurhanas assumed the invisible form of air and entered the heaven. First of all, they entered the minds of the angels and dried up their mental faculties. Subsequently they entered the face of the angels, robbed them of their beauty and made them ugly looking. All the women and men in the heaven became impotent and sterile. Not only that, their love for one another was also lost. They lost enthusiasm to do anything. Even the plants and animals suffered the same fate. Vishakra, along with his troops, entered Pulaka and meted out the same treatment to the beings there. People on the planet Earth stopped smiling. They lost all happiness. No one had any respect for another. No one thought of helping the other. They lost interest in their activities. The situation was stone-like, devoid of any life and feelings. Vishanga, along with his troops, entered Rasatala. He created similar havoc there also. In the Nagaloka everyone became afflicted with grief for no apparent reason. Everyone started hating everyone else. Everyone became drained of energy and potency. Rasa, the fluid principle, is the basis for the accomplishment of the fourfold aims of life. Let us see how. A Rasa itself is the form of Paramatma, the Almighty. B. From Rasa are created Shukla and Shonada. These two are collectively called as Virya. C. From Virya comes Kanthi, Utsaha, Alasa, Dharma, Daya, Preeti Buddhi, Vikasa, Parakrama Vijanana, Kala Asakti, Saundarya Drishti etc. D. In plants, the Rasa enhances the fire energy, which is hidden in them. Only when the fire energy is harnessed, the plants can branch out and bear flowers and fruits. Because of this fire principle, the dried logs catch fire easily and burn. The Vedas have declared that beings can experience happiness only if Rasa is present. F. Rasa is nothing but prana. G. Having known all these secrets, Bandasura devised the plan of entering the bodies of all beings in the form of air and drying them up. Vasantha, the close friend and associate of Manmath, observed this immediately and consoled Rithi. He said, even the sun, the moon, and the stars have lost their brilliance. Even goddess Parvati seems to have become dull and has engaged in tapas. Therefore, the day when your dead husband will come to life again is not very far. That day will come very soon. So, stop grieving. On hearing this, Rithi Devi prepared to undertake penance. In the heaven, all the Devatas including Brahma, could not comprehend what was going on and what had caused the situation. Not knowing the remedy for their hardship, they approached Lord Srihari. When they finally reached the abode of Lord Srihari, they saw that even he was sitting still with his eyes closed. It appeared as though he was merged in the bliss of Sushupti. After the angels praised his glory for a long time, Lord Srihari slowly opened his eyes. What is this? Why are you all looking drained of your energies? Asked Lord Srihari. He called everyone by their names and said, A. Your present condition is due to the invisible foul play of Bandasura. B. Even I have lost the affinity for goddess Lakshmi. What to say about other lesser beings? C. Myself, Brahma and Rudra are Karana Purushas. Even then, because we are also inhabiting this creation, even we cannot escape the torture of Bandasura. D. There is however one Almighty God who is beyond this manifest Brahmanda. He is called Mahashambhu. Parashakti is constantly in his company. E. He is devoid of form. He is not dependent on anything. He has no modifications. He is greater than the greatest. He is the ultimate. F. He is not influenced by the foul play of Bandasura, who is born from the ashes of Manmath. G. He can rescue us from our difficulties. Therefore, let us all take refuge in him and praise him. Follow me. So saying, Srihari led all the angels to the brim of the Brahmanda. There was a huge wall-like fence there. The angels summoned the celestial elephants to break the wall. After toiling continuously for 1 year, a breach was formed in the wall. After passing through the breach, they saw Chinmayakasha, which was Niralamba, Nirajnana, and which was devoid of the 5 elements. They all stood in that Chinmayakasha and sang the glory of Mahashambhu, who was of the form of Chidakasha. Then Mahashambhu appeared before them. He was dark like clouds. He had 2 hands. He was holding a shula in one hand and a kapala in the other. He had 3 eyes. Parashakti also appeared before them. She was holding Akshamala and Pustaka in her hands. She was bright and cool like the moon. The great Mahashambhu smiled and said, I am aware why you have all come here. Pralaya is of 3 types. Avantara Pralaya, Mahapralaya and Kama Pralaya. See, I am the one who is responsible to rescue the world from Mahapralaya. Vishnu is the one who rescues from Avantara Pralaya. It is Lalita Parameshvari who rescues from Kama Pralaya. These 3 kinds of Pralaya take place in a cyclic pattern in every Kalpa. Now, Kamika Pralaya has taken place because of the destruction of Kama and subsequently due to the actions of Bandasura. Only Lalita Devi can rescue from this situation. Parashakti alone can create another Lalita Devi. Therefore, take shelter in her. Beg her to help you. Hearing this, the Devatas did not know what to do. They again prayed to Mahashambhu to teach them the method of appeasing Parashakti. Mahashambhu explained, this is called as Mahayaga. I am the Hoda in this yaga. See, my Chidagni itself is the fire in this yaga. The last of the 7 seas, i.e., Jalasamudra, has now dried up. The huge pit so formed itself is the Homakunda. The remaining 6 great oceans constitute the 6 drops of ghee which is used as offering. Shrishti is of 5 types: Manasa Shrishti, Jarayavee Shrishti, Anda Shrishti, Sweetaja Shrishti and Udbhija Shrishti. These 5 Shrishtis are the sacrifice animals in this Maya Yagadachi: Bhumi, Parvata, Jala, Vayu, and Akasha. These 5 are the substances used in this fire sacrifice. Agni element being a part of my Chidagni cannot be a substance to be offered. At the end of this great fire sacrifice, all of you should jump into the Homakunda. While doing so, you must possess absolute devotion. Then, Lalita Parameshvari will manifest. She will be seated in a chariot called Chakra Rajarata. She will create Parabrahma in the name of Kameshwara and will have him as her consort. This couple will recreate the entire universe, which will turn out to be more beautiful than the previous creation. Lalita Parameshvari will bring Manmath back to life. And she will create 4 weapons, namely Ikshadhanus, a bow of sugar cane, 5 Pushpabanas, flower arrows, Pasha, noose and Ankusao. With the help of these weapons, she will destroy Bandasura. She will bring Manmath back to life. She will give you fresh bodies. If you all agree, I will begin this great sacrifice myself. The angels became very pleased and begged Mahashambhu to be the Hoda and carry on the sacrifice. Parashakti and Mahashambhu disappeared. The angels also returned to their abode. After some time, Mahashambhunatha, accompanied by Parashakti, started chanting the Lalita Maha mantra and entered the universe in the form of the 7-layered Vayu. Parashakti assumed the form of his Kriya Shakti. With the help of Kriya Shakti, Vayu blew the Jala Samudra with all his energy. The Jala Samudra became totally dry. In the pit thus formed he kindled the Chid Agni with the help of fire emanating from the 3rd eye. This Agni raged from the Patala to the Brahma Loka. He decorated the periphery of the Homakunda with the stars just as one decorates a sacrificial fire pit with flowers. After this, he performed the yaga as ordained by the Vedas. He used the Pralaya Megas, namely Pushkala and Avartakas Srik and Sruva. As the Homa progressed, the Chid Agni emanating from it spread to vast area. He then offered the first 6 oceans and then the 5-fold creations to this Agni. In the end, the gods too decorated themselves and sat on the Srik and Sruva, ready to be offered to Agni. Mahashambhunatha offered them to Agni. After this, Mahashambhunatha discarded his Vayu form and assumed his real form. He then chanted 8 special mantras and performed 8 homas. Manifestation of Lalita Devi. At the end of the Homa, Lalita Devi came out of the Chidagni Homakunda, seated on a special chariot called Chakra Rajaratha. Therefore, we find the descriptions such as Chidagnikanda Samhuda Devakarya Samudyatha and Chakra Rajaratharudha Sarvayudha Parishkrita in Lalita Sahasranama. The Sri Chakra Rajaratha had the following dimensions: A width 4 yojanas, B height 10 yojanas, C parvas 9 in number, D chakras, the 4 Vedas, E horses, the fourfold aims, F flag absolute bliss, G the seat at the topmost landing is the Bindupitha, H form, of the form of Meruprastara, I the material that was used to make this was Tejas. The Lalita Parmeshvari so manifested, created a male form from within herself. His name was Kameshwara. By her power of will, she created 4 different weapons. They were Ikshadhanu's 5 arrows, Pasha, and 4 Ankusha. She held all these weapons in her hands. We see the description, Shaturbahu Samanvita in the Lalita Sahasranama. She was shining like the morning sun, with crimson color. Her beauty was full in all aspects. She always appears as though she is 16 years of age. Came Brahmand Lakshmi Devi. B from the right eye, which was of the nature of Surya, came Vishnu and Parvati. C from the third eye, which was of the nature of Agni, came Rudra and Sarasvati. D Lakshmi and Vishnu, Shiva and Parvati and Brahma and Sarasvati became couples. E Lalita Devi directed them to continue the process of creation. She herself continued to create certain things. From her long hair she created darkness. From her eyes, she created the sun, the moon, and the fire. From the pendant hanging in front of her forehead came the stars, from the chain above her forehead came the 9 planets. From the eyebrows, she created the penal code. From her breath, she created the Vedas. From her speech, she created poetry and plays. From her chin she created the Vedanas. From the 3 lines in her neck, she created various Shastras. From her breasts, she created mountains. From her mind, she created the power of bliss. From her fingernails, she created the 10 incarnations of Vishnu. From her palms, she created the Sandhyas. She created other things as narrated in the Purusha Sukta. From her heart, she created Baala Devi. From her intellect, she created Shyamala Devi. From her ego, she created Varati Devi. From her smile, she created Vigneshwara. From the Ankusha, she created Sampatkari Devi. From the noose, she created Ashwarudha Devi. From her cheeks, she created Nakuleshvari Devi. From her Kundalini Shakti, she created Gayatri. From the 8 wheels of the Chakra Raja chariot, she created 8 Devatas. In the 9th landing, in the Bindupitha, she herself was seated. Afterwards, she created the Devatas who would protect the Chakra Raja chariot. After having thus completed the great creation, Lalita Devi requested her consort, Shivakama Sundara, to create the Shiva Chakra. He immediately brought out a big humming sound, and from this, the Shiva Chakra Devatas numbering 23 manifested. Later, Lalita Devi crowned Shyamala Devi as the Prime Minister. Therefore Shyamala Devi is called Mantrini Devi. Lalita Devi handed over the finger ring to Mantrini Devi. She made Vartali Devi the chief of her army. Therefore Vartali Devi is also called as Dandanatha Devi. She is also called as Varahi Devi. Lalita Devi created a mace from her eyebrows and gave it to Dandanatha Devi. After this, Lalita Devi created 2 chariots from her chariot and gave them to Mantrini Devi and Dandanatha Devi. Mantini Devi's chariot is called Gaya Chakraratha. This chariot used to make musical sounds whenever it moved. Dandanatha Devi's chariot is called Kiri Chakraratha. Later, Lalita Devi hummed with rage. From this hum, 64 million yoginis were born. Another 64 million Bhairavas were also born. Innumerable Shakti Senas were also created by her hum. Devi Vijayayatra, later Lalita Devi, making the noise emanating from the four oceans as the drums and accompanied with several other instruments proceeded for the battle against Bandasura. From Lalita Devi's Ankusham, Sampatkari Devi, came out along with crores and crores of elephants and started following Lalita Devi. Sampatkari Devi was sitting on the elephant named Ranakolahalam. From Lalita Devi's Pasham arose Ashwarudha Devi along with a big army of horses and was moving in front of Lalita Devi. The horse carrying Ashwarudha Devi was named Aparajitam. Later, commander of the army Dandanatha Devi played the drums to start marching. As the march started, Dandanatha Devi got down from her chariot and sat down on the lion. The lion is named Vajragasham. All her soldiers started praising her by 12 different names. Later Mantrini Devi played the drums of marching. Her soldiers were mainly decorated sensuously. They were playing venas and singing. Mantrini Devi was moving in her Gaya Chakrarata Rudha Mantrini Paris Evita. She was being praised by 16 names. One who recites this stotra can conquer all the three worlds. Then, from the bird in the hands of Mantrini Devi, appeared God Dhanarvita with a spectacular bow in his hand and said, "Mother. This bow is called Chitrajivam. This quiver is Akshya. Please accept them for demolishing the demons." Now Lalita Devi started moving with sugarcane, bow, arrows, spear, and whip in the Srichakraraja chariot. She is being praised with 25 names: Simazansi Lalita Maharajni Varankashasundari Chakranathaka Samrajani Chakrini Radhachakareshwari Mahadevi Kameshi Parameshvari Kamaraja Prayakamakadaka Chakravartanai Mahavidya Shivanangavo Labasarvapatalakulanatha Amnayanatha Sarvam Nayanai Vasanishringaranayaka Kiti Punchavamshadi Namabhit. One who recites the stotra attains Ashtas the Bandajura Vadhodayukta Shuktasana Samangvita in Lalita Sahasranama. Stotram means one who is ready with her army to annihilate Bandasura. Banda's war preparation. While Lalita Devi was proceeding for the war, many bad omens were observed in Banda's Shanyaka town. Bandasura called upon an urgent meeting along with his brothers Vishakra and Vishanga to assess and evaluate the situation. In the meeting Vishakra spoke thus: A. All gods have burnt themselves by jumping into fire, out of despair. B. From that fire arose Mother Goddess, who rejuvenated all gods. C. She is coming for a war with us, along with an army of women. D. Those gods are trying to cut stones using tender leaves. E. Even then we should not neglect that woman. We must send our army immediately. Vishanga said, A. Any work should only be done after properly thinking about it. B. First we must send spies and see how powerful their army is. C. We must not underestimate the enemy's army. D. In the past Hiranyakashipa was killed by an animal. E. Samha and Nishamha were killed by a woman. F. So, we must get more information about her. G. Who is she? Who is supporting or protecting her? What does she want? All these queries should be answered. Listening to this, Bandasura shuddered at the proposal with a sarcastic grin. Even if all the gods are behind her, we have nothing to fear. Do not entertain such useless thoughts and spoil your mind. Immediately Bandasura ordered Kudalaksha, commander-in-chief of his army, to protect the fort. He ordered the priests and ministers to perform Abhichara Homa. He ordered Lalita to be dragged to him holding her hair. Now, the demons played the war drums. Kutilaksha sent the first batch of army with demon Dharmata as the commander at Chanyapura. Kutilaksha made arrangements for protection: eastern entry _Tala Jangha, southern entry, Tala Bhuja, western entry Tala Griva, northern entry, Tala Ketu were placed along with 10 Akshahina army each. For each corner of the town another 10 Akshahina was allocated for protection. Shakti Sena's uproar. Dharmata was confronted by Sampatkara Devi and her army of elephants. Realizing that his army was being defeated, Dharmata himself came for the war seated on a camel. Sampatkari Devi, who was seated on Ranakolahala her elephant, faced him. In the ferocious battle Dharmata was able to destroy one gem from the crown of Sampatkari Devi. Angry with this, Sampatkari Devi killed Dharmata with her arrows which pierced his heart. With that the remaining demons fled back to their town out of fear. Listening to this, Bandasura was very angry and sent Dharmada's elder brother Kuranda for battle. He is an expert in Maya Yudha. Full of vengeance he attacked Sampatkari Devi. In the meanwhile Ashwaradha Devi, who had taken birth from Lalita Devi's whip, came forward and pleaded Sampatkari Devi to give her a chance to fight with this demon. Now Ashwaradha Devi along with her army pounced upon Kuranda. Ashwaradha Devi mounted on Aprajita was herself leading the army. In that battle she killed Kuranda by piercing his chest with her spear. Remaining demons fled for their lives. Banda became furious. He sent a huge army this time along with 5 commanders. They materialized serpent gods by name Ranashambari which attacked Shaktisana. The demons had previously defeated gods using these mystic powers. Crores and crores of serpents, which arose from the serpent gods, started torturing the Shaktisana. They were taking birth again and again even after being killed a number of times. Then Nikolai Devi mounted on Garuda came to the battlefield. From her mouth came out 32 crores of mongooses. These mongooses started gobbling up all the newborn serpents immediately after birth. Then Nikolai Devi killed Ranashambari with Garuda's tram. All the 5 commanders now attacked Nikolai Devi. Nikolai Devi's mongoose army attacked them from the rear. In that ferocious battle Nikolai Devi, who was mounted on Garuda, was making aerial strikes on the demons who were not able to catch her. She killed the 5 commanders by chopping of their heads. Banda after listening to this sent Valahaka and other 7 commanders along with 300 Akshahine army. These 7 demons are sons of Demonis named Kakasa. In the past they obtained a boon from Sun God that at the time of war Sun would reside in their eyes. As soon as these demons entered the battlefield the Shakti Sena army started becoming blindfolded and incapacitated, unable to face the brilliance of their eyes. Demons started becoming ferocious. Immediately the bodyguard of Dandanatha Devi named Tiraskaranika Devi, entered the battlefield mounted on an aeroplane named Tamalaptam. At the order of Damdanatha Devi she discharged an arrow named Andhanastra and the 7 commanders were forced to close their eyes. Now Shakti Sena started pouncing back. Keeping Tiraskaranika Devi in the forefront, other gods killed the 7 commanders. With this blow Bandasura lost his senses. He called upon his 2 brothers for a discussion. In that meeting it was decided that Vishanga would attack Devi's army from its rear side in a treacherous way. This decision was taken because they got information from their spies that Lalita Devi was having less army and protection at her rear end, and it was easier for them to approach Lalita Devi directly and attack her, if they approached from the rear. After the first day's war, at dusk, Vishanga with a small army proceeded to the rear of Lalita Devi's army noiselessly without any drums. By then Lalita Devi's army was moving westward. Vishanga along with his army moved northwards and then turned to reach eastern side. He was able to see Sri Chakraraja chariot very near to him. Lalita Devi was looking forward observing the movement of the army. She was not having much army close to her. Taking this opportunity Vishanga attacked Devi's chariot from the rear, all of a sudden. Anima and other gods who were present there were taken back at this sudden attack but quickly recovered themselves and prepared for a counter-fight. Exactly at the same time Kutilaksha along with 10 Akshahine army attacked from the front side. Seeing attack from both ends Lalita Devi was a little angry. In the meanwhile, struck by an arrow from Vishanga, the fan present in Lalita Devi's hand fell down and broke. Seeing this the Devatas got very angry. They went and requested Lalita Devi that Vanavasani and Jwalamalini Nityadevas have property and capacity of self-illumination. If they glow then the demons who are in the dark will all become visible. With the permission of Lalita Devi, Vanavasani and Jwalamalini Devis started glowing like fireballs. All the demons who were hiding in darkness now became visible. Now the 16 Nitya Devis became outrageous and attacked Vishanga's army. All the commanders in the demon's army died. Wounded all over the body Vishanga fled for his life shamelessly. Even Kutilaksha who attacked from the front also fled. Mantrini Devi and Dandanatha Devi felt unhappy about this unprecedented attack in the night. They felt very sorry that their arrangements of protection were not up to the mark. Agni Prakara. Both of them went to Lalita Devi, expressed sorry for what had happened and made arrangements for protection. At the instance of Lalita Devi, Jwalamalini Devi made a compound wall of fire around the Devi's army. The fire wall is 100 yojana wide and 30 yojana tall. At the southern end of fire wall is a 1 yojana long entry, to enable Devi's army to go out and fight because Shanyapuram is facing this end. Stambini Devi, a member of Dandanatha Devi family along with 20 Akshahini Sanas, was protecting this entry point. She is also called Vigna Devi. By then it was dawn. Knowing all this news, Bandasura was in despair and started thinking what to do. This time he sent all his 30 sons for the war. After listening to this news, Lalita Devi's daughter Baladevi wanted to fight these demons herself. Baladevi is the only daughter of Lalita Devi. She resembles Lalita Devi very much but is always only years old. She stays permanently with her mother. Baladevi approached her mother and requested for permission to fight in the battlefield. At the outset Lalita Devi denied, but looking at the courage and willpower exhibited by Baladevi, she ultimately gave permission. Seeing Baladevi coming for the war, Mantrini and Dandanayaka were astonished and they stood as her bodyguards. Now Baladevi started ferocious fighting with Banda's sons. Everyone was surprised at her valor. Whole of the second day Baladevi fought. That evening she shot 30 arrows at a time and killed the 30 sons of Banda. Lalita Devi was very happy and she embraced her daughter. Banda was grief-stricken. Desperately he himself started off for the war. Vishakra and Vishanga pacified Banda Jura. Vignayantra Nashnam. Now Banda sent Vishakra to the war front. In the darkness Vishakra approached the Vanaprakara. On a flat stone he drew a mystic symbol and performed some black magic. He then threw that mystic symbol forcefully. It fell in the firewall at some point. With the affect of that yantra, laziness crept into the minds of Devi's army. Some started arguing that war itself was wrong. Some said, why should we fight on behalf of the gods? Some said, who is this Lalita Devi? Who has given her superiorship over us? Some said, if all of us together decline not to fight, what can Lalita Devi do? All of them fell into sleep of ignorance. After midnight Vishakra along with 30 Akshahina Sena surrounded the fire barrier. Even then none of the members of Shakti Sena moved under the influence of the ignorance caused by the Vigna Yantra. However, Vignayantra was not able to affect Mantrini and Dandanatha. But they were both very sad, worried seeing the state of their army. Not knowing what to do, they went and inquired Lalita Devi. Then Lalita Devi looked at the Kameshwara's face and passed a gentle smile. From her smile Ganapati took birth. He immediately searched in the firewall and noticed the Vignayantra Shila at one place. He broke the Shila into pieces and powder with his tooth. With that Shaktisana's ignorance and sleep was dispelled, they immediately got ready for the war. Now Vigneswara along with this army came out of the fire barrier and started fighting with Vishakra. Vishakra sent Gajasura to attack him, but soon Gajasura was slain. Seeing this, Vishakra ran away. Annihilation of Vishakra and Vishanga. After discussing with Bandasura, Vishakra came back to war, along with his brother Vishanga and son-in-law. With this the third day war had started. Mantrini and Dandanatha both started to fight simultaneously. In the front was Dandanatha Devi mounted on her Kiri Chakrarata with her plough weapon, swirling it rapidly. Behind her was Mantrini Devi mounted on Gaya Chakrarata as an archer with bow and arrows. Dandanatha Devi attacked Vishanga. Mantrini Devi confronted Vishakra. Ashwaradha, Sampatkari, and others attacked the son-in-law of the demons who had come. The army of the demons started slackening. Noticing this, Vishakra discharged Trushastram. Shaktisana's army started to experience intense thirst. Then Dandanatha Devi invited Madhyasamudra Devata from her Kiri Chakra and quenched their thirst. Madhyasamudra Deva showered liquor rains. With that the army quenched their thirst and rejuvenated. By sunset most of the demons including Banda's son-in-law had died. Then Shyamala Devi fought with Vishakra and killed him with Brahmashirone Makastra. Dandanatha Devi killed Vishanga with her plough weapon and pestle. However, in Lalita Sahasranama it is mentioned that Vishakra was killed by Vara and Vishanga was killed by Mantrini Mantrinyamba Virachita Vishanga Vadata Shita Vishakra Pranaharana Vara Hivryanandita. By then it was past midnight. Only Kutilaksha the commander-in-chief was left over to console Bandasura. Banda along with Kutilaksha started towards the battlefield. 2,185 Akshahina army along with 40 commanders followed him. A. He boarded a chariot named Abhilamua. It is dragged by 1,000 lions instead of horses. B. His sword is named Yatana. Noticing this, Lalita Devi herself started moving in her Sri Chakra Rajarata towards the war front. Behind her was Mantrini in the Gaya Chakrarata followed by Patranai in Kirakakarata. Other Shakti deities followed her in crores. In the usage of Sastras and Pratyastra, none of them were drawn aback. Now Bandajura by his mystical powers regenerated Madhyukaitabha, Raktabhijaya and other old demons. Then Lalita Devi made a violent frenzied laughter. Durga Devi and other deities described in Chandi Saptashati were born and slayed these demons. Now Banda generated Somaka and other demons. Then Lalita Devi generated the 10 incarnations of Vishnu from the fingertips of her hands. Sun was about to set. Lalita Devi decided not to delay any more. She then discharged Narayana Astra and Pashupata Astra and destroyed the demons and their commanders who were all turned into ashes. Now Bandasura was the only one left. Lalita Devi discharged the Mahakameshwarastra and annihilated Bandasura. Immediately his Shanyaka town got burnt down. Brahma, Vishnu, Indra, and other gods praised Lalita Devi's grandeur. In that praise they proclaimed thus, A. Mother. Banda is dead but his friend Tarka is still alive to trouble us. B. To annihilate him Shiva must have a son. C. We were trying for the same but in the meanwhile Manmadha died and all these events happened. D. Therefore kindly give rebirth to Manmadha and perform the marriage of Shiva and Parvati. Lalita Devi smiled compassionately and looked at Kameshwara. From her looks Manmadha took rebirth. Rathi and Manmadha prostrate to the mother goddess and praised her. The mother goddess blessed them and instructed, A. Manmadha. Now you need not fear. B. Go once again and cast your magical arrow on Shiva. C. Shiva will lose to you and will marry Parvati. D. With my blessings Shiva will do you no harm. E. From now on you can enter everyone's body and cause aesthetic/sensuous pleasures to them. F. Protect my devotees. At the instructions of Mother Goddess Manmadha with his family went and cast his magic charm on Shiva. This time Shiva left renunciation and started searching vehemently for Parvati. Then Manmadha cast magical arrows on Parvati also. Shiva was very pleased with Parvati's penance. He appeared before her, granted a boon and married her. Kumarasvami was born to Shiva and Parvati. He became the commander of God's army and annihilated Tarkasura. He then married Devasena Devi, the daughter of Indra. After helping all the gods Manmadha left to Sripura to serve goddess Lalita Devi. Sripura Varnanam. What does Sripura mean? After the annihilation of Bandasura, Trimurtis called upon the cosmic architect Visvakarma and the architect of demons Maya, and instructed them to construct 16 palaces in 16 kshetras for the residence of Lalita and Shiva Kumesvara. Meru and other gigantic mountains, Jalasamudra and other oceans, total 16 kshetras. The palatial buildings of Mother Goddess located in these kshetras are called Sripura. Wherever a Sripura is located, its dimensions are like this. 1. Mount Meru has 4 peaks, one on the eastern side, one on northwest, one on the southwest. Each is 100 yojanas tall and 100 yojanas wide. These are Trimurti's worlds. In the center of these is the 4th, which is 400 yojanas tall and 400 yojanas wide. 2. Sripura is on the middle peak. Sripura has got metallic compound walls 7 in number. They are square shaped. Each wall is separated from the next one by a distance of 7 yojanas. 1. Kalyasa wall, the perimeter of this wall is 16,000 yojanas. 2. Kanzaya wall, between these two is the first chamber. Several trees and gardens are located here. Mahakali and Mahakala are the gatekeepers here. Kalachakra is their throne. 3. Tamra wall, here is a forest of Kalpavruksha. This is also called as Kalpavadika. This is the second chamber. Vasantha is its protector. Madhusri and Madhavasri are his consorts. 4. Sisa wall, here is a forest of Santana trees. This is the third chamber. Grishma is the ruler. Shukrasri and Shuchasri are his consorts. 5. Arkuta wall, this is the fourth chamber. Here is a forest of Harishandana. The ruler is Varsharutu wall. In this fifth chamber is a garden of Mandara trees. Sharadrutu is the protector. Ishasri and Urjasri are his consorts. 7. Rapya wall, sixth chamber. Parijata tree forest. Hemantarutu is the protector. Sahasri and Sahajyasri are his consorts. 8. Hema wall, seventh chamber. Kadamba forest. Sisara s the protector. Tavasri and Tavajyasri are his consorts. This is where Mantrini Devi resides in a temple. She has one more quarter very close to that of Lalita Devi in Mahapadmadavi. When she is on duty she stays in that quarter. In this seventh chamber near Mantrini's residence Mathangakanyas are constantly singing and dancing. Mathangakanyakacharitra. In the olden days a sage named Mathanga used to expand the creation by virtue of the power of his penance. 362. His son Mathanga was a great saint and practitioner of penance. He was the friend of Himavanta. Once Himavanta started boasting, saying that he was the father of Gauri Devi. With that Mathanga felt humiliated and started great penance for Mudrani Devi. Shyamala Devi gave her a flower from the bunch decorating the former's ear. Very soon she had a female child who was named Lagashyama, as she was born in a very short duration. She was also called Matangi, Mathangakanyaka. With her power she generated crores of virgins, who stay near Mantrini Devi's house and keep singing her praises all the time. The compounds of precious stones, inside the golden compound, there are 11 prakaras, one inside the other, and inside them there are 6 more compounds described here under. All these compounds are perfect squares. Here also, the distance between one compound and the other is 7 yojanas. 1. Pushiraga Prakara. The area between the golden compound and this one is called Pushiraga area. Here male and female siddhas reside. Those who were born earlier in the race of siddha and who obtained attainment in their spiritual practices worshipping the Divine Mother, stay here as siddhas and gladly continue to worship her. 2. Padmaraga Prakara. Here celestials of the species called Karanas reside. Those who were born in Karana world and worshipped the Mother are reborn here, after attaining her grace. 3. Gandhika Prakara. In this arena, Kala Sankarshani Devi resides. She is worshipped by the Yoginis and Bhairavas. 4. Vajra Prakara. Apsaras and Gandharvas stay in this arena. They are ever engaged in the japa of the Divine Mother's names and stay here happily. The river Vajranadi flows in this place. The goddess Vajreswari stays here. When the demon Banda swallowed the diamond weapon of Indra, he could get back his weapon by worshipping the Mother here. 5. Vaidurya Prakara. Those of the netherworld, who attain spiritual achievements by worshipping the Mother, stay in this arena. The Emperor Bali also resides here. 6. Indranila Prakara. Those people who were born on the earth stay in this area enjoying pleasures, after their worship of Lalita during their lifetime there. Soon after the effect of their punya is exhausted, they will be born again as human beings on the earth. By the effect of their previous pious deeds, they again worship the Mother and return once more to this pious place. Due to the blue color of these precious stones, the dark effect of likes and dislikes persists in them. Hence they are born again and again. Those who can control their senses to merge in the ultimate state of salvation, i.e., in the Divine Mother. They do not have rebirth. 7 Mukthaprakaras. Several rivers named Tamraparni, Mahaparni, Sadamukta, Sadodaka etc. flow in this area. The celestials who worshipped the mother and chanted her mantras stay here. The cities of the rulers of the 8 sides exist here. 8 Marakataprakara. The abode of the goddess Dandanatha, also called Varhi, exists in this area. There is a garden of golden palm trees here. The goddess Unmatabharavi, Svapnesvari, Tiraskaranidevi, Kirapadadavi reside in this area. When goddess Dandanatha is on duty, she stays in a separate palace in the forest of Mahapadma. 9 Vidruma Prakara. In this area, Brahma along with sages like Marika stays and worship the Divine Mother. 10 Manakya Prakara. This area is also called the Hall of Gems, i.e. Manakya Mantapa. Her Vishnu worships the Mother. 11 Navaratna Prakara. In this area exists a huge hall with thousands of pillars. Here Shiva along with his attendants constantly supervises the activities being done as per the orders of Lalita Devi. 12 Manomaya Prakara. The entire area is a big well of Amrita. The goddess Tara resides here. Along with her attendants, she rows a big boat and takes her devotees inside along with her. 13 Buddhai Prakara. The entire area is a big well of bliss. The captain of the ship in this arena is the goddess Varani. She is also called as Sudhamalini and Amriteshvari. 14 Ahankara Prakara. The entire area is a big well of criticism and nectar. The water of this well is nothing else than the nectar in the nerve Sushumna. The captain of the ship in this area is the goddess Kurakula. 15 Suryabimba Prakara. Here brilliance comparable to the light of the rising sun exists always. Plenty of flowers called Kuravinda are abundant here. The sun performed penance here and obtained brilliance. Murthanda Bhairava stays here. He has a very luminous form. His 3 wives are Mahaprakasa Sakti, Kakshusmati Sakti, and Chayata Sakti. 16 Kandrabimba Prakasa. Moonshine ever exists here. The moon performed penance here and attained illumination. Somnath, the Lord of the Stars, is the chief deity of this area. 17 Srungara Prakara. This area is full of waters of eroticism. Here Manmuth does japa of the mother's sacred names, rowing in a boat. Only those who are of pure mind by nature can cross this area. 18 Sintamani Gruha. This is the great palace of Sri Chakra. It is called Mahapadmatavi also. Around the mansion, hundreds of thousands of lotus-like palaces exist. To the east of this place, there is a large vessel with a diameter of 1 yojana. This is called Aragyapatrabi. At the southeast corner exists Siddhagnikanda. At the southwest exists Srikakrarata, the vehicle of Srikakra. At the northwest exists the Gayakakrarata of the goddess Mantrini. At the northeast exists the Kirikakrarata of the goddess Dandini. In between the east and the southeast exists Mantrini Gruha, the abode of the goddess Mantrini. In between the east and the northeast exists Dandini Gruha, the abode of the goddess Dandini. The description of the palace of Sintamani 1. This palace is centrally located in Sripatana, the city of Sri. 2. The walls of the palace are built with Sintamani gems. 3. The roof also is made of the same stones of Sintamani. 4. The palace has 3 towers by name Zaka Sikara, Kriya Sikara, and Janana Sikara, i.e. the towers of desire, action and knowledge. 5. The palace has 4 doors. They are called Amnaya Devas. They are Purva, Dakshina, Pasima, and Uttara, Amnaya Devas. Amnaya means Veda. 6. Bindupitha is centrally located in the palace. 7. This seat of power has steps on 4 sides. 8. The entire structure described above is of the design of Srikakra. 9. All the male and female deities of Srikakra reside here. 10. The Bindupitha is called Sripitha, Mahapitha, Vidyapitha and Anandapitha also. 11. On the pedestal exists the cot of the 5 Brahmas. 12. The cot has 4 legs, namely Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesana, and Iswara. These 4 deities have attained female form by worshipping Mother. 13. The plank resting on these legs is Sadasiva. 14. To the east of this cot, there are 36 steps, representing the 36 aspects of spiritualism. 15. There is a footrest in front of the cot. 16. There is swan-like bed on the cot. 17. On the cot, there are 2 pillows for the head and 1 pillow for the legs. 18. A light red blanket is spread on the bed. 19. The Lord Kumesvara sits on the cot facing the east. He is ever in the form of a 16-year-old boy. He has 4 hands and 3 eyes. He wears erotic costumes. 20. On his lap sits Lalita Devi. She is ever in the form of a 16-year-old girl. Her complexion is rosy. She wears erotic costumes. She has 4 hands. Her decoration is the moon. 21. As she pleases Sadasiva, she is called Lalita Shivakameswarankas the Shivasvadhiyanavollabhasumarimadhyasrungasthasramanagaranayaka. Sintamani Gruhantastha Panka Brahmasanastita. Mahapadmatavi Samsthakatam Bhavana Vasanai Sudasagara Madhyastha Kamakshi Kamadayinai. The above names in the Lalita Sahasranama indicate the Srinara, the Sintamani Gruha and her other divine aspects described above. The mother incarnated to kill the demon Banda. She is the Supreme Mother as per these divine names, will achieve everything auspicious. Mokshada Ekadasi Yudhishthira Maharaj said, O Vishnu, Master of all, O delight of the 3 worlds, O Lord of the entire universe, O Creator of the world, O oldest personality, O best of all beings, I offer my most respectful obeisances unto you. O Lord of lords, for the benefit of all living entities, kindly answer some questions that I have. What is the name of the Ekadasi that occurs during the light fortnight of the month of Margashirsha and removes all sins? How does one observe it properly, and which deity is worshipped on that holiest of days? O my Lord, please explain this to me in full. Lord Sri Krishna replied, O dear Yudhishthira, your inquiry is very auspicious in itself and will bring you fame. Just as I previously explained to you about the dearest Utpana Mahadwadasi, which occurs during the dark part of the month of Margashirsha, which is the day when Ekadasi Devi appeared from my body to kill the demon Mura, and which benefits everything animate and inanimate in the 3 worlds, so I shall now relate to you regarding this Ekadasi that occurs during the light part of the month of Margashirsha. This Ekadasi is famous as Mokshada because it purifies the faithful devotee of all sinful reactions and bestows liberation upon him. The worshipable deity of this all-auspicious day is Lord Damodara. With full attention one should worship him with incense, a ghee lamp, fragrant flowers, and tulsi manjaris. O best of saintly kings, please listen as I narrate to you the ancient and auspicious history of this wonderful Ekadasi. Simply by hearing this history one can attain the merit earned by performing a horse sacrifice. By the influence of this merit, one's forefathers, mothers, sons, and other relatives who have gone to hell can turn around and go to the heavenly kingdom. For this reason alone, O king, you should listen with rapt attention to this narration. There once was a beautiful city named Champakanagar, which was decorated with devoted Vaishnavas. There the best of saintly kings Maharaj Vaikanasa, ruled over his subjects as if they were his very own dear sons and daughters. The Brahmins in that capital city were all expert in 4 kinds of Vedic knowledge. The king, while ruling properly, had a dream one night in which his father was seen to be suffering the pangs of hellish torture in one of the hellish planets ruled over by the Yamaraj. The king was overwhelmed with compassion for his father and shed tears. The next morning, Maharaj Vaikanasa described what he had seen in his dream to his council of twice-born learned Brahmins. O Brahmanas, the king addressed them, in a dream last night I saw my father suffering on a hellish planet. He was crying out in anguish, O son, please deliver me from this torment of this hellish condition. Now I have no peace in my mind, and even this beautiful kingdom has become unbearable to me. Not even my horses, elephants, and chariots and my vast wealth in my treasury that formerly brought so much pleasure, gives me no pleasure at all. Everything, O best of the Brahmins, even my own wife and sons, have become a source of unhappiness since I beheld my father suffering the tortures of that hellish condition. So, where can I go, and what can I do, O Brahmins, to alleviate this misery. My body is burning with fear and sorrow. Please tell me what kind of charity, what mode of fasting, what austerity, or what deep meditation, and in service upon which deity I may have to perform to deliver my father from that agony and bestow upon liberation upon my forefathers. O best among the Brahmins, what is the use of one's being a powerful son if one's father must suffer on a hellish planet? Truly, such a son's life is utterly useless, to him and to his forefathers. The twice-born Brahmins replied, O king, in the mountainous forest not far from here is the ashram where a great saint Parvata Muni resides. Please go to him, for he is Trikalajanan and can surely help you in your gaining relief from your misery. Upon hearing this advice, the distressed king immediately set out on a journey to the ashram of the famous sage Parvata Muni. The ashram was indeed very big and housed many learned sages expert in chanting the sacred hymns of the four Vedas. Approaching the holy ashram, the king beheld Parvata Muni seated among the assembly of sages adorned with hundreds of tilaks like another Brahma or Vyas. Maharaj Vaikanasa offered his humble obeisances to the Muni, bowing his head and then prostrating his entire body before him. After the king had seated himself among the assembly, Parvata Muni asked him about the welfare of the 7 limbs of his extensive kingdom. The Muni also asked him if his kingdom was free of troubles and whether everyone was peaceful, happy, and satisfied. To these inquiries the king replied, By your mercy, O glorious and great sage, all 7 limbs of my kingdom are doing very well. Yet there is a problem that has recently arisen, and to solve it I have come to you, O Brahmana, for your expert help and guidance. Then Parvata Muni, the best of all sages, closed his eyes and meditated on the king's past, present, and future. After a few moments he opened his eyes and said, Your father is suffering the results of committing a great sin, and I have discovered what it is. In his previous life he quarreled with his wife and forcibly enjoyed her sexually during her menstrual period. She tried to protest and resist his advances and even yelled out, Someone please save me. Please, O husband, do not interrupt my monthly period in this way. Still he did not stop or leave her alone. It is on account of this grievous sin that your father now has fallen into such a hellish condition of suffering. King Vaikanasa then said, O greatest among sages, by what process of fasting or charity may I liberate my dear father from such a condition? Please tell me how I can relieve and remove the burden of his sinful reactions, which are a great obstacle to his progress toward ultimate release. Parvata Muni replied, During the light fortnight of the month of Margashirsha there occurs an Ekadasi called Mokshadat. If you observe this sacred Ekadasi strictly, with a full fast, and give directly to your suffering father the merit you thus attain/obtain, he will be freed from his pain and instantly liberated. Hearing this, Maharaj Vaikanasa profusely thanked the great sage and then returned to his palace to perform his vrata. O Yudhishthira, when the light part of the month of Margashirsha at last arrived, Maharaj Vaikanasa faithfully waited for the Ekadasi Tithi to arrive. He then perfectly and with full faith observed the Ekadasi fast with his wife, children, and other relatives. He dutifully gave the merit from this fast to his father, and as he made the offering, beautiful flower petals showered down from the devas who peered out from behind the clouds in the sky. The king's father was then praised by the messengers of the demigods and escorted to the celestial region. As he passed his son, as he traversed the lower to middle to higher planets, the father said to the king, My dear son, all auspiciousness unto you. At last he reached the heavenly realm from where he can again with his newly acquired merit perform devotional service to Krishna or Vishnu and in due course return back to home, back to Godhead. O son of Pandu, whosoever strictly observes the sacred Moksha Ekadasi, following the established rules and regulations, achieves full and perfect liberation after death. There is no better fasting day than this Ekadasi of the light fortnight of the month of Margashirsha, O Yudhishthira, for it is a crystal clear and sinless day. Whoever faithfully observes this Ekadasi fast, which is like Chintamani, obtains special merit that is very hard to calculate, for this day can elevate one from hellish life to the heavenly planets, and for one who observes Ekadasi for his own spiritual benefit, This elevates one to go back to Godhead, never to return to this material world. Thus end the narration of the glories of Margashir Shukla Ekadasi or Moksha Ekadasi, from the Brahmanda Purana. The Sons of Sagara. Chapter 52. The sacrificial horse is let loose. Jaimini said, 1. After banishing his son, the virtuous-souled Lord Sagara transferred his love for him to the child Amsumam whose conduct was righteous. 2. At the very same time, O king, the sons of Sumti grew up collectively. All of them were amiable, devoted and faithful to one another. 3. They had adamantine bodies. They were cruel, merciless, and shameless. They were habitually evil in their activities. They had the same nature and characteristics. 4. They cooperated in doing simultaneously the same work. They were deluded in their minds. They were easily irritable. They could not be easily assailed by any living being. They regularly harassed the people. 5. They had no concern for humility, good conduct, or the path of virtue. They harassed the entire world around as they pleased, like Asuras. 6. Attacked and tormented by them, the whole world became distressed and unhappy, in particular with yajanas and paths of virtue destroyed. The people could not have their regular self-study of the Vedas, nor could they perform holy rites by uttering the Vasatkara mantra. 7. When everything was being completely destroyed by the sons of Sagara, who were haughty on account of the boons they had been granted, the Devas, Asuras and the great serpents became extremely agitated. 8. The earth, overwhelmed by the ocean, began to quake, though its name is Akala. There was a break and hindrance in the penance and abstract meditation of the ascetics. 9. Depraved of the Havya and Kava offerings, the Devas and the Pitris became oppressed by great sorrow. They went to the abode of Brahma. 10. After going there, the Devas with Sharva asterisk at their head, duly reported to him the entire activities of the sons of Sagara. 11. On hearing their words, Brahma, the grandfather of the worlds, became engrossed in thought for a short while. The most excellent one among the Suras then said, 12. Devas, listen, attentively to my words. Welfare unto you. There is no doubt that the sons of Sagara will be destroyed ere long. 13. Wait for a short time. Everything is being controlled by time. Everything else is but an instrumental. That time alone is the master of all. 14. Hence, O excellent Suras, what I am going to say for your welfare should now be carried out by all of you without any slackness. 15. The holy Lord Kapila, the most excellent among victorious ones, the roost exalted among the leading yogins, is born on the earth with the partial power of Vinu, for the welfare of the universe. 16. He is now sitting, meditating in a lonely place somewhere in the ocean, the water of which had been sucked up by Agastya. This meditation has been going on for the last 100 years according to the reckoning of heaven dwellers. 17. At my behest, all of you go to the leading sage Kapila. Stand near him wishing for the conclusion of his meditation. 18. At the close of his abstract meditation, you will bow down to him and tell him your purpose in full. He will do what is conducive to your welfare. 19. O excellent Devas, do something whereby a break in the abstract meditation of the sage can be caused through the sons of Sagara. Jaimini said. 20. On being told thus by him, the Devas bowed down to Brahma and went to Kapila, the most excellent among the Brahmanas, with palms joined in reverence, they spoke to him. The Devas said. 21. Be pleased with us, O excellent sage. We have sought refuge in you. The whole of the universe, harassed by the sons of Sagara, is perishing. 22. It is well known that you are the cause of the sustenance and annihilation of the worlds. With the partial power of Vishnu, you have incarnated on the earth and you stay here as the leading yogin. 23. A physical body has been voluntarily assumed by you, only for the destruction of the great distress of men afflicted by the 3 types of agony. Indeed, you are the most excellent among those who perform austerities. 24. Undoubtedly, O Brahmana, you are capable, at your will, to mentally create the entire universe, sustain it and annihilate it. 25 You are our creator and dispenser of our destiny. You are our preceptor. You are our greatest resort. You are our protector. Put an end to our adversity. 26 O leading Brahmana, be the resort and refuge of the leading Brahmanas in particular, who reside in the three worlds and who are being persecuted by the sons of Sagara. 27 Indeed, the activities of people like you will be of sattva nature. Hence, O sage of good holy rites, it behooves you to save us and all the world. 28:31a. If not, O holy saint, the entire universe will be destroyed prematurely. Jaimini said, on being told thus by all the devas, Kapila slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at there, he spoke these pleasing words utterly burned by their own actions, the sons of Sagara will surely perish when the proper time arrives. Let that time be awaited by you all. For the achievement of your purpose, O excellent Suras, I shall become the cause of destruction of those evil-minded ones. 31-33. Ere long, the sons of Sagara, whose minds are inclined towards sinful activities and whose intellects have been adversely affected by Kala will be burned by the fire of my anger. Hence, 0 Devas, all the worlds shall be rid of distress. They will have fear from nowhere. Let them be wicked in their actions. They will quickly meet with their annihilation. So be free from fear and go back to your own city. Wait for some time. Thereafter, you will realize what you desire. 34-38. On being told thus by Kapila, all those devas including Indra, became delighted. After bowing down to him they went towards heaven. In the meantime, King Sagara, the lord of the earth desired to perform Vahimadha, the great yajna. With the permission of Vasistha, he gathered together all the necessary requisites. Accompanied by Urva and other Brahmanas he duly took the initiation for the performance of sacrifice. For the purpose of letting the horse roam about, the king of great renown called all his sons and commanded them thus, O my sons, make the horse roam about all round the earth. It behoves you to do this immediately and bring it back to me. Jaimini said, 39-43. At the behest of their father they took the horse and made it wander over the entire earth. It was only because of the directive of the Vedic injunction that the horse was made to go round the earth and not for the conquest of the quarters nor for levying taxes and tributes, as the whole of the earth had already been conquered by that king. Kings had already been made payers of tributes by that king of exalted heroism in the battlefield. Then those princes reached the lower ground surface of the salt ocean wherein there was no water. With great delight they encircled the horse and entered the interior of the earth. Chapter 53 The destruction of the sons of Sagara. Jamina said, 1. When they reached there, the wind god who had been directed by Indra, carried away the horse to the nether worlds within a moment. 2. Stealing the horse without being seen by any of them, O king, the wind god carried it away along that path to the vicinity of sage Kapila. 3-4. When the horse disappeared, all those princes became perplexed. Searching for the horse, they went round and round the earth. After searching the entire earth including the cities, mountains, and forests, they attained great sorrow because they were still unable to see the sacrificial animal. 5. Then they went back to Ayodhya, surrounded by the Sagas, met their father, bowed down to him and initiated to him everything. 6. The moment we entered the ocean after wandering over the whole of the earth, the horse was taken away by someone, though it was being vigilantly guarded by us who were on the watch. 7-8. On being told thus by them the excellent king became infuriated and told them, Go away hence, unrighteous ones, never to return again. How was it lost by you, while you were alive? You were indeed evil-minded ones. There is no question of your returning without the horse here. 9. Then all of them together set out from that place and said to one another, Even now the horse is not to be seen, what shall we do? 10. The whole of the earth was searched by us, including the mountains, forests, and parks. The horse is not seen anywhere nor its news is heard. 11. Hence, starting with the ocean and extending as far as the nether worlds, we shall split the earth and dig it. We shall enter the nether worlds and search for the horse. 12 Having decided thus, all those sons of Sagara, of cruel resolve, dug the earth everywhere beginning with the seashore. 13 Being dug by them, the earth became greatly excited and cried aloud. On seeing their activity, all living beings cried in distress. 14 After digging the Bharata subcontinent and casting it off on the ground, they united 1,000 yojanas of the earth to the ocean. 15 Digging the earth up to the nether worlds, the sons of the king saw the horse grazing in the nether worlds. I6 Delighted very much they gathered together and laughed out of contentment. Some of them danced with great joy. 17-21 They saw the noble-souled Kapila of brilliant luster who was very old, who was seated in the lotus posture, with his eyes fixed yet at the tip of his nose, who had kept the head and neck straight and long, who had kept the chest projecting forward, who was shining with his own splendor radiating all round in full like a lamp placed in a windless spot, whose body was full of perfect knowledge shining within himself, whose mind was engaged in abstract meditation, who appeared like the motionless ocean, who was duly engaged in the yogic exercise, whose mind was engrossed in what should be meditated upon, who was the most excellent among leading yogins and who looked like the fire with its clusters of flames extinguished. On seeing him staying there, they consulted one another about him for a short while. For a short while, they underwent excessive agitation. 22-23 Thinking that it was he who stole the horse, the evil-minded sons of Sagara, induced by the god of death, surrounded Kapila, the excellent sage. Encircling him they said, "This is the thief, there is no doubt about it. This evil-minded robber of the horse deserves to be killed by us." Jaimini said. 24-27a All those Sagaras whose intellect had become deluded and whose death was imminent, suddenly molested the sage who was sitting like an ordinary person. Then sage Kapila, who had never been dejected in mind, was overwhelmed with wrath, because he had been upset due to the break in his abstract meditation. He was agitated. Assailed by those evil-minded ones, the unassailable sage Kapila became agitated. He assumed a huge size like the fire that increases in size at the end of the kalpa on account of the gusts of wind. 27b-30a The fire of anger arising out of his body as vast and majestic as the ocean, burst forth like the Samkarshana fire issuing from the poison of Sesha out to burn down the nether worlds. His anger was further kindled by the recollection of attack. The sage who had a luster similar to that of a will of fire opened his eyes. Then for a moment, O king, his eyes became extremely red and shone like the sun and the moon simultaneously appearing in the sky at dawn. 30b-35 He looked at the princes with rolling eyes gravely, like the god of annihilation at the close of period. Sparks and flames of fire suddenly emerged from the eyes of that infuriated sage and spread all round in various directions continuously, like the sparks of Caligna. The sparks of fire of the sage's anger pervaded the quarters all round, with columns of smoke projecting forward and emitting floods of sparks frequently. The sparks emanating from his eyes like the poisonous flames with the cavity of the belly of a python, shone like the flames of the Vadava fire of the violent ocean. The fire of anger, O great king, that pervaded the spaces in the quarters by means of its flames, enveloped the firmament and burned the sons of Sagara. 36. The world became enveloped by the clusters of flames of fire and smoke whirling round and round on account of the angry blasts of wind that blew with a loud report. It became filled with the dusts of the earth too, that were blown up excessively. Hence, the world became too much afflicted. 37. All round, the fire appeared to be scraping the firmament by means of its flames struck by the velocity of wind. It immediately burned down completely the sons of the king who were the enemies of the Suras. 38. Even as all the worlds were watching, the fire of Kapila's anger reduced the Sagaras to ashes completely, sparing only the horse. 39. Thus the sons of Sagara, of sinful mind, were burned suddenly on account of that fire of anger, like the dry trees that get consumed in the forest conflagration. 40. On seeing the annihilation of those evil-minded Sagaras, the Devas spoke to one another in wonder, along with the sages. 41-42. Oh, the ultimate bad result of those persons who have committed terrible sins has not been delayed. Indeed, in this world, men of wicked souls have to meet with a bad end. These wicked and cruel-minded persons, huge in size like mountains, have suddenly and forcibly perished like dry grass in fire. 43. They had caused anxiety and torture to all living beings. They were extremely censured by good men throughout their lives. Fortunately, they have met with their destruction. 44. Which man can attain happiness in this world after committing an inauspicious action that is censured by the worlds and that causes harassment to others? 45. These sinners had made all living beings cry aloud. They have now been struck dead by means of Brahmadanda. Hence, on account of their own evil actions, they have gone to hell, where they will be spending many years. 46. Hence, only good actions should be performed by intelligent persons. The other type of actions censured by the world should be cast off far away. 47. As long as one is alive, one should strive for the attainment of final beatitude. This should be done by one who knows what is good for him. One should not harm or injure anyone, as life is transitory. 48. This body is non-permanent. Riches are extremely fickle. The entire worldly existence is utterly worthless. How may the learned one believe? 49. Even as the leading suras and sages were telling one another thus, the sons of Sagara perished after becoming the fuel to the fire of the anger of the sage. 50. The sons of Sagara, whose bodies were burnt down suddenly, paralysed the earth with their ashes and instantaneously fell into hell due to their sinful deeds. 51. After burning those sons of Sagara entirely, the fire arising from his anger was on the point of burning all the world suddenly in a moment. 52. The Devas who became frightened gathered together and stood by in the firmament. Being desirous of suppressing the fire of anger, they eulogized the noble-souled sage. Chapter 54 Recovery of the Sacrificial Horse. Jaimini said, it behoves you, O leading Brahmana, to restrain immediately this fire of anger. If not, the entire universe is likely to be burnt by it untimely. Your greatness has been seen. The whole world, including the mobile and the immobile beings, has been pervaded by this fire of your anger. Forbear, please restrain this anger, O leading Brahmana. Obeisance to you. On being eulogized thus, the saintly Kapila immediately controlled the extremely terrible fire of anger. Thereupon, the entire universe, including the mobile and the immobile beings, became calm. Devas and the ascetics became free from distress. In the meantime, the saintly Rishi Narada, O king, casually went to Ayodhya from the Devaloka. On seeing that Narada had arrived, Sagara worshipped him perfectly in accordance with the injunctions of the scriptures, with aragya, pudya and other materials of worship. Accepting that honor and worship, Narada sat on the exalted seat and spoke these words, O king, to Sagara the tiger among kings. Narada said, your sons who had gone to take horse around the world, O excellent king, have been struck down by the curse of a Brahmana. All of them have perished. Your sacrificial horse, O king, that was being guarded by all of them was taken somewhere in the heaven without being noticed by anyone, as ordained by fate. They began to search for the lost horse all over the earth. For a long time, O king, they did not get any information of its whereabouts. Thereupon, they decided to search for the horse underneath the earth. Beginning earnestly, those Sagaras dug up the surface of the earth. While digging the earth, O king, they saw the horse in Patala, and near it they saw the great sage Kapila, the leading yogin. On seeing him, they committed a sinful deed. All of them being urged by Kala, saying this is the robber of the horse, they made Kapila sufficiently infuriated. Thereupon, Your sons perished with their bodies as fuel to the fire emanating from his eyes and caused by his anger, the fire that burned the quarters. You need not grieve over them. It does not behoove you to grieve over them, O leading king, because they were cruel, of sinful conduct and were creating troubles and impediments to all people. Retain your courage as your asset.